Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for putting in some wows in at wow time. I saw a couple of 777 stickers in there too. Loviz is already flying, doing across the pond in the 777. Hey, there's an Air Berlin, but we got bigger planes to fly. Hop aboard. Uh-oh, cops better slow down.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Okay, enough zipping around today. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Welcome. Happy finally Friday to you. I hope you're doing good. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Somebody did a resub in the middle of all of that. Oh, it was Ace Spades. Hey, Ace Spades, thank you for the nice resub. Been here for 15 months. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Airbus pilot is in South Africa today. Moritz is here. There's Tim Dog. James the Catcher is doing a long haul too. So that's two spies we know that are flying across pond. James the Catcher is going to Heathrow. And we've also got Loviz took off from Newark today in the new 777 and is going to meet us in Frankfurt. So that's going on at the moment. So welcome on in. Mr. Jazz, welcome. Happy finally Friday to you, and thank you for stopping by. So I was looking through the liveries. There's a bunch of liveries that come with this airplane. And the closest thing I could find was an Austrian for the 777-200ER. So I've got an Austrian for this one for later today. There's probably some other ones that are available out there. But anyway, this was the one that I decided to grab this time. Airbus pilot says to do a posture check. And oh yeah, spy hat today. Finally get to dust off the old Boeing hat after quite a while without Boeings. But we got one, finally. Yay. Always good to have the have a really nice one.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Let's
Stay
see.
sharp.
Wenger Roten. I hope I said that even close to right, but probably not. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Thank you for being here today. We are at Berlin-Brandenburg Airport. We're going down to Frankfurt in the new 777. So let's go ahead and come on in and hop aboard. And it looks like we've got a little bit of sunshine here. Coming over here, let's go ground connections. Need to request the jetway. I think it retracted while I was zipping around here. So let's try it again and see if it'll come out and get us. But I do have one of the things I noticed is almost all the two airports that I've tested it at so far, it does go for the L2 door, which is the correct door that you would expect it to go to for the 777. That's the one the real airlines are going to use. Let's see if I can request the jetway this way. It tripped out there. Loviz, put this in Discord, but save time after setting your camera views in your first variant. You can copy them and paste them into the other two variants. That would save a little time, wouldn't it? Okay, we'll go and grab it that way. That will get our jetway. Nice airplane for sure. Kind of walked around it a little bit. I have noticed that there is one little thing here. So at least in mine, if you go into the passenger cabin, we've got some texture problems in here. I don't think it's a huge issue, but as you come through, at least on the airplanes that I've got and some of the liveries that I'm playing around with, we've got some pink ceiling textures here, but I'm going to guess that that's not a big deal and will probably be fixed as well too. So that's all good to go. Other than that, this airplane's been great. When you're setting it up for the first time, when you're connecting it to your SimBrief flight planner, you need to use your SimBrief username, not your pilot ID number. Loviz says get verified liveries and there's no pink. So the two liveries that I've got right now are Austrian, and I went and I picked up the United Battleship Gray. The only time that I was ever on a 777 was a United Battleship Gray, so that's kind of why I have that one there. So Loviz says it's got to be verified. Carlos is in chat. Welcome aboard. Martin just arrived. Welcome to you too. Thanks for coming in. Let's get going. We've also got a practice flight. As excited as I think we all are about this flight, our second flight is probably not the best airports to take 777 into. We've got Elite Wings, VATSIM Elite Wings tomorrow. And that is a for experts only kind of a VATSIM event. And we are departing from Ascension Island going to St. Helena. Loviz did the flight and said they're not easy airports, so we might want to do a practice flight. So I was going to take the Airbus A400 prop liner. Although I did go in there and I'm having a few problems getting it going, so I might have to take a baby bus or something like that on that particular flight right now. But let's see. Airbus pilot has got the WinWing stick coming. That's going to be nice. And you got to wait for PMDG for it to release on the marketplace. They are working on putting it into the marketplace for you. So going into the EFB, and we're going to go request data from SimBrief. And there's our flight plan. Looking good. The majority of Elite Wings is easy, but the approach is not. That's what's got me worried. So a little bit of coffee like that too. Okay, so we got all this. This is looking pretty good. We can come on down in here to charts, grab our departure charts, and we are going to need an airport. So we'll go ahead and we know how to do these, right? So let's do this. First of all, parking stands. And then we're going to need airports. And let's see if we got those pinned in there. Nope. Airport. Yeah, you have to change these. So you have to change these to pinned and all that. Okay, then for the SID going out, SimBrief said it's the Logdo 3 November. Logdo 3 November, and I think they're in alphabetical order. And remember, we're in Germany, so you're definitely going to want to remember that your initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet. We don't want to bust any of those. The star coming in is Carex 5 Alpha. Carex 5 Alpha is what we're coming in on, and the approach, SimBrief says 25 left. Be sure and get 25 right, because they might switch you to the other runway. So 25 right. They usually reserve the center for side steps and other things. And then, of course, when you come over here to get your airports, airport restrictions. No, that's A380. Airport. This is the right one. And then also be sure and snag the west map. So there's the west map, and then parking stands on the east map. And then all the that's all you're going to need. So you've got everything that you'll need there. Cool. And we're all set and ready to go. We are at, let's see, we are at the Bravo gates here. And I think we are at the Bravo gate of, which Bravo gate are we at? Let's see, toggle aircraft icon. Which one is the thing that we do over here? I think maybe, oh, the map is over on this one. That's right. It's over on this one. And let's go and change that to a Navigraph map and zoom it on in. And I'll remind you. Martin says, I don't complain. You get to study the program. They patch the planes anyway. Should be good. I'm at Bravo 7. Bravo 7. BO7 is my gate. Okay, now it's time to turn the airplane on. So it's a Boeing. Really pretty simple. You just turn on your batteries, right? And the battery is right up here. Battery goes on. We got two powers, primary and secondary power. So we'll go ahead and pop both of those in there for the moment. Let's see. We need to, it does have the nav lights on automatically. And then apparently we come on up here. We turn on the ADARUs. arm the emergency exit lights, and we're going to pop on our windshield heaters. It's already got no smoking set to on, seatbelts are set to off, and then our airplane will come to life. And the thing about this airplane is it does take a little bit of time. It does take a little bit of time for the airplane to come to life too. My throttles are in Airbus mode, and we should turn those out so we've got full throttles. Okay, that's good. Now then, this airplane has CPDLC. So one of the things is as it warms up, we're going to try and do a CPDLC clearance with this the first time. Dita, welcome aboard. Doing Frankfurt to Athens. Dita's doing Euro Atlantic. Watch out for Sibby. Sibby's up over in the Acropolis plain in Greek airspace today. Always fun to see one of those. Okay, this is looking good. So all this looks right. Power's on, but as you can see, it takes a while before the screens pop on. It does. So maybe what I should have done, important safety tip for the next time. What I should have done is I should have turned the power on so that the screens could be warming up while I was jamming my charts together. That might have been the smarter move on that one. We do have a weight and balance page. So import weight and balance from SimBrief. And there's our weight and balance. Hey, Wig Bill. Is the cold and dark YouTube video coming out? On this one, you want to see a cold and dark on this one? Okay. Okay, so all of this looks good. And so that's new. I haven't seen this before. Pratt PT says to stretch right now. Let's stretch a bit. There we go. And so passengers are at 89%. I hear noise in the cockpit. It must be doing so. Oh, look at that. Lights are on. Yay. How about that? It's actually pretty impressive, but I guess it does take time. Yeah, I don't know if I ever did a cold and dark in the PMD in this before. Okay, FMC, all of that looks good, but what we need is we need to come over here and hit the COM button. So we're going to hit the COM button up here, just to the right of the autopilot. Dita, Austrian flies GE engines. United had Pratt's. Okay, let's go to ATC. Level request, route speed, voice, free text, logon status. Okay, so we got this over here. Let's go and see if it'll log into. I don't think I've got this set up right yet. ATC, let's do flight information first. Departure, this is what we need, departure clearance request. Let's first of all, before we do this, let's do just a few things in the flight management computer. Okay, come on over here to FMC. And what we've got is nav data is May 15th. We're groovy on that. So we are at EDDB, Berlin. I am at gate Bravo 7. Bravo 7. Not in the database. Well, fine. I'm going to take my GPS position and just pop that in there, and that'll be good. Loviz says that all the engines sound different. So whether you're using the GE, the Pratt, or the Rolls-Royce, right? It's Rolls-Royce. So they're all going to sound a little bit different. Now what we can do is we can go over here and do route request. And we're going to get our SimBrief. And there we go. So yeah, they all sound different. Hey, Fortnite, welcome aboard. Is there a way to, like when you load your plane, I can spawn in the co-pilot seat? I think you have to set your main view up that way. I don't know how to set it up for a co-pilot. You just want to load in the correct seat instead of loading into the pilot seat. Some airplanes actually let you do that. I don't know if this one does. I don't know Fortnite. Bryler Gaming just did a nice resub, and it's 12 months. That's a year. Bryler Gaming's been here with a year, for us a year. Thank you for a whole year of fun, Bryler Gaming. Thanks for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here at SpideQ. But yeah, Fortnite, I don't know that this airplane does that. Okay, look at this. It spawned it all. EDDB, EDDF, EDDL. All that looks good. So now what we do is let's set the payload. Payload is set. Fuel is set. And then select your route. And usually when you click it, it takes a second. And then it says it's requesting your route. Hi, Not Big Snow. Welcome aboard. So there is our route requested. Performance init uplink. Forecast is uplink. And all of that is now good. So now let's load the route. And it takes a second. Not Big Snow, welcome aboard. Hi, PS Morandi. Thank you for coming by. Dom, is it worth the cost if it's your first? It's worth the cost if it's your first. Well, see, if you bought this airplane in, like, if you bought the 777-300 over in Flight Sim 2020, then you're going to get those airplanes eventually upgraded here in 2024. If all you wanted is a different variant, I don't think that's a, you know, so the variant, you're buying a new variant. Okay, let's go and look at page 2. Hey, look at that. There's our flight plan. So let's activate it and execute it. All right, now let's go over here. That's right, a 777 freighter is going to be next. So we're going to do a departure clearance on this one. And it's already gone and put some stuff in here. Austrian Flight 441. EDDB, EDDF. We have to put in our facility. EDDB. So click it in there and maybe click it here. Hey, look at that. That's how it works. Okay. Now then our gate is Bravo 7. So do Bravo 7 and then click it in here. That seems to work. I'm trying to remember how to fly the 777 here and do all the cool things that it does. GUTEN space AB. And pop that in there as a free text message. And all that looks good. Oh, we got to get the current ATIS. ATIS. Information Yankee. So got to put Y in there and put in the Yankee. And now we can send it. Okay, let's send it. Sending. Sent. I think it's done. There we go. Tim Dog is almost done packing for a trip. Yeah, Tim Dog's got a trip. So exit out of there. Okay. All that looks good. We could also request an ATIS through this too.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
So
granted,
let's go
agent. Loyalty noted.
EDDB Berlin. And our ATIS we're requesting is going to be a VATSIM ATIS. And I'm going to have it auto update. Michael just gifted a sub. Oh, hey, Michael. Thanks for gifting a sub today. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Those really do make a big difference. Thanks for some extra jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep all the lights on. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Drello, just here to enable Michael to gift a sub. Well, thank you. Drello, thank you for coming in and saying hello. And here we go. So here we have EDDB. They've received my request. So that's good. They've received our request. I think the airplane's loaded. Let's go ahead and I was looking down here I was looking down here for my APU start switches. They're not there. It's the dial up here. And let's also turn on cabin utilities and in-flight entertainment. Good Abend, TMJ. Thank you for coming by today. But yeah, Dralo, thank you for coming in. And Michael, thank you for gifting a sub. Okay, so all of this is looking good. So do you set up your main view? Yeah, so my main view is right here. And this is, you know, I use quick views and stuff like that. So I've got the number pad. And instead, if you want to be the co-pilot, you'd slide yourself over here and set that up as your main view. Uh-oh, we have a new message. Let's see what our new message says. Berlin Brandenburg. This is information X-ray, special meteorological report. We'll look at that later. Aha. So let's look over here. We are cleared to Frankfurt off of runway 24 left. The Logdo 3 November departure. Next frequency is 121.855. 121.855. Report ready, and we're going to squawk 1,000. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Now we have to accept it. Accept it. And we are accepting it. It's accepted. And now let's see. Can we go back? There's another new message here. That annoying thing at the top. Okay, review. Maybe we can review messages. ATC downlinks. There was a Wilco. That was my Wilco sent. Let's review uplinks. There we go. Accepted and displayed. So that's okay. Okay, I think we're all caught up. It worked. Loviz is excited for the flight into St. Helen tomorrow. Well, you've already got to do it. We're going to do a practice thing here. I need to do a practice. Initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet. 5,000 feet. There we go. 5,000 feet. We did get a squawk code. And our squawk code is going to go here, and it's going to be 1,000. And we could also put in our flight plan, departure and arrival. Okay, so all of this looks good. Route request. We've executed it. Let's come over here. And we can just do 0 fuel weight. And that's going to take care of that. And we'll just accept that right now. Let's do departure and arrival first. And I think that this new message here, Brandenburg information Yankee. So that's a new ATIS. So we got a new ATIS. Okay, so we know we're going to do 24 left. 24 left. Remembering to do things the Boeing way now. Logdo 3 November. And execute that. Go back in. I did check the latest. Let's expect runway 25 left. ILS 25 left. We're going to do the Carix 5 Alpha arrival. Cara 5 Alpha. And it's going to be DF 626. And
subscriber
execute that.
confirmed.
And I'm missing some chat. I apologize. This is
Royalty
being crazy.
noted.
Captain Ireland is back in chat. Oceanic was kind of a mess. Actually, well, it was. You were on the shore. You were on the southern route. It was so chill up in Iceland, and that was a pun, but I didn't mean it. Mac Mayhem, welcome aboard. Thank you for a resub today, a tier 1. Thank you for coming by today. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. Okay, so all of that's good. Legs should be pretty normal. Legs are good. Then it's going to be vectors. Actually, I don't think we're going to do vectors, but let's just leave it alone there for now. Okay, so all that looks good. Route. And I think it's takeoff time. And for that, we do the performance tool. Brandenburg, we're departing off of 24 left. I'm still trying to remember how all this works. Import the latest. 405, that looks about right. Import the weather. And let's calculate our speeds. There we go. Santa Maria and New York Radio was struggling with cell cals. I was going to take the A400, but as badly as I'm not remembering anything in this airplane, I'm kind of wondering if I even want to take that airplane. Okay, performance. I didn't do any performance. Oh, we already put in performance. We'll do thrust limits. So our selected temperature is going to be 42 degrees. 42 degrees. We're going to do a takeoff -2. And then put in 42 degrees, I guess, at the top. And then go to the takeoff page. Sim brief says flaps 5. Flaps are going to be 5. Just click the center of gravity number. And then it's saying 128, 132, 132, and 138. This says 127, 132, and 138. Elite wings tomorrow. That's right. Yeah, we're all set for elite wings. No fear here. I'm going to go with these numbers. 127, 132, and 138. 127, 132, and 138. Okay, they weren't that far off anyway. 138. Cool. And I think that all looks good too. Okay, all of this is set. We're done with that page. Let's go close up the airplane. Ground operations. So let's go to door management. And we're going to go ahead. We got to close. I only opened up my entry too. So we'll close that entry. And we're going to come over here and release the jetway. And we're going to come up here. And the APU is on. Ground power is now going off. Seatbelts can go on. Is the jetway going away? I don't know. I can't see. No. Oh, I don't think it's going away because I got it with pushback helper. We'll use pushback helper and do the jetway. There we go. Chihuahua's barking. Okay, all of that looks good. Ground power is disconnected. Let's disconnect ground power. Ground power release. Parking brakes. Parking brakes are not. So I'm guessing it's a typical Boeing. Push your toe brakes all the way in and then pull the parking brake lever. And then we can remove the chocks. And that should clear all of our ground. Ground vehicles are gone. Let's go ahead and arm our doors for departure. Our doors are armed for departure. And I think we're clear of that page right there. Okay, so that's done. That's done. Let's go to the electronic flight bag. We're here at Bravo 8. Let's request a tug. Well, that didn't get the tug. That ended up instead. Let's get rid of that thing. Okay, now then, guess what this airplane has? It's got checklists. I know checklists sometimes slow things down, but 8:55. Let's go and listen to that real fast. Low vis, I always have high frequency disabled, but you still hear the cell call alerts. Hey, I can hear the radio. Let's go do a checklist.
Lufthansa 18 Alpha, ready for taxi, able Mike 7.
Okay, so we'll come over here and we're going to do checklist. And let's do over this. Oxygen. Okay, ready to do the oxygen check with me? Oxygen is present. Flight instruments. Heading and altimeter. I have not set this. I have not done that. So we need to go and do the runway heading for departure, which is 24 left. Fortunate we don't have a long taxi today. 24 left is 244 degrees. So 244. 244. There we go. So now our heading is good and flight instruments are set. Parking brake is on, fleet fuel control switches are cut off, and we're good to go there. And then we can come up here and hit the checklist button again. And then it should give us the before start checklist. Okay, flight deck door is closed. Mode control panel, V2 is not set, 138. 138 is our V2. 138. Oh, we got a message. Not received, clearance, revert to voice. I sent it. I sent it. Okay, now I'm annoyed. I saw that. You saw me acknowledge it. Okay. Let's cancel that. Okay, well that's annoying.
118-805, bye-bye, Lufthansa, Lima.
Okay, there was cancel recall there. That cancel doesn't work for that. I don't see another cancel here, so I think we have to go to comms and do it this way. Cancel. Okay, we'll just do it that way. Did you get your hoppy? I did. I did put my hoppy in the EFB. Let's see if it's still there. Well, how could I have gotten the other stuff? Okay, you need to look outside because I bet it's going to show my hoppy ACARs. So just look outside for a second here. Electronic flight bag. Settings. My nav data should be aboard. It is. Yep, my hoppy ACARs is in there. So, there we go. Let's come on over here. All right. Let's finish the checklist, and then we'll call in. So, mode control panel is now set. V2, heading track and altitude are set. Takeoff speeds, V1 is 127, rotate at 132, V2 is 138. The CDU pre-flight is done. The trim has not been set. It's 4.5. 4.5. I think I have to have your... Well, I can't set my trim. I wonder if that means my controls aren't connected. Nope, my controls are connected. Well, that one, we're not started there. So I can't say that the trim is set. This was the before start though. I should be able to move my trim. Hydraulics? Oh, yes, okay. You turn them on first. You got it. Tim J wins.
Und der G6 Tango Alpha 118-805. Vielen Dank, ciao.
Okay, now trim should work. 4.5, right? Yep, now it works. 4.5. There's 4.5. Okay, so now we're actually not fudging. Beacon is going to go on. And I think we're ready to try and push and start. So let's start squawking. Actually, it shows us already squawking. We're already on Terra here. Oopie. So this thing starts with you squawking. And we're actually supposed to start with transponder only. So this thing was automatically on. Okay. Shall we try and call in? 121.855, right? Brandenburg Ground, very good evening from Austrian 441. We're at 777 at gate Bravo 7 Alpha. We do have information Yankee aboard. We thought we completed the CPDLC clearance, but it said to go back to voice. We've got all the information that you gave us earlier. 24 left, logged in and squawking 1000.
Austin 441, Berlin 8, good evening. Yeah, I know from
Why don't we do the voice clearance real fast here for Berlin 441.
Austin 441, information Zulu is naar Corinth. Starter beproef, hit Frankfurt Aerodrome, log 3 November, flight en route. Climb via sit to altitude 5,000 feet, squawk 1000.
Berlin 4, Austrian 441 is cleared to Frankfurt from 24 left and the logged in 3 November departure, flight plan route. 5,000 feet and our squawk is 1,000 for Austrian 441.
Austin 441, read back comment.
Okay, we're good to go. Austrian 441 requesting pushback.
Austin 441, stand by for pushback.
We are not on Terra now. No. Disabled the radio effects out of Oceanic. Pratt PT said to hydrate. Let's do that. Yeah, I turned the wrong thing up. Sorry, James. I was going for the volume on the radio. Okay, let's go out and look and see. Chocks are pulled. I think we're all good to go. I know here in Germany, I mean, it's too bad Air Berlin never flew the 777. Okay, engines are shut down, fuel pressure, blah, 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 blah. I think everything's good to go there. And that checklist is complete.
Austin 441, expect a 2 minutes delay to 2 rings back.
Austrian 441, not a problem. Thank you. Okay, so we'll come over here.
239, stand Echo 15, request taxi.
Aha, Zulu is now aboard. There's Zulu. There is Zulu.
Turning right on Papa 2, holding short Bravo, Austin 239.
1012 is our altimeter setting. 1012. Oh, we got to switch to hectopascals. 1012. Let's see, do I have to do the co-pilot? Nope, oh, no, not have to do the...
It's taking too long. So pushback approved, facing south, Victor 2.
Austrian 441, pushback approved, will be facing south. And you said Victor 2 for Austrian 441.
Affirmative.
Let's go. Okay, parking brakes, you have to do the toe brakes. I'm a little bit obsessed with Air Berlin. I'm afraid I am. Okay, facing south, so it's going to be a right turn. I mean, they gave away little candies.
Good night, KMEM, Papa, and North Victor 3.
So that means we're going to push left.
Taxi via Victor Charlie, beam sent Bravo, correction.
Let's turn on some fuel
Delta
pumps.
04, swing over Victor 1.
Fuel pumps
hold short
going
of
on.
Victor Mike.
I bet we could even start up an engine while we're doing this.
Victor
Starting engine
Charlie
number
and
1.
A beam Delta. Can you say the stand Delta again?
A beam sent Delta 04, swing over Victor 1 and holding short of Victor Mike.
Victor Charlie, a beam Delta 04. Hold short Victor Mike. Cancel Mike Papa.
So Mike Papa, confirm you swinging over to Victor 1, a beam sent Delta 04?
Yeah, sorry, I just forgot to say that. Sorry.
Kein Problem.
And it's starting to see the really cool control tower here at Berlin Brandenburg. It's lit up at night. It's got a really neat blue hue.
Berlin Tower 118, vorbei.
Tower on 118, it is at 805. Thank you, bye-bye, Austin 239.
And parking brakes. And to do the brakes, push them all the way down, pull the lever. We're in a Boeing, and then we can release the tug. And I think we got a good start on engine number 1. Looking good. How about engine number 2? Starting engine number 2. Now I don't know, in the 787 you can start both engines at the same time. I'm not sure if you do that the same way in the 777.
Mike Papa, thank you very much. Taxi via Victor Mike.
Oh man, big airplane.
Hold short of Echo.
Very big bird, big beautiful bird.
Victor Mike,
Birdnator.
Victor 2, hold short Echo, cadence Mike Papa.
Berlin Towers 120 decimals 030. There we go. Oh, you know what we ought to do? We should check on the SID. Is there an auto tune kind of a thing? Do we automatically make a change? Climb, track, blah, blah, blah. Brandenburg shown. Contact Bremen radar when advised by tower. Okay, so they're going to tell us to go to tower on this one. Got it. They're going to tell us when to do control tower.
7 Mike Papa, taxi to send Charlie 05 Alpha via Echo. Vielen Dank.
Charlie 05 Alpha via Echo. Cadence Mike Papa. Vielen Dank. Schönen Abend.
Bis hier auch.
Danke.
Okay, we're done with the APU. So done with the APU. Let's run that checklist, because there's one after this. After takeoff checklist, anti-ice, probably not a big deal. Cancel recall. Cancel recall. TCAS is off. No big deal there. Auto brakes are RTO. Flight controls, ground gear, checklist is complete. That's before taxi. Hey Firebird, happy finally Friday. Dita says you can install the 777-200ER but not with GE engines. I think I'm using GEs today. Our flight brings new good things to life. Thanks for coming by, Firebird. Okay. Brandenburg ground, hello again. Austrian 441 pushed and started from Bravo 7, requesting taxi.
Austrian 441, taxi via Victor 2, hold short of Bravo.
Taxiing via Victor 2, holding short of Bravo for Austrian 441. Put your seat up. We got to go and do that. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Ready for taxi? Okay, first things first, taxi light goes on. Taxi light is on. There's our taxi light. Parking brakes are off. Shall we try and move forward? Need a little bit of thrust here. Oh, we're going under our own steam now. Hey, GT boy, beer cheers. Happy finally Friday. Our Austrian is taxiing. Okay, we got to do flaps 5. There's flaps 1 and flaps 5.
Austrian 441, contact Berlin Tower 118.805. Enjoy your flight. Bye bye.
118.805 for Berlin 44. Yeah, okay, I don't even know my call sign. Austrian 441, thanks, have a good weekend.
You too.
Don't even know, he said 805. 121. I don't know if that's the right one or not. Do I have a 121.805? I have a 120.030. Brandenburg Tower, hello there from Austrian 441, a 777 on Victor 2 approaching Bravo.
Austrian 441 Tower, low taxi holding point from 824 left via Bravo and Mike 8.
Via Bravo and Mike 8 for Austrian 441. Yep, TCAS is still off. I figure you don't do TCAS until you get to the runway. Is that right, James? Or do you turn TCAS on immediately, if not sooner? Okay, traffic, airports, data. And we're going to come over here. Bravo is the inner. Maybe in Germany it's different. Don't know. I just figure you don't turn radars on, things like that. Even if you set Terra on the ground, it won't activate until you cross 1,500 feet. So I say we activate Terra. You know why? I might forget. So there we go. At all times unless you're at the gate. Okay, here's Bravo, and we're going to 8. You do transponder on, but not TCAS. Okay, we're going to do LNAV. Got to do flight directors. Got to turn on flight directors. LNAV and VNAV are set. If you watch your screens, it says TA only until you cross that altitude. And most modern planes are going to do that for you. Okay, let's see. That checklist was... That was before taxi. Let's do checklist again. And this is before takeoff checklist, and flaps are set. The before takeoff checklist is good too. So we'll leave it on engines for takeoff. First flight in the 777, San Francisco is complete. Nemesis actually did the Everett departure. Nemesis did the Everett to San Francisco flight with a -89. What a great landing rate, Nemesis. I mean, what a great landing rate. Okay, Brandenburg is next. No, Bremen. That's München. So it's 119.630. 119. Let's look and see where we're going here. Make sure we're not doing this. 119.630. There we go. I think we're good. Tim Dog did Miami to Charlotte and had a really nice landing rate. -155. And we were supposed to do Bravo 8, Mike 8. That's the next one. That's this one right here. The angle of the main gear makes the 777 is a butter machine. Well, good. I'll take any kind of a butter machine.
441, wind 31 degrees 7 knots, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
24 left, clear for takeoff. Austrian 441. Shall we go? Strobes. I didn't mean to hit that quite so soon. It set takeoff thrust while we were going around the bend. Uh-oh, I'm going to get called to the chief pilot's office on that one. Positive climb gear.
Austrian 441, contact departure 120.630, bye.
120.630 for Austrian 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. 120.630. 120.630.
1573, maintain speed 250 knots or greater, high speed approved, descent flight level 80.
Flaps up. Gear up.
0 north is 80.
Bremen, good evening from Austrian 441, just approaching 5,000 feet.
Austrian 441, departure, good evening, identified. Climb via SID flight level 160.
Via SID flight level 160 for Austrian 441.
Sun 7 FX, maintain present heading, speed 250 knots or less.
And after takeoff checklist is good. Not so bad. Now then, hey dogs, welcome aboard. First real flight with this in quite a while. And altimeter to standard. And do I need to do standard on this one? Nope, takes care of that too. Hi dogs, welcome. I don't know if you're flying, we're doing a practice run.
441, proceed direct East Lego, Echo, Sierra, Echo, Golf, Uniform.
Austrian 441 is direct to Isigu.
Eurowings 8045, connect tower 120.030, bye-bye.
Direct to Isigu. Okay. We are direct to Isigu. There we go. That looks good. Now let's go to comms here, because another cool thing we can do with this airplane is we can go and do, I think it's flight info, ATIS request.
For further contact radar 124.175, bye-bye.
124.175 for Austrian 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
124.175. There we go. Now we're going to cancel EDDB. So we need to do VATSIM. And we're going to terminate this one and send that. Now we need EDDF Frankfurt. Now let's put in Frankfurt. And I want VATSIM ATIS. And I want auto updates and send. Radar Guten Abend from Austrian 441, passing flight level 110 for flight level 160.
Then 441, Bremen radar, hello, identified, climb to flight level 240.
Flight level 240 now for Austrian 441. Okay, so far so good. We haven't done anything really, really humiliating yet. Okay, so we sent that one. Let's exit out of that. Let's go to new messages. And so Berlin, Brandenburg. We don't need that anymore. New messages. And Berlin, Brandenburg. That was information Zulu. We don't need that anymore. And new messages. We've got Frankfurt arrivals. Information Yankee, 25 right, 25 left, runways in use, expect radar vectors. Do not mistake taxiway Mike for runway 25 Charlie when performing a visual approach. Okay. Okay, all that looks good. Let's do progress. And we're looking good. Holy moly, this is great. This is actually Pratt PT. This is the 200. It's a 200 ER. The ER stands for I don't know what I'm doing. For some reason, you spawned in Phoenix in the 777. It was pink. There are some of the liveries, dogs. The liveries that are not verified have some texture errors in them, and that's the problem. That's what you're running into. Black dots on your engine, so check. So like I have, if you look in my cabin here, I'm in an Austrian, and you can see I got pink stuff here in the ceiling. So that might be what's going on. I also had the same kind of pink stuff in my United 777. I went and got the United Battleship Gray livery. I mean, had to get that. So that might be it. Unless it was verified, maybe that's part of the problem. Okay, Frankfurt, here we come. Frankfurt, here we come. Whoops. Okay, we don't need the Logdo departure. I'm going to unpin that. I'm going to go to airports, and I'm going to unpin Berlin. We're not going back to Berlin. Our next is going to be the Star, and it's the Carex arrival. So we have the Carex arrival now. And I have passenger signs are on. Let's go ahead and do passenger signs to auto. And I think passenger signs... Yep, they work. So no smoking is on, seatbelts is off. Yeah, I think that what it is there are some liveries from the installer that say verified. It's got a little verified stamp on it, and some that say they're not verified. And that's probably why we have pink stuff up in our cabins. And flight level 240, we are in cruise mode. And everything else looks really nice. And legs, we've got the arrival all set. I think all is right with the world. Pratt PT can't justify spending the 100 for the 777. So I guess the one thing about this airplane is it now works in Flight Sim 2024. So a lot of us are going to be, we're excited to get a Boeing in 2024. But you're right, it is a bit pricey for sure. Verified means the equipment on the plane. You verify your files using the hamburger menu. If you waited for the download in the mess last night. So maybe that's what the problem is. The hamburger menu, what's that, Dita? I don't know about that one. Loviz got 25 right on the Incom 1 Alpha. Okay, Loviz doing the first arrival. But we've had some really good ones already, which is great. Let's see. On the approach is 25 right. Yeah, I bet they're going to give us the right side too. Where did you get the liveries? I got my liveries from the PMDG.
Qantas to 1, descend to flight level 14.
This is the new plane, J-Dubs. 551 feet for minimums. So, 551 for minimums.
Austin 441, steht disregard.
We're good at disregarding too. 551.
Primo in Lufthansa at 902 level 3584370 inbound Magdeburg.
I'm setting my barrow.
902 Bremen, hello, ident.
The weather cam keeps disconnecting. It's 3 lines next to the version of the airplane. Oh. 551, right? 551, we're all set for our runway, barrow set. So Dita says, the installer, there's going to be 3 lines next to the version of your airplane. You can verify your plane files. That's probably something we ought to do because I might have some files that didn't download very good. That could very well be the situation. Do we get all of our lights the way we like them? Taxi needs to go off, strobes are on, landing lights are all off. Beacon, nav, and strobes. Perfect.
Austin 441, leaving my airspace, Monte Unicom, choose.
122.8 for Austrian 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Loyalty noted.
122.8. Somebody did something nice. Hang on a sec.
Contact to 1, contact Bremen radar 126.8.
122.8. Okay, it'll be a little quiet here. So Dogs is verifying files right now. Tell us what happens. Polyot just gifted a 12-month gift to his injured months to. Oh, T-Bird gave Polyot a whole year of subscriptions. Okay, I get it. I got it. All right, Polyot, welcome on in. And yep, and T-Bird gifted you a year. I understand now. You verified your files right now. Uneven Donkey. Oh yeah, always flight simming. It's fun. We have new airplanes. The challenge, you know, the weather changes, same airports and stuff. But there's still some really cool challenges here. We've got really nice challenges, and it's a great way to stay out of trouble. I mean, you know, there are no wanted posters up on the wall yet. I have a calm thing there. What could that be?
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
I don't think there's anything in there. Let's see. Drello just did a follow. Welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Delivery boy, you don't have liveries? Are you still downloading the airplane for the first time? If you're downloading the airplane for the first time, the liveries may not show, but you'll find liveries in the operations center. Okay, what else do we have? There's our final cruise. Signs are all good. Airplane's being really good. Halfway to Frankfurt. There's the arrival METAR. Low vis just got bumped over to the left side. Yeah, it's one of the things is be ready to get bumped over from right to left all the time on this one. Always be ready to be to go over, and sometimes they'll even sidestep you to the center if not a lot's going on. If there's not a lot happening. Okay, all of this looks pretty good. Good evening. Guten Abend, Tom Sek. Hey, coming to your neighborhood. Taking the Austrian 777 in today. I guess that Lufty did not fly the 777-200. Pauliot is here celebrating the 4th of 6 tests has been passed. There's been 1 test a week, and these are not easy tests. They required like writing, and you can't use chat GTP or anything like that. So 3 cheers. Pauliot has passed week number 4. Yep, absolutely. Party time here at Spy HQ. Uh-oh. Lovis has nachos in the cockpit, and that's causing troubles talking on the radio. Another reason why I don't bring food over to the cockpit. Not only do I not want to get crumbs in the keyboard, but I know 3 cheers. Really hard tests on this. You're going to be flying today. You're going to be working 4 to 8. Oh, okay. So you get to fly tomorrow. Do you know where you're going to go tomorrow, dogs? And everything's good here. Next flight for us is a test flight from Ascension Island to St. Helena. That's in the South Atlantic. I'm going to try and revive the A400. This is the first time I've used the A400 in Flight Sim 2024. So hopefully we're getting better frame rates out of it than before. But also, I did go and set up a few things, but I don't remember the flows on that at all.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the
Turing
spy
Pug
flight.
just did a raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Turing Pug raided us too. Oh my gosh, a lot of
New
people came in.
recruits
Welcome aboard.
detected.
Thank you for coming
Welcome
by today.
aboard, Agent. Stay
We are
sharp.
flying the brand new 777 that just came out from PMDG. Lovis, I haven't had one thing at all. Yikche, welcome aboard. First time in chat. Eperonimus, welcome to you. Thank you for coming by today. So this is the new 777 from PMDG in Flight Sim 2024. And we're getting better performance, and it's been working really good. Naturally, of course, I decided the thing to do was to take this flight into...
New recruit detected.
Take this flight into...
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Frankfurt Friday, because, not quite right in the head. Okay, here's the approach. We may have to do our own descent here. We may need to do a bit of a descent here. I think there's the top of descent hockey stick right in there. Mr. Posh Martin has arrived too. Hi, Mr. Posh Martin. Good evening. Happy Finally Friday. Oh, you're going to Jeddah today. Are you in the new airplane, Mr. Posh Martin, the new 777? Ascension Island to St. Helena. This is ahead of tomorrow's Elite Wings Experts Only VATSIM event, where we're practicing. Oh, I haven't hit my top of climb. I thought it was flight level 240. Let's go and do init ref. Departure and arrival VNav. Yeah, it shows me in climb. We're stopping at flight level 240. I don't know how it thought we were going to flight level 360. Now we're in cruise, and now we're going to get a top of descent. Okay, we got top of descent. Wonder where that... Maybe that was in my flight plan, and I just don't know how to read. 240, 220, 210. Nope, didn't come from me. Didn't come from me. Dominator player, we're flying the Austrian. Apparently Lufthansa didn't have the 777-200, or at least there are no liveries for it yet. So we're an Austrian today. Can't wait till somebody makes an Air Berlin 777 livery. It imports the wrong altitude most of the time. Really? And we just got beeped by EDDG Road Center 133435. Langen radar. So 133435. Let's see what they've got to say. 133435. I have to say it a gazillion times so I don't forget. 435, and this is Langen radar. I absolutely proud PT. Hey, they gave away free chocolate hearts. There are worse things to be obsessed with. Worse things to be obsessed with. Langen radar, guten Abend from Austrian 441 at ESGU at flight level 240. Good evening.
Austrian 441, Langen, hello, identified. Cleared Kirax 5 Alpha arrival.
Cleared for the Kirax 5 Alpha arrival, Austrian 441. Good, we're all set.
Austrian 1-1, hold over Kirax as published. Expect 1 turn.
Oh my gosh, they're doing holds? It's my first time in this. Okay, so we're cleared for the arrival. So if we're cleared for the Kirax 5 Alpha arrival.
Connect 131.1, bye-bye.
131.1, good evening, Air France 3 Alpha Juliet.
At Kirax.
641 descendable 110. When you finished the turn, go follow Kirax 5. After Kirax, follow Kirax 5 Alpha arrival.
Flight level 110 and exit the hold at the
And so 5 Alpha is flight level 110. Loviz is now on track for 25 left. Martin says to stretch. Oh, we'll do that right now.
Flight level 125, climbing 130.
454 Langen, hello, climb level 170.
And let's see, Martin also said to hydrate. Dogs had 2 missing files, and that fixed it. So what we ought to do is while we're doing the propliner flight out of Ascension Island, we'll verify. Hi, Landy. Welcome aboard. So we'll do a verification on this next.
641 connect 120.805, bye-bye.
120.805,
Okay, and I think we're all set for our arrival. It's John Wick is booting up X-Plane 11 for us today.
152, descend level 160.
And 76 miles to top of descent. It got busy all of a sudden.
Austrian 441 descend to level 200.
Flight level 200 now for Austrian 441. Down we go. Let's see. Dogs is going to do John Wayne to Vegas. That'll be a fun flight.
Eurings 1 Golf, descend to level 110.
Descend level 110, 1 Golf.
454, climb level 240.
240, 454.
And down we go. If you notice, there's a lot of wing flex on this one, like the real airplane. And you'll also get engine wobble, too, on this airplane. These are such big engines, they will wobble. If you don't know, this airplane is so big that the size of that engine is the size of a 737. So that's how big this thing is. Loviz is on arrival. Loviz is on a left downwind. Polyot says the engines are always trying to tear themselves off the wing.
Proceed direct Abilu.
Proceed direct Abilu, 444.
Okay, 152 approved.
They're doing
Doing
holds.
100 gross contact, Langen 135.
Well, it is Friday, and we are going into Frankfurt. So for those of us that thought it wasn't going to be easy,
120.805, bye-bye.
120.805, Lufthansa Lima Kilo, bye-bye.
120805 is next, maybe for us. Yeah, this is real time. This is real time right now. So I got real time and real weather.
From the 1 Alpha descent to level 120.
And a nice
Alpha
cabin.
120.
We'll do seat belts.
From the 1 Alpha connect 120.
Actually, yeah, this one would have been a good airplane for cross the pond.
120.805, Wochenende.
This would be a good cross the pond plane. And flight level 200.
From the 1 von Langen,
We're
hello,
being
climb level
such good
240.
pilots right now.
Sam 454 connect Langen radar 135, decimal 650, bye-bye.
135, this is 65, 444.
From the 1 descent to level 130.
I think, yeah, next cross the pond. Uh-oh.
London Street, hello, go.
Hey, Hydrospace.
130.
Earth, Oscar Kilo Langen, hello, climb to level 34, Virgin level 240.
Hello, 240, go.
The teabag disintegrated? Uh-oh, hope that wasn't me.
From the 151 connect Rhein radar 122, decimal 785, bye-bye.
So far, so good. So far, so good. It's been very nice. Let's do a checklist.
From the 2 to Tango Langen, hello, climb level
Okay,
240.
descent checklist. Cancel. Recall.
Austin 441, hold over Kerax, as published, expect 1 turn.
Holding over Kirax, 1 turn for Austrian 441. Hold over Kirax.
Walker 152, descent to level 140.
Holding at Kirax. Okay, what do we have for this? Kirax inbound is 196.
From the 240, connect 125, decimal 025.
Inbound, it says 198. Is that a right turn? Those are right turns.
Descent to level 150.
Flight level 150 for Austrian 441.
Bearing 2020, good day, is passing flight level 10.
Wings 2020, Langen, hello, identified, climb to level 240.
Climb flight level 240, Bearing 2020.
And we got a hold in. Okay.
Oscar Kilo actually stopped, climb level 200.
I think we got a hold in successfully too. Getting quite the workout on this airplane.
Because Oscar Kilo connect now Langen radar 127, decimal 365, bye-bye.
127.36.
And it looks like it loaded our hold in perfectly.
10.805, bye-bye.
Okay, cancel recall is good. We had no notes. Auto brake. Let's just go.
452 Langen, hello, identified.
Auto brakes 2. Landing data. We haven't done landing data.
Sorry, it's Imcom 1 Alpha rather.
Okay, VREF. Oh, let's make it a flaps 25 landing. And everything's good. Approach briefing has been completely blown off.
Approved. You're not in controlled airspace, and I didn't assume you're on the frequency, so you can do what you want.
You can do what you want. Okay. Love is eating nachos and flying an approach into Frankfurt is hard. You think? Transition. Oh, it's not going to be here. What? Transition is going to be 6,000 feet. So we don't have to reset the altimeter. But we can preset it. It's a Boeing. That's one of the cool things that Boeing does. So EDDF, arrival ATIS, altimeters, transition level 701012. Altimeters are preset, and that's really cool. And here we are coming into our hold.
2 for Papa Langen, hello, climb 2 for level 240.
Climbing flight level 240 km.
And it should reduce our speed to clean speed.
Gute Condor 4181, passing flight level 87, climbing 130, inbound Lisbon.
And 4181 Langen, hello, climb level 240.
Climbing 240, forward.
About 5.5 months from now is our next cross the pond. Between then and now, we should probably have some other a couple across the lands, maybe across the ditch or something like that. I don't know. So we'll have a couple of long haul events. I'm getting a couple little bounces here.
Whiskey Langen, hello, identified, level 250.
Airplane is definitely trying to slow itself down now to about 220 knots for the hold.
Condor 4184, Condor 4181, climb at 2500 feet per minute operator.
Climb at 2500 operator, Condor 4181.
Ashley, I already have the Battleship Gray. Already have the Battleship Gray. That was the first livery I've got.
Tango maintain speed 300 knots per greater.
300 knots or greater, Lufthansa 2 Tango.
From the one from maintain speed 300 knots.
Ashley, the
2020
next flight is practice for Elite Wings tomorrow. Get a little bit of speed break out there.
Osprey 3604 Langen, hello, cleared, income 1
I think that you qualify as an elite sim pilot, Ashley.
Cleared income 1 upper level and flight level 110, 3604.
Jump cargo 452, connect arrival 120.805, bye-bye.
Good evening, for
That's why we're doing a practice flight next. Also, because Loviz says that the approach to St. Helena is a tricky approach.
From the pre-tango drill, proceed like Tisco.
Okay, so far so good. Speed brakes are out because we're trying to slow down to 210 knots.
From the 4181, can you give me 3000 feet per minute?
Just for a short time, Condor 4181.
I don't know. I don't think that the 777 is an appropriate choice for these airports. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen them yet. I was going to try and take the Airbus A400 cargo liner. The prop liner, the military prop liner for this one. See if I can make it work. Haven't been in that one for a very, very long time. So. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, otherwise you would be delayed in the downwind, so it's actually the same.
Ja, alles gut, kein Problem. Ich wollte nur mal fragen.
Ja, so lange wird's nicht mehr.
Okay, we should get a better downloads descent speed once we get to our clean speed, which is about 210 knots. Well,
from Delta 1, identify your KRX 5 Alpha weapon.
KRX 5 Alpha,
Long radar travels from the 4215, flight level 120. From the 4215,
wow,
Langen
steering
identified,
seats.
level 240. Flight level 240, from the 4215.
That's right, Landy. That's the way it generally works. The airframe will slow down or it will go down, but not both at the same time. That's true for a lot of airplanes. Yeah.
130.
Dogs, we can, with PMDG, you can verify the files. I just learned that. So we're going to verify those files while we're doing this next flight. And that should take some of the pink broken texture problems in the cockpit out.
Flight level 200.
Flight level 200, speed 900.
Okay, 152, descend level 110.
Descend level 110, walk 100.
152, connect 120, decimal 805, ciao.
0805, walk 100.
Lufthansa 801, descend to level 170. Austrian 441, descend to level 150.
Flight level 150 for Austrian 441. Hanzala, welcome on in. Thanks for coming in. Lovis is on short finals in this airplane.
United 740, descend to level 110.
At 110, United 74, Heavy. 4181, we can give you 2,500 for another 20 seconds.
4181, roger. Thank you.
It's not descending like very well. Now we're descending, finally.
Normal rate and 122785, Condor 4181.
And this is our slowest speed where we're using the least amount of fuel. Because we don't want to use a ton of extra fuel when we're in the hold. It is a nice airplane. This one's got the big GE engines on it. The other livery that I downloaded has Pratt & Whitney's.
Yeah, it's definitely for confirmed. Do we have a speaker stick?
That is 74 speed, actually 3 speed.
3 speeds, United 74.
Very long wings. Very long wings. We are holding. We're in Frankfurt Friday, which means we're coming in a very, very busy VATSIM event. Friday night in Germany is always a busy. Arc Snow. Most people like this version of the 777. They like the one that is the 200 ER.
Condor 4181, we followed the TCAS resolution advisory as well, and we need the frequency again, please.
4181, I'm very sorry for that. Contact 122.785.
Poliat says that this is more versatile than the 300.
Lang Radar, good evening. Condor 58 Lima on flight level 250, over here.
58 Lima Langen, hallo. Lufthansa 1 for Helena, contact 131.1, bye-bye.
And here, we're coming up at the end of our first big loop-de.
Lufthansa 8 Hotel Langen, hallo, climb level 240. You got 2020, connect 131.1, bye-bye.
131.1, goodbye.
Oh, a loud radio.
Connect 131.1, bye-bye.
Imagine that.
Austrian 441, descend to level 120.
Flight level 120 for Austrian 441.
Lufthansa 891, hold over KRAX as published, expect 1 turn.
Just doing about 1,000 feet per minute.
122.785, bye-bye.
Okay, so far so good there. And we're about ready to finish our first loop-de here.
67 uniform Langen, hello, cleared KRAX 5 Alpha arrival.
I have 25,000 kilos of fuel. Oh, this airplane's in pounds. I loaded it in kilos.
United 74, radio speed 25,
Well, okay then.
Delta Alpha Whiskey Golf Lima, connect 122.785.
122.785, Delta Alpha Whiskey Golf Lima.
Seabird 901 uniform, connect 122.365.
127.365, speed 901.
Austin 441, connect 120.805. Ciao.
120.805 for Austrian 441. Ciao. 120.805.
Delta India November.
There we go.
Turn left heading 120.
And I think we got a new ATIS.
So the 11 left heading.
New messages.
Galaxy, continue present heading.
Information Oscar.
So the 18 Alpha left heading 08, question 065.
Thunder 18 Alpha, left heading 065.
So the 8 Lima Kilo, arrival 128, 7, question 1.
120.805 is Langen.
127-280, Lufthansa 8 Lima Kilo 2.
So 3 Lima Alpha, right 070, descent flight 070.
Right 070 and 70.
Langen, good evening from Austrian 441 in the hold at Kirax.
So 441, hello, identified info Oscar, expect Yankee 255. And leave the hold and turn right heading 250.
Leave the hold. We're going to make a right turn to a heading of 250 for Austrian 441.
Professor 18 Alpha, contact.
Okay, that's a different runway.
7280.
250.
Gut gemacht, ciao.
Okay. Condor 2 Tango Foxtrot, turn left heading 300.
So it's the other runway.
Professor 11, turn left heading 160, speed 220.
So it's going to be Eilish Yankee 25 right.
Reverse 2.5 Alpha Whiskey, sorry for the delay. Radar 133, 45.
Loviz had a great landing. How about that? Minus 160. Likely departed under the max landing weight. I think we're going to be fine. It's not yelling at me about landing rates, and I think it would.
Climb flight level 190 for American 180.
Negative 90.
90 for American 180.
Some cargo 452, descent flight level 80.
Descent 80,
Okay, so this one, just kind of waiting for what's next.
Hello, identified. Reduce speed 220 knots, expect Yankee 255. Reducing speed 220 knots and we're expecting 25 right, Yankee 4 to 364.
I think it would might. Flaps 1.
Hello, 2 Tango Foxtrot, and left heading 250.
Left turn 250.
There goes our leading edge slats down.
Then 441, flight speed 220 knots.
220 knots for Austrian 441.
Walker 195.
Minus 160 is a great landing rate for a big airplane like this.
That's perfect. Condor 2 Tango Fox, left heading 180, contact arrival 12728.
Further left heading 180, arrival 127-280, Condor 2 Tango Fox. Danke, schönen Abend.
South Lima Alpha, arrival 12728.
12708 is
Condor
arrival.
11, turn left heading 065. Climb now, flight level 130.
I just got bumped off the voice server.
United 74. Go ahead, United 74. Good evening, identified, expect Yankee 25 right, EDDF, and reduce speed 220.
Speed 220, we expect the IL Yankee 25 right, United waving.
American 190, contact radar 133-435, good night.
Okay, I think we're good. I think we've switched the approach, and we're going to be on the right side.
For Echo Victor, left heading 235.
Left 235, for Echo Victor.
Hello, 377, hello, identified.
That altitude is still the same, 550.
Osprey 3604, descent flight level 100. Descending flight level 100, Osprey 3604.
Ashley says there was another change for you.
Kilo, 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 hello, identify.
We should turn on
452,
our logo lights just to make us a little more visible and make the marketing department happy.
Osprey 3604, turn left heading 250. Turn left heading 250, Osprey 3604.
I
There's a 11, descent flight of late, so.
should be an airport. Frankfurt's is basically that way. Ashley said no, no, and no.
Left turn heading 250.
I don't know what I said, but okay.
Negative, left 250.
No, 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 left 250.
Walker 1952, descent flight over 100. Austrian 441, fly heading, question descent flight over 110.
Flight level 110 now for Austrian 441. Wow. Getting to go down another 1,000 feet. Oh boy. I got an airport over there and an airport over there. This is a long circuit, but this is such a big event and it gets more and more busy all night that they keep us on some pretty long approaches here so they could spread us all out and just get us in one right after another. And they do a really good job of it too.
Osprey 3604, turn left heading 070, thank you. Turn left heading 070, Osprey.
Engines are not wobbling too much. And these engines do wobble. Okay, we're following one airplane right up ahead here. I see one little one way down here. Let's see if we can pick that up if we come down and set the transponder to look below. Now, do we see that other airplane? Ah, there we've got it. See, there's that airplane over there now. XLT, we are doing Frankfurt Friday in the new 777 right now. We're going to do Ascension Island to St. Helena to practice for tomorrow's Elite Wings. And then there is VATSIM, Memphis to Cleveland in the 777. And in the meantime, we need to go and verify our files. I got localizer. This is the boring part, but it just picks up so quick, so fast. Flight level 100 for Austrian 441. Another 1,000 feet. Or as Clark Gable said in the submarine movie, dive, dive, dive.
Left 250, that will be 360.
And 10,000. Landing lights are going to go on. Taxi lights are armed. And let's do a cabin call.
133, 435, excellent 20 more tango.
Actually, I think you'd call the cabin down here.
Left heading 150 and can I have the frequency again, sorry, LS.
Or just flash the lights.
The heading on 12728, the frequency.
Sorry, left heading 150 and 127.
Okay, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 airplanes on my TCAS. So it sounds really boring and cool, but we've got a lot of airplanes up in front of us.
Speed 220, cancel the hold and right direct here.
Uh-oh. I'm getting a freeze. Because it was loading in the Frankfurt Freeway Airport. And there's 10,000 feet, lights are set, passengers are in their seats. Did a 10,000 foot cabin call. We're being good.
Lufthansa 11, left heading 065.
Our next checklist is altimeters.
Left heading 065.
XLT, we're gonna
correct.
Ascension Island to St. Helena. It's a practice run for the Elite Wings event tomorrow. Loviz says it's a scary approach.
United 74, left heading 070.
Left 070 for United 74.
Walker 1952, left heading 1.
Something about flushing wings. Well, this is supposed to be, and also over on Discord, I did a couple of links to the freeware airports if you'd like to get them. I did not check them out, so I don't know if they're good or not, but there's 2 freeware airports for tomorrow's event.
Lufthansa 891, fly heading 250.
1, 2. I got 1, 2, 3. 3 airplanes appear to be on our approach. 2 of them are doing other runways, I think. Low Viz, I tucked in at Alpha 23. I need to take a break before Friday night ops. Great cross the pond and an awesome plane. And Low Viz did a really long cross the pond. Low Viz took off from Newark and flew across the Atlantic today. That was a good cross. That was a good cross the pond into Frankfurt Friday. Outstanding flight. Well, you're definitely going to need to take a break because you've got all those nachos on your cockpit. And, you know, you probably have a co-pilot that's looking at you saying, why don't I get nachos? So I imagine it's kind of busy there.
Lufthansa 5 Bravo 9 passing 4,000 feet.
5 Bravo 9, hello, identified, climb flight level 130.
Climbing flight level 130, Lufthansa 5 Bravo 9.
Yeah, I've got to learn how to do, predictions the new way. There's a new way to do predictions so everybody can do them on Twitch and YouTube.
Alright, left 250 again and down to 8,000.
Yeah, turn left. Yeah, left, that's right.
Expect 1 more 360.
Good copy.
Okay. Whenever works for you and I'm awake and not confused, which seems to be a lot lately. Loviz, were you using the freeware, the Frankfurt freeware airport? I'm afraid so. Yeah, there's been lots of confusion. Uh-oh. Good, not me. One of the cool things about the next airplane is it's kind of a cross.
Radar 133
It's got the modern EFB, and Loviz is using the Aerosoft, and that's worst. Hi, Brocomaniac. St. Helena from Johannesburg have to land at Walvis Bay. They have to refuel for a 2-hour flight. Really? Pauliet on the phone, so no bets for landing. I will be at my computer for the next one. Left turn 160 for Austrian 441.
Approach, good evening, Speedbird 33 Alpha, descending through flight level 160.
Making our turn. Yes, driven. We're going to do Memphis to Cleveland and probably another flight after that. I use the freeware
Flight
too.
Yankee,
The
arrival
Aerosoft on
32,
VATSIM is a
50,
stutterfest. That's not fun.
United 74, left heading 070, descent flightable 7.
Left 070, that is level 70, that's for heavy.
891, continue present heading, descent flightable 80.
Looks like a nice night in Frankfurt. Actually, you know what? Sometimes XLT is absolutely right. Freeware airports can be better. They really can. Driven. I don't know how to do them, and Polyout's on a phone, so I'm going to learn how to do them soon.
Frankfurt arrival, schönen guten Abend, Condor 67 Uniform at Stärke 120, 120.
67 uniform, good evening, identified info Oscar, expect Yankee 255.
Landy is getting good performance out of the Aerosoft scenery. I know, soon. We hate it. Oh, the most overused word in flight sim. Wow. They're just airplanes swarming all over there. We're about ready to get right in the middle of them. Loviz is going to take another look at the Aerosoft scenery and maybe reconfigure it or something. As I recall, this is the approach that takes us really close to the downtown area that's really cool. Frankfurt downtown at night looks really neat. Left turn 060 for Austrian 441. Seems like we're a little high at the moment. See you later, Loviz. Enjoy taking a break. Got rid of Newell. Driven has found a freeware FedEx 787. I don't know, are they using the 787s for cargo liners yet? Hi, Manafee, it's been pretty cool. Yeah, it took a while to download, and I need to... One of the things you need to do with this is you need to verify your files. I wonder... They turned us a little bit sooner. We're doing a racetrack. We're doing a racetrack. We're doing a racetrack, Ian. Okay. Flight level 80 for Austrian 441. Wow, 2,000 feet this time. The ground is already shaking. I have to say the Frankfurt scenery is a lot more friendly here than it is in DCS world. There's the downtown area.
Contact radar 13345. 12345, Beepers 916 November, descent flightable 990 kind
There's one over there. That's right, nobody wants to shoot you down here.
Yeah, no worries, we have traffic lights now.
Perfect. Beepers 33 Alpha, descent flightable 990, speed 220.
Down to 090 speed 220.
Ramondi is back in chat. Welcome back.
Contact now arrival 127280. Good evening.
127280 for Austrian 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Good too, bye.
127280. And that's arrivals.
5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Down to 5,000, KH 1012, good area 10-4.
Arrivals, Guten from Austrian 441 at 8,000 feet.
6.5.
Final approach, 136.5, SBA 2 kilo bye-bye.
Arrivals, Guten from Austrian 441.
Austrian 441, arrival, hello, descent to flight level 70.
Flight level 70 for Austrian 441. I'm just using vertical speed descents. This is a real cheap and easy way to do. There will be a freighter coming out Manistee. In fact, I think that's the next airplane that PMDG is going to release. Is the freighter. It's this airplane, but a freighter configuration, which a lot of the airlines use. A lot of my WinWing stuff was shipped on a FedEx 777. I know, because we were tracking them and it was, you know, we were being very goofy. Polyot says that the 777 Whiskey is a longer airplane. Tim Dog wants to do a FedEx for the Friday night ops. Well, you still could use, we still have a cargo. I think you've got it in the Whiskey, right? I'm definitely confused. Tim J, it happens a lot lately. I don't know what's going on.
United 74, turn right heading 150, reduce speed to 200 knots.
Right 150, speed 200 knots, Marina 10-4.
Landy says I should not be afraid to use flight level change. Let's use that on our next descent, Landy. Oh, 70, altimeters. Altimeters. EDDF arrival ATIS. In Oscar.
136.5.
1012.
Lufthansa 11, maintain 180 knots until 6 miles.
Doesn't want it yet.
901, arrival, hello.
Tim J says there's only one F. Okay. I very probably am confused. It's been a while since we've been in that. A lot. A lot of airplanes.
Right 220, clear L-Zinc.
There's off-scale traffic. Martin is having a birthday on the 31st. You had a birthday. The 777 freighter is a 777-200LR. The seats are gone and there's a cargo door. No first class galley either.
Turn right heading 160, descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
1012, 6,000 feet, and what was the heading now for Austrian 441?
Right heading 170 and descent to 5,000 feet.
5,000 feet, and the right turn is 170 for Austrian 441.
Low speed bird 916 November. Lufthansa 11, contact tower 136.5. Walker 1952, maintain 180 knots until 6.
Oh, I was going to do flight level change. Whoops. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Approach, good evening, Speedbird 33
Ramondi says there was a detour. Actually, we're in a waiting queue.
Austrian 441, turn right heading 220.
Continue the turn right 220, Austrian 441.
And Walker 1952, reduce speed to 160 knots, maintain until 4 miles.
64 miles.
United 74, reduce speed to 180 knots, maintain until 6 miles.
Bet they got a lot of new 777s coming into Frankfurt tonight.
Austrian 441, cleared ILS Yankee, approach runway 25 right.
Cleared for the Yankee 25 right, Austrian 441. I do have localizer. Let's get some help from the localizer to start. I don't have glide slope.
Speedbird 33 Alpha, descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Down to 5,000, QNH 1012, Speedbird 33.
Sounds like Michael Caine.
2, contact tower 136.5.
365, Okawa,
Altimeters are checked and set. And next checklist, please.
Station second.
Okay, speed brakes are armed. These are always a little tricky here.
Expecting you. Check with the
Speed brakes are armed. We got to do landing gear and flaps.
United 71, maintain 170 knots until 5 knots.
170 until 5, United Second 4.
Lufthansa 891, turn right.
Okay, exiting left. I think we're all set and ready to go. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming in. VAP is going to be 25. So that's going to be 133 plus 2 is, let's call it 135. A very, very green patch up here. That means it's either a big golf course or it must be the Frankfurt freeware scenery. There's going to be a cool event in Jax on May 31st. They show up to a conference room in Orlando and control the event. Manafee, are you going to go to that? That'll be a fun event for you for sure. And we're cleared for the approach. I'm going to switch over to ILS now. And that looks good. Airplane's looking pretty good too. I think we're getting close. Ramondi says it's a golf course. Well, in that case, we have no chance of hitting it because my golf game is really bad.
Austrian 441, radio speed to 200 knots.
200 knots for Austrian 441.
United 74, contact tower 136.5.
36.5, United 84, have a going.
West. Speedbird 33 Alpha, turn right heading 160.
Right heading 160.
Flaps 5. Katie is here. Is that a golfing? Yep, that's a golfing boat. Hi, Katie. Welcome on in, and a super duper happy, finally Friday.
Frankfurt approach, Condor
Flaps 15.
at 7,000 feet.
Condor 67 uniform, arrival, hello. Austrian 441, maintain 180 knots or greater until 6 miles.
180 knots or greater until 6 miles for Austrian 441. Gear going down. Hey, we got wheels. VATSIM controllers are seeing their 497th 772 request clearance. Okay, we got wheels, and that's 6 mile finals.
Speedbird 916 November, descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1012. Speedbird 916 November, descent
and all
to
we need to do is flaps, and we can't do that until 6 mile finals, and we're going to call it 135 to land. Driven is going to take the Dash 8 Q400 for Friday night ops. I have already forgotten what that is, but that might be fun. The Q100, not the Q... Right. I've forgotten, Manafee. There's only so much RAM that we all have up here, and as I'm trying to pack more and more airplanes up here... 136.5 for Austrian 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. 136.5. The Fly JSIM. That's what I was thinking. Pratt PT. That's what I was thinking. Frankfurt Tower, good evening from Austrian 441. We are on the ILS for runway 25, right?
Austrian 441. Walker 1 and flight 2, taxi left Papa, short November 11.
Left Papa, which one November 11.
And we hold this until 6 mile finals.
United 74, wind 210 degrees 4 knots.
I forget that fly. I miss the Fly J Sam. That was such a cool little airplane. The Q400.
Line up runway 18, Air Canada 247.
$135 to land. There we go. And more flaps. Flaps should be 25. Flaps are 25. The ECAM checklist should turn green in just a second.
For identified departure 136, 130.
136, 130,
YouTube Air Canada 247, wind 210 degrees 4 knots, runway 118 for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 18, Air Canada.
We'll be able to use the new cargo liner for Lufthansa cargo flights out of here on Frankfurt Friday. This one has really been a long one. They had us go in and out, I think, a lot.
Contact apron 121 disregard 11755.
But yeah, I think that we went a long way out.
11755. Ausgang 441, wind 219 degrees 6 knots, runway 25 right, clear to land.
25 right, clear to land, Austrian 441.
United
755, I believe.
Left Papa, short November 11, United 24.
Walker 1952, contact apron 11755.
1755, Walker 152. Schön ab.
Gleichfalls.
Okay, is everything good? Speed's good. ECAM checklist is clean. ECAM checklist is groovy. I did the autopilot. Didn't get a chance to look at the really cool night lights of the downtown areas. We zoomed past. We were so busy.
Frankfurt Tower, speaker S5 for Foxtrot Golf.
Approaching.
Taxiing by November.
5 for Foxtrot Golf. Air Canada 247, just confirm you're cleared for takeoff.
Oh yeah, Air Canada 247, sorry, we're taking off. We had a problem, our parking brake was coming off. I just got it off now. Taking off now.
No problem.
30.
Frankfurt Tower, speaker S5 for Foxtrot Golf. Our last instruction was just to continue on November. Do you want me to just continue doing that until further instruction?
Base firm all the way down to November and then holding point runway 18.
All the way to November, holding point 18, speaker S5 for Foxtrot Golf.
Reversers aren't working. We're gonna have hot brakes.
Stewart 5 Golf Delta, being departing A300, Lufthansa Helena, runway 18 behind. Austrian 441, taxi left, Papa, hold short of November 11.
Taxi left, Papa, holding short of November 11 for Austrian 441.
Canada 247, identified departure on 13.
I don't know if they put brake fans on 777s. I know that that's an Airbus thing, because Airbuses have notoriously hot brakes.
Frankfurt Tower, good evening, 2J27 Quebec, taxiing hotel for runway 18.
27 Quebec, hello.
J-Lance, you're talking about the airport. This is a freeware airport for Frankfurt. You can get it free at flightsim.to. Look for the ones that's like the FRA project or something like that.
Have a good evening, Speedbird.
That's the one you want. Papa holds short of Papa November 11. So we do the long taxi. Driven says it's water time. And 911. Something's on Orbix. The free. This is a freeware that I've got for Frankfurt. We are blinding everybody here.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Bacon flavored. Blah. Try that again. Bacon flavored bleach. Hey, virtual FRA. That's it. Yeah, the virtual FRA driven. That's the freeware to get. Hey, we got our speed brakes down. Our flaps are up. The lights are correct. We got our strobes off. Doing a great job so far, kind of. But yeah, it's the freeware. It's not. It's flightsim.to is where you'll get it. Dominator player. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the Battleship Gray is the one I got. How about that? There we go. And Tomsek's gonna call it a night. Thanks for coming by, Tomsek. I hope it's a great night in Frankfurt. Looks like it's a beautiful night here. I hope it's good for you. Bacon flavored green. I'm having a terrible time. It's a great name. Yeah, like Manaphy Games says. Bacon flavored bleach. I'm getting it good. And then let's see. There's the fire department. So be sure and wave to Hunter Girl as we go past the fire department in Frankfurt. Next flight is in the South Atlantic. We should flash the taxi lights. Just flash the taxi lights. You can't go wrong. Anything bacon flavor is good.
Can we confirm
Got about a 24 knot ground speed here. It's Machined is first time in chat. Hi, it's Machined. Welcome aboard. So Ascension Island. Oh, I know. Everybody's doing such a good job. Well, Frankfurt Friday is one of those VATSIM events. 121755 for Austrian 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. 121755. But no, I mean, people are getting really good at Frankfurt Friday. It's one of those things that takes practice. You have to know what's going on. And you got to be good with your airplane, but if you are, there you go. You know, there are some airplanes. Firebird says to stretch here. Let's stretch a little bit too. So far, so good, WSX boy. The nose wheel tiller works great, but no, the one engine thing, you can do a one engine taxi with this airplane. Bacon makes driven stomach hurt. You know, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. Yeah, strawberries, what a great comfort food. What a great comfort food.
And the 74, connect apron, 121, that's 7855, good evening.
121-855, 8401.
Subscriber confirmed.
Bear
Top
just did a
clearance
resub.
agent.
Bear's been here for
Royalty
almost a year.
noted.
Hey, Bear, thank you. And Bear is a tier 3. Bear, thank you for a tier 3 resub. That's a big deal. Thanks for really great support and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep my lights on here at Spy HQ. Frankfurt Apron, good nobbin from Austrian 441. We're a big old 777 coming into November 11 over here on Papa.
441, apron 1 for good evening to you. Expect Alpha 15, taxi via November 11, Lima, hold short of November 8.
Austrian 441, we're going to go to Alpha 14, and we're going to go November 11, Lima, but we're going to stop at November 8.
For information, it's Alpha 15, not 14.
Alpha 15, typo from Austrian 441. Thank you.
April, Naba, Entry from the 7 Yankee Lima, turning right on Lima.
7 Yankee Lima, April, hello, Alpha 19 via Lima, hold short of November 11.
Driven, we got great ATC here tonight. Oh my gosh, look at that. Somebody's got a Lufthansa Cargo 777 over there. So we got a Lufty Cargo over there. We're going to start seeing more of those, I think. Okay, coming on in. Lima, that's the outer. That's the outer taxiway. Samuel is saying hello from Austria. Samuel, we've got your flag carrier today. We have a nice Austrian 777 tonight. Hey Russ, I know, doing pretty good. Really nice airplane. Okay, anybody coming over here? No. Let's go this way, and we're going to stop at November 8. I know where that is. I'm starting to learn my way around this airport. Part of what really throws me, though, is there's a cold and dark for the FA-18 in Frankfurt in the 1985 map over on DCS World. And, of course, Frankfurt Airport of 1985 is like nothing from Frankfurt, 2025. So I kind of get a little bit lost around there. It's sort of familiar, but not that familiar. Okay, and we're supposed to hold short of November 8. And we're going to Alpha 15. Hi, Black Dog. Welcome aboard.
Alpha 1, connect 8, 121-855. Good evening.
121-855 for Austrian 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
2. 7 Yankee Lima, contact 8, 121-855.
11855, schönen Abend von 7 Yankee Lima.
819. Disregard. Disregard.
April, Austrian 121, holding short, November 14.
Train 121, April, hello, continue Lima, hold short of November 8, expect Alpha 23.
Continue Lima, hold short November 8, expecting Alpha 23, Austrian 121.
Frankfurt Apron, good evening from Austrian 441. We are on Lima, holding short of November 8.
Austrian 441, Frankfurt April, wonderful, good evening. Taxi to stand Alpha 15 via Lima, November 5.
Going to Alpha 15, Lima, and November 5 for Austrian 441. Okay, so Lima,
now via Lima,
there's November 5. So we're going into this alley over here. We're going into that little alley over there. Now we're going to come over to this one, and let's get this.
November 8, link 3, November 7.
Okay, so there is November 8. That's November 7. So we'll keep it going. Samuel says, Google the new Austrian Airlines 777-200, the Johann Strauss livery. This, I think I got, this is the newest one that you can get with, PMDG, but I think that would be really cool if they got that. The Johann Strauss livery, those kinds of special ones are neat. We are going a bit slow. Let's also come on up here and start up the AP. We're getting close to the gate. I know, aren't they great? The fly-by-wire needs them too. Okay, we are looking for, that's November 6, and then November 5 is ours. The red line and the green line. Yeah, they have different colored here. Samuel, oh, were you going to send us a picture of that one before? Hang on. Okay, so we bear left over in here. Hang on, Samuel. Yeah, I got beeped. Look at that, November 5. How about that? Sorry about that, Samuel. Don't worry. Okay. Now then.
April Austrian 121.
And now we're looking for
121 April, hello, taxi to stand Alpha to 3
Alpha
Lima,
15.
November 5. Lima November 5 to stand Alpha 23 Austrian 121.
Okay. Alpha 15 is going to be up in here. Lufthansa just popped in. They did. You downloaded and you've got the 777. It's not showing up in the game. You may need to restart your game, and also there's something that we need to do. You need to verify your files here. You need to do those. High tolerance, welcome back. Nope, our flaps are down. Alpha 15. There we go. Holy moly! Somebody just moved across there. I think somebody just took Alpha 15. Nope, they took Alpha 17. There's our gate.
116 November 8 from hello, taxi Lima, hold short November 4.
Lima, short November 4.
Samuel, it's a good airplane.
Apron, good evening, Speedbird 33 Alpha.
Pratt PT, it's an Alpha. It's an Alpha, which means it's gonna be a little buggy to
Taxi Lima,
start.
hold short November 4, Speedbird 33 Alpha.
That's probably pretty good right there. And parking brakes. Push your brakes down, and those go all the way down. Okay, so that looks good. And do we have the APU up and running? I guess we don't look up there. We look down here. And we're not going to see it there because I haven't got that on. I think we've got it on. If the airplane goes completely dark, we're going to be very, very embarrassed. Okay, so that looks good. Nose light should be, I should have popped that off earlier. Seatbelts can go off. Hydraulics, you turn these off backwards. Backwards those go, and we do the fuel pumps. Those go off too. Beacon can go off. Now we can come down here. We're at Alpha 15. Get out of this app. We need to go to ground operations. So let's go disarm all of our doors for arrival. Let's open up our cargo doors. Those will actually open up. Go to ground connections. We'll put chocks in place. Let's request a ground power cart. Let's request a jetway. And we have a Lufthansa that has spawned. Yay! And then I've noticed that you do have to open the door. So you do have to go to door management, and then you do open up the L2. But what's really cool is this airplane is using the L2 door now. So that's really nice. But as you also saw, I've got some pink textures in here. So what we need to do is do a little verification thing here. But what a great flight. Airplane worked like a charm. Worked like a charm. If Phoenix tried charging for an Alpha, there would be an uproar. Yeah, I really wouldn't want to do that. So to get ready for our next flight, and I don't think it's going to take too long, and Firebird, I don't know if I did a stretch or not, but we'll do that. Let's do this because this is something that probably, especially if you tried to download the airplane last night and it was as cranky as it was for all of us, probably a good idea to just go ahead and do this. And this is the first time. I didn't know that we could do this in PMDG. So go get the PMDG Ops Center. And we're going to come over here to the airplane. And this is the only one that I've got loaded right now from Ops Center. So we go and we click this one, I believe. And then you click these little dots on the right side and verify your files. Now, hopefully it isn't going to take forever. There's 2,007 files. And it looks like it's moving fairly close to decent speed. We could do our flight plan while we're waiting, but I'll bet this is going to take care of the pink texture errors that I had. So especially if you were in the middle of last night's insanity and stuff, you probably should verify the files, which I think is a really neat option that we can do. But our next flight is going to be over, and so holy moly, look at all those airplanes. Frankfurt Friday in the 777, nobody got hurt, nobody was arrested. How about that? We are coming down here to Ascension Island. We're doing FHAW, FHSH. There's one over there. So that's going to be in here. So let's go ahead and do our flight plan for that. I'm going to take the A400. So new flight, and I'm going to fly Sierra Papa Yankee 441. We are departing out of FHAW and then FHSH. FHAW. Did I do that right? Yep, I think so. Now let's see if I've got my A400. There is the Airbus, and I think it's the A400 Atlas. VATSIM radar was very colorful. There's a lot of ATC, no alternates found. We're not going to worry about alternates for this flight. Okay, so all this looks good. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes, but this is going to be good practice. Runway 13 and runway 1, let's just go with what we got there. I'm going to also board just a little bit of extra fuel. And all this looks good. Let's go and do generate a flight. And now we've got our flight. Let's see, we need to close the old PDF files. We did. So let's get a new PDF file. And we're going to do current plan and save it. Let's go and pre-file on VATSIM. Now you got to do VATSIM. Did I do something wrong? Flight level 310, so 31,000 feet. And let's do file. Okay, we're filed. Too late to chicken out now. FH, so we're going the opposite way. I don't see the other airport yet. I think it's up in here somewhere. Okay, so how are we doing here? Look at what we have here. Product file summary. So we've got 2 files that are missing. Let's go ahead and repair the installation. And it has now been repaired. So now I think our PMDG is great. Yeah, it was 2 cabin textures. So that explains the pink stuff that was in my cabin. So that's fixed. It should be great for our next flight. Okay, let's get out of that and let's get ready to go to our next flight. And let's see if I can do update. I'm going to try and update a few things here. So let's update the title. Hey, the title worked. Let's see if I can plug the flight plan in so that you can get my flight plan. Okay, one more thing. Control C, Control V. Hey, look at that. The flight plan updated too. Okay, and with that, here we are at FHAW. So here's our flight. It looks like it's a short little thing, but, ooh, Pratt PT, this won't work for this flight. We're actually in an Airbus here. We're in an Airbus. Nobody got arrested on this flight. Okay, so here's where we're going, and this is our departure. And here we are at Ascension Island, and we're all down here. Pratt PT also said to hydrate and posture check. It hasn't been very good lately, has it? Hi, Speedbird. Okay, good to go there. Captain Edward is here. Hi, Captain Edward. Welcome aboard. And Bacon Flavored Beach said random sub emote unlock. Sadly, I have missed the memo for that and don't know what to do with that. But thank you, Bacon Flavored Beach. I think there's two L words. Two words that have the letter L in the middle of it. Okay, we're gonna need parking brakes. Everything is set for an Airbus now. And I think we've got that taken care of. Microsoft Flight Simulator needs to work on some of the scenery. Some of them are good. It's like Lululemon, but for the aviation community. Got it. Okay. Now then, we may need to do charts and stuff for this flight. I don't know that this airplane has Navigraph in there. So there's our flight right there. And here is the route. So I'm going to go and take my route and plug this in up here. Okay. And now let's go, and we're going to probably have to use the external charts for this one. And now import a flight from SimBrief. And go. Did I repair my installation? I did. I had 2 files that needed repairing. Okay, taxi chart. So here's our airport, and we're departing off of runway 13. That's not bad. Do we have any SIDS? We have the HOPNO departure. The HOPNO departure is if you're going to go back over to shore. I don't think we're going to go there, so we're not going to grab that. Coming in. Okay, there's no stars. SimBrief said runway 1. There's an RNAV for runway 1. And then we have a taxi chart, and that's runway 1. Although my guess is maybe they'll bring us in on runway 19. I'm going to just snag that chart just in case. We could go to info and do runways. It's not doing the analysis. So we're ready to go either way. All right. I haven't been in this airplane for a long time. So I'm going to look like I don't know what I'm doing. And let's see. Polyot sent a link when we were talking about this last time for a special RAF livery. So we should have an RAF livery all waiting for us. So if we've got the correct livery, that will distinguish us from the RAF. That was the first intentional joke today. And here it is, Royal Air Force. We're all good. There is our Royal Air Force. Save. And save. All right, we're going to FHAW Airport. FHAW. Am I flying as RRR or Ascot? I forgot all of those this time, so I'm flying as Sierra Papa Yankee 441. But I'll remember that for tomorrow. In fact, RRR/Ascot. I just noted it in there so I won't forget. Yeah, the A400. So here we all are. Now let's just look and see if anybody has arrived with us. We are going to avoid spawning. I don't see anybody at the airport. So how about if we grab parking 2, departure, and start. Here we go. Yeah, Pratt PT gonna try and take this one. How much is the helicopter? I don't have a helicopter in Flight Sim 2024. I did buy one for DCS World, and naturally it's been really, it hasn't been pretty. I've been practicing a little bit with it, and it's been a little bit frightening. Okay, there is no freaking way we're flying at night. No way, not gonna do it. Not gonna fly at night. AZ, I have been enjoying some of the military flights. I kind of got re-energized a little bit on, I got a little bit re-energized from, for DCS World, but that being said, I really don't have a clue as to what I'm doing. Okay, here we all are. There is our airplane. And it sure looks like a Royal Air Force livery to me. I did, Brandon, and we're flying it again after we do this flight. This is a practice flight for tomorrow. It's another thing. You know what we should do is... Okay, this is going to be SPY 441. And this is an A400 Atlas. And connect. Okay. Now then, we're connected on VATSIM. Let's come on in here. Let's do panel states first and do cold and dark. Panel states cold and dark. Now then, we can go to ground. I've forgotten how to use this. I've got ground power. Let's open up the 1L door. So we do have a door here. There we go. Doors are open. Now we've got some batteries. Looks like the batteries are already on. It looks like the batteries are already on. I have ground power available. Ground power is on. And let's do nav lights. Emergency exit lights. And that looks good to start. Driven is stalking on VATSIM radar. Okay. This all looks really good. Home. Now then, let's see if this will go and get our SimBrief flight plan. SimBrief ID not checked. Checked options page. Hang on. Let's see. The main cargo bay. You have to open the main cargo bay. You have to do the main cargo bay. Look outside just in case I've got a Hoppy ACARS, okay? Just in case. I don't think that this airplane has HOP EA cars. Come on back in. That doesn't have a HOP EA cars. I thought you had to have... I thought that you had to have a hydraulic panel on first, and I don't have any hydraulics. OPF. There's our flight plan. Home. And let's do sim brief. Oh, it's requested. I guess we have to wait a second. Let's see. Mighty Morph is going to do ASA 500 in the max. Loviz put some pictures up lately of some really cool updates from, I believe, iFly and their max. It's not going and getting anything here. Will it get fuel and payload? Wait, it loaded my weights. So it got the weights and stuff loaded. Loading is in progress. So that was good. But it still won't go and grab this one. So it's not grab, so those aren't working. Okay. So that's not loading, but everything else is. Okay. Now then. Okay, yeah, this one. Nav accuracy is downgraded, weights are cleared. So we are Sierra. Let's see if we can init a request on this. Hey, Sierra Papa Yankee 441, it got our flight plan. Cool. Okay, and our mission number is going to be 441. And enter. Okay, so all that looks good. Now, come on up here. And we have IRs up here. Here come the IRs. We'll open the APU flap. And check the IRSs. Says there's an airport not in a database. That's scary. 4 minutes, so at least we're aligning. Uh-oh. It won't go back. Active flight plan. There we go. Hey, now we're back to a net. Okay, I see SBAO. There is some ATC. I don't know if this is us or not. Let's look and see. Are we in the zone? There's our airplane. We do not have ATC here, so we're on our own until we get to St. Helen.
Volonta offline. Again. Spy, do you need a checklist?
No, more or less a keeper. Hang on. Apply a flight plan. Oh, I never looked to see how my landing rate was. Probably don't want to see it. Probably don't want to see it in the 777. Okay. I got it done. Thank you. Okay, so I don't see ATC that affects us. So let's not worry. Let's go put in our flight plan, and we're just going to go with, so departure, runway, we're going to do runway 13, lucky 13, and temporary flight plan, and insert it. Now then, let's do the destination and fish and do the arrival And it gave us runway 1, but we think runway 19 would be better. So runway 19 for our arrival. We have localizers and RNAVs. Let's see. I got charts for what? I got an RNP. There's an RNP from up here. And there's a VOR. Did you notice that they changed the design of the pen in the 200ER? I didn't, as long as it's clickable. If it weren't, I would be clicked off. As long as it's clickable. How about the localizer runway 19 via Antip? Via Antip. That'll be good. Localizer runway 19 via Antip. Okay, let's do that one. Localizer 19. There is no star. There's no transition, but it's going to be via Antip. And insert. And that looks good. Insert temporary. Flight plan's now in. Start the APU. I believe the airplane is loaded. Sadly, your pilot is not. All right, block fuel should be 10,690. Is that what I have in the tank? 10.7. I think we're good to go there. So yeah, considering we haven't flown this in a very, very long time, I think we're doing pretty good. Okay, APU is up and running. Let's go ahead and... APU bleed. Oh, wait, it's still starting. I think it's still starting. Yeah, it's still coming up. Okay, so far so good. Now then, the thing about this airplane is, do I have my throttles? Hey, I tried to fix my throttles and they actually work. Woohoo. Yay. Okay, that's good. So fuel and payload should be aboard, but we'll have to put some numbers in, I'll bet. So back to the init page. And we'll do fuel and loading. Our zero fuel weight should be over here. Zero fuel weight is 105.1. 105.1 is our zero fuel weight. Enter. Our center of gravity is right here, 28.8. 28.8. One of the reasons I'm lucking out with being able to do this is this airplane is a, it's a prop liner, but it's so much like either an A320 or an A350 that we're actually doing pretty good. We don't want WASMs. James is back and did a Korean barbecue today. That would be tasty about now. Okay, my fuel on board is 10.7. 10.7. Enter. Okay. Route reserve, we're going to have to get that off the flight plan. So on the flight plan reserve... let's see. Final reserve is 1.6. I don't have actually a reserve for an alternate. This is where the airplane's going to be really cranky with me. Nav accuracy is upgraded. Entry is out of range. GPS primary is set. So let's see. how about let's put it at what is it down here? 1.6. Let's do 1.6 for this. And maybe it'll fudge. 1.6. Hey, we got a fudge factor in there. Right on. It's not great, but it's not terrible. So that's good. Do we have an APU? Hey, we do. Let's get the APU generator online. APU bleed online. Let's get all of our fuel pumps. I think you turn these on actually a little bit sooner rather than later on this airplane. You get those going. Let's see. This all looks good. So all of that is sort of good. Now then, do we have buttons for this? Let's go back to the init and do takeoff performance. Okay, now this should go and automatically compute it for us. So 125 and insert it. There we go. Takeoff data uplink is done. Now then, surveillance. Do we have surveillance down here? Flight plan, mark, slew, radio. I don't see surveillance here. No, that's not there. I don't think we do surveillance in this one. No, we don't. It's up here. It's in the radio. This is where we do it. Okay, this is our squawk code here. Okay, somebody is flying with a Sparrowhawk call sign. That's VIP and Royal Charter when using a non-RAF jet. And I assume you're talking real world. We're going to squawk 0007. Now let's come over here. And I think we can put that in there. 122.8, there's our first frequency. So we're good to go with the frequency. That's good. Oh, they're on VATSIM. I know, Captain Tolerance. Yes, I do tend to do that every now and then. Let's close our door. There goes our door. Okay, so that looks good. Let's do seatbelts on. Seatbelts are on. And everything else is looking pretty good at the moment. Now then. Squawk is over here. I think. And I think we are now squawking mode Charlie. That's pretty good. Let's do a beacon. I don't think that we need to do... pushback from here. We can taxi out. Parking brake is down here. And parking brake is on. I'm going to remove my chocks. So toggle the GPU. Ground power's removed. Toggle the chocks. Chocks should be removed. And all of that looks good. Hey, look at that. It finally got our flight plan. So that's good too. We're squawking. I think we can go ahead and start up. Okay, so the starters are a two-stage start on this one, and I think you go 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the starter is up here. So ignition start, and we're good to go there. And come on down here. Let's start engine number 1. First click. And it's got this little bracket here. And I forget when we're supposed to do the second click. It's a 2-click kind of a thing. Something about beach volleyballs. I missed that one. Maybe we do it when you hit a veil. Okay, after a veil, yeah, it's that. So one more click forward. And now we can start engine number 2. And look at that. There goes engine number 2. James tried this one. It wouldn't move off the ground. Did you pull your chocks? Did you pull the chocks? That's a thing with this. You did? And a veil, and so move it 1 forward and start engine number 3. Engine number 3 starts. Driven said I was supposed to stretch. Well, we'll do that while we're starting our engines. I am amazed that I'm remembering this. What happens if I assume your other airplanes are working. What happens if you tap the brakes? And then we come down and do the last engine. Engine number 4. I think so, but I've never tried it before.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Josh just did a resub and has been here for 4 months. Hey Josh, thanks for a nice resub today. Thank you for being here for 4 months and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep my lights on here at Spy HQ. And there comes engine number 4. All right, we got some engines up and running. So now we're done. Make sure that the engine generator lights are out. APU bleed can go off. Starter can go back to normal. And we're done with the APU. APU off. Now then, we need to do ground spoilers are armed. Auto brakes to high. And those look good. We're squawking mode Charlie. There is a takeoff config switch, but it's kind of lost in here. So there's a takeoff config switch here. Takeoff config is pressed. Flaps to takeoff. What do we decide? Takeoff shift is 0. Flaps are going to be 1. Let's see if the flap lever works. That would cause quite a flap if it didn't work. Okay, flaps are working. And so we'll wait till we get to takeoff and we'll be ready to go after that. And look at that, everything's working. I know, that's the one thing that is kind of saving me right now, is this is like an Airbus. Well, it is an Airbus, but it starts like the other ones. Okay, takeoff config. 1, 2, 3. Takeoff config. We're ready to go. Okay. Let's go and do a taxi takeoff light. Let's ring the bell. I assume the military will ring bells and stuff to let everybody know that they're going to taxi and stuff, right? Shall we get out of here? Okay, so after departure... we're going to basically do runway heading and then straight. and then make a right turn on course. Shall we? Same rules apply. Thanks, Polyat. Okay, parking brake is off. Toe brakes are on. Release. Somebody brought a fat axe. I bet you we could have reversed the props. I'm afraid that some of our ground gear is about ready to be taken out by our props here. Not the proper thing to do, but this is why you turn off damage on your airplanes. Oh, well, we did need that power truck, right? Yeah, Juggernaut, we should have been able to have reversed our props on this. Should have made the turn the other way. So somebody brought a FedEx over here. Tim Dog says it's already ATC time in Memphis. Something about tax money. Hey, look who's back. It's Corey is here. Hi, Corey. Thanks for coming back in. Happy Finally Friday. Hope it's a good weekend. You can always count on Corey to do some of those really cool ghost emotes, which is always fun. Okay. Takeoff config is green. Reverse thrust is not for reversing. Really? Oh, wow, that 737 just zipped out of there pretty fast. Corey got the pool cleaned up and the kids are playing in the pool. Right on. That's a good thing to do with for Finally Friday, to get that ready. WSX Boy bought the P-180. Ascension traffic. There is a Royal Air Force cargo liner lining up and waiting on runway 13, Ascension Island. Keeping them busy outside makes life a little more peaceful inside, right? And always tell a flight sim pilot they have impeccable outside the airplane taxiing skills. Okay, let's see what we got here. Strobes. It's daylight. We're going to turn those on. Landing light, we're going to turn those on. Everything else is good. Flash the seatbelt signs. Let everybody know we're about ready to take off. And let's give it a shot. All right. I hit the takeoff config 3 times. It originally clears and then goes bright. Okay, so V1 is 125, rotate is 125. And it's a toga takeoff. Manual toga, SRS and runway are set. Auto thrust is blue. Just like in the in the A320, right? Rotate. Positive climb gear. Tim Dog says that FedEx flies a 763 from Memphis to Cleveland. So gear is up. Heading hold. Autopilot. Power managed. Flaps up. We were going to go to flight level 310. Flight level 310. Managed. Let's make our turn. And we'll try and do it direct to our first waypoint. And take a long, hard look. There's our last little bit of land. And altimeters. Standard. Standard. And standard. Okay. Let's try and do a direct to. Okay, we're going to clear that. And now what we're going to do, our climb is good. Active flight plan. Let's go direct to fix 1. From present position, direct to and fix 1. And ARN LNAV has got us. Is it going to be a really long flight? I didn't even think to check that sort of thing. Two hours and 20 minutes. Oh my gosh. Well, maybe we can speed up the thing. Okay, let's do... Disarm the ground spoilers. Flaps are up. And the ECAM checklist is great. I did not turn on predictive wind shear. Oh gosh. Predictive wind shear. Military ops, that's not there. I know it's down here. Predictive wind shear. Hey, we got it on. There's 10,000 feet. Landing lights can go off. Takeoff and taxi lights can go off. Actually, though, this is going to set us up very nicely. I didn't see that they were on my map earlier. Did they pop on afterward? Yeah, I guess they popped on afterward. Well, we're going to fly out of their area. I don't know if they're going to be on or not, so let's fly. And if they want us, they will beep us, and if they don't... Yeah, this far out. Okay, 13,000 feet. Okay, so that looks good. Performance. We're just doing standard performance. They've been on for 7 hours. They must be doing something in the coastal area. They must be doing something in the coastal area. Wig Bill is home from work. Welcome home, Wig Bill. Hey, thank you for coming by. And out we go. Well, it's not going to take too much time, but we can also walk around the airplane when we get to final cruise and see how bad it's going to be. I mean, these were not supposed to be speed demons, right? Everything looks good here. Temperatures are good. Nothing else is yelling at me. Let's go seatbelts off. There we go. And that cleans up the ECAM for us. Passing 18,000 feet. It's not a bad looking cockpit. It looks relatively comfy. They even have 2 cup holders over here. 2 cup holders there. And a nice big comfortable chair. With a big headrest. Now there's another spot here. So this observer gets a really nice observer panel. They actually get a little multi-function device thing here. So they can do all sorts of stuff with that. There is a nice little closet. There's an oxygen mask. It looks like they've got a safe up there. Then they've got a bench back here. So I guess you can kind of stretch out. I don't know. There's a little thing up here too. I wonder if that isn't like a bunk bed or something. So you can go, yeah, I wonder if that's not a bunk bed. So you can go and flip this up and have a 2-bunk bed back here for the crew to sleep and stuff. Old Lenny is going to fly tomorrow, and James is doing 3.5 hours till London. So that's kind of interesting up there. Yeah, I think there's a curtain that goes around, so that's a bunk bed area. You can go and open this little door here. So there's a couple of switches and a safe and a coat rack. And then if we come over here, we've got a stairway. And we'll check out the stairway in just a second. So all that looks really nice. That's a pretty interesting cockpit there. So both the pilots get a HUD, and the third pilot gets some monitoring. Maybe this is an aircraft commander or something, and then they have a pilot and a co-pilot there. Passing 24,000 feet, everything's good up there. We'll see how long this is going to be. James says military aircraft is far better than civilian. And all the comforts for the Air Force, unlike the Pongos. So there's a 737 FedEx that's coming down here too. RAF calls them the Army, the Pongos, because wherever the Army goes, the Pong goes. I always thought they were people that... Oh, the smell. Oh, okay. Irby is ruining the vibe with your FedEx. Irby, you're not ruining the vibe at all. This is great. Let's see. Waypoint, VOR, NDB. Nothing in tactical. Background. Terrain radar. Constraints, waypoint. Airport and NDB. I would assume there's a way to get traffic on there. Nav LS. Yeah, LS button is over here. The Army calls the RAF the Airy Fairies. Oh, those are fighting words. Okay, I don't see... There's a tactical, but I don't see one for traffic. Okay. 27. We're going to what? 31 here. If you are just coming in and you got the 777 last night and you did not verify your files, you should go into the PMDG Ops Manager, click on your airplane, click the 3 dots on the far right, and verify your files. Army and Air Force can do whatever, just don't start in about the Navy, the Royal Navy. Wig Bill, this was a default airplane. This is a default airplane that you can get. It comes with both Flight Sim 2020 and 2024. And we've only just come out of the cockpit and stuff. We haven't gone and we haven't gotten, into the cabin yet. So there's a full cabin. Bear says it's time for pizza. Bear 4050. Yeah, pizza would be nice. It was a default. You didn't know anything about it. But this, I think that this was probably, the Royal Air Force. Not the Royal Air Force. This was Airbus's answer to what? The C-130, I guess. Hi, Andy. Welcome aboard. 29,000. We're going to 31. I will need to step away and grab a quick updated beverage. WSX Boyer says all are inferior to the Coast Guard. Yes, you don't want to make the people in the Coast Guard upset, because if you do, they'll go coastal. James is going to go for 24 again. Wigbill says German, French, the Royal Air Force, Spanish, and the Space Force uses them. Pratt PT says posture check. Yeah, I've been a little crunched over the table lately. Can't hydrate yet. We'll do a posture check now, but I can't hydrate until I go get some more. James says the C-130 is going to be superior. That airplane's been around for a long time, though. It really has. I wonder if there's a traffic button down here. TCAS. PA, keyboard, flight controls. Don't see one there. Ah, traffic. Well, if you hit TX, that turns off predictive wind shear. Don't think we want to do that. Okay, flight level 310. Let's see what this is going to do to our speed. So we're wrapped up here. Oh, wow. Look at this. Mach 0.70.
Subscriber confirmed.
We're really
Top
going
clearance
at
granted,
warp
agent.
10 here.
Loyalty
Old
noted.
Marine Gunny just did a nice resub. I know, you cannot leave out the Marines. Not at all. Old Man Gunny, thank you for a nice resub. Thank you for 6 months of awesome support and great jet fuel in the flight plan. And thank you for reminding us to not leave the Marines out at all. Okay, so we're at our cruise. And so far, so good.
Subscriber confirmed.
John
Top clearance
DFW is back
granted,
with a
agent.
resub. John
Loyalty
DFW
noted.
is been here for 31 months. Thank you for a nice Spy Day resub. And thanks for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you so much, John. And Old Man Gunny, thank you as well. And if you're over on YouTube, thank you for being here. Okay, so let's continue the tour of the airplane. So we've already kind of looked around. We're already in cruise. So we got all sorts of nice stuff here. Big headrests. And if we come on back, we already discovered that we've got a bunk bed back here. And a little privacy screen. And then we come on down here. And we got some fairly steep steps. And as we come around here, we've got, oh my gosh, another crew seat. I think this is probably who would be called the loadmaster for cargo. So this is probably the loadmaster. Controls here are cargo restraints, evacuation, electrical, emergency controls, couple of monitors. So we got that little thing, and you can see a whole big area. So seating along the side. I don't see any window seats. So there was that stairway that goes up there. There's the stairway there. Looks like we've got 2 lavatories here. I bet they don't flush though. Off-world. Oh, those were 2 microwave ovens. Oh, I see. They give you a very big window in the back. So we got a big, big room in here. So you can put something pretty big. It looks like they've got a couple of the seats that are opened up. I think this is an emergency exit here. So we got a big emergency exit. And then we've got this, I don't know, this looks like just a tarp or something. That's probably to what? Cut down on breeziness. You know, breezes and noise. Maybe a little bit of warmth in there or something. Yeah, this one would fold away. And then here's the back ramp. So we got a very, very big back ramp in here. So yeah, that's gonna fold away for you. And then here is another control console. So cargo holds. And it looks like those are cargo door powered. So you can do all of that. retrieval winches and a cargo winch. And then there's some sort of a crane. So there's a crane or something here. I don't think any of these work. And it looks like maybe a small jump seat there. If there's a crane, I don't see it. It's probably stowed or something or back behind there. You never really got to fly in the A400 or the Voyager. Polyak got to do the TriStar and the VC-10. James, somebody's working on a C-130 for DCS World, but that's about all I know. I think you're right. We've never really had a decent one. That's probably an emergency oxygen bottle. Here's big straps and stuff, I'm guessing, for cargo. So that's for big cargo straps and stuff. And they're on both sides. DCS is actually making a C-130. And there's somebody's made a mod for it, but it's not an official plane, but they're working on one. Well, I don't see a galley or an espresso machine like they have in other Airbuses. It does have a really, really big axe, though. Wigbill wants the boon for 2024. And so the people, there is a mod for DCS if you want a C-130. I am not in touch with anybody. Nobody is online here. And we can close the door. And that is our tour of the airplane. Not a bad tour of the airplane. Yeah, they were on and off. They popped on and off about 3 times. And here we all are here. And there is our route. All right, let's do the bad news and see how long this one's going to take. So we're at Mach 0.69. We are 486 miles from top of descent. Destination EFOB is below minimum. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. It's gonna be an hour and 22 minutes? Oh my gosh. That's a long time. Man, we haven't even hit our first waypoint. Well, I wonder if I can... So, what happens if we go to Mach 0.71? That'll probably be like an extra minute, right? Hi, Knudden. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. So, Mach 0.71. Yeah, we're gonna add another minute or two to our flight. Yeah, it could be that maybe it was fun to try to fire up this airplane and stuff, but maybe tomorrow it might be better for us to do something a little faster than this, because we're still going, you know, a lot slower than we would. Irvi is at Mach 0.79. Yeah, I don't think I'm catching up to you. The A330 would work. The RAF uses A330s to move around. Let's see. UK Siren. Did I say that right? There's a guy on Marion. He's a bit of a silly boy. We have some silly people here. It's what makes it fun. Fuel on board is 8.6. Let's see what we've got for fuel for landing. So let's see. Flight plan. We're going to have 3.8 in the tanks to land, so we can go around. Hi, Nathan. Welcome aboard. Nathan is over on YouTube. Welcome in, Nathan. Got a bit of a longer flight at the moment. So quite a ways, but we were able to kick it up to 0.71. 7.2 puts us right up against the little barber pole here. Right against the little barber pole. That's not going to let us go there. We'll leave it at Mach 0.71. Yeah, this one probably is going to be a little long. But it's a fun airplane, and it seems to have gotten a little bit of optimization. We got a little bit of optimization on this thing since it first came out in Flight Sim 2020. You couldn't go in and out of the airplane without a major stutter, and I think that was because of the propellers. So they fixed that a little bit. Okay, I need to go and step over to the galley for just a second here. The Elite Wings event is going to be a good time, old Lenny, for sure. It absolutely will. So if you will, give me a minute and a half, 2 minutes, be right back here. And we've also got the 777 for Memphis and Cleveland. So don't touch that remote, be right back.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Thanks for sticking around. Okay, back. Oh, is Sierra Papa Yankee Asian Aerospace Services? Well, okay. So if that's it, that's what Sierra Papa Yankee is. Well, hopefully they don't blow our cover. If you wanted to swap to an A330, here is a livery. If you choose the gray one, we can be Ascot. So we could do the A330. That's what we ought to do. So RRR and Ascot. These are all liveries for the A330. And this is the Royal Air Force pack. I would love to do that. I just don't want people to think that I'm being a royal pain. Not Big Snow says that they use this for transport. So would they take that in there? Hey Laxon, welcome on in. Hope it's a good evening for you. So this is an okay plane to take, right, for our transport? I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna go and get these liveries, so we'll download them so they're ready to go. Gray is the troop transport, and white is used to move the PM. I'm sorry. I'm such a bad person. The first thing that I want I'm gonna make enemies today. The first thing that I thought was, oh my gosh, I bet, you know. I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to say was lettuce banned on one of them for a while. I know, I'm terrible. I should stay out of other people's politics. I'm a bad
New
person.
recruit detected.
Hey, Mikey is here.
Welcome
Bail
aboard,
me
Agent.
out.
Stay sharp.
I know, if they find that there's a Yank piloting, there's going to be real trouble, right? Solo Grapher, welcome aboard. You did. Welcome on in. I mean, yeah, I'm a bad person. I cause trouble all the time. Is that going to be your call sign for tomorrow? Ascot, Kitty Hawk, Sparrowhawk. Zap, 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 Ascot, Kitty Hawk. That's probably a poem that I know nothing about. So they will use this as transport for the Prime Minister, huh? Oh my gosh, look who's in chat. It's the one and only Sheena TTV. Welcome, welcome. It is nice to see you. I hope you are doing well. Sheena has been flying on Twitch for a long time, and I hope you've been doing really good. And all is right with the world. I guess Sheena also got a new job recently, and I think even moved. So I believe you've even moved. Oh, it's beer transport. Well, I'm all for doing beer transport and stuff too. So beer transport is good. So maybe that'll work. Let's wait and see what it looks like, because the arrival is supposed to be a little scary here. The arrival is supposed to be scary. So coming in, we've got an 6,390 foot runway. Let's see. I didn't move, but I got 100% employment at the factory. Oh, congratulations on 100%. That is really awesome. So congratulations on getting that. That's got to feel really good. Kitty Hawk for RAF aircraft calling Royals. Sparrowhawk is for Civicraft carrying Royal. Oh, okay. That is, yeah. I know you I think you've been working kind of hard to get that too. So 3 cheers for Sheena. They've been using Kitty Hawk for the PM recently, and Sparrowhawk was used for the last flight for the King on a non-RAF aircraft. Right now, unless they change, we're thinking about runway 19. This is not the biggest of parking areas, though, so I'm kind of thinking, you know, an A330 here. I haven't looked to see about briefing stuff. Polyat says Sparrowhawk is used for any civilian chartered aircraft. No idea why they differentiate that. Because somebody wrote a regulation. Okay, so there's a couple of little hills if we're coming in from the north. It's slightly offset, so 119 and the heading is 195. So this is a slightly offset arrival. That's not a big bad thing. Let's see, Egnap, Utapa, Chilt. Could get into trouble with that one. Antip. Transition is going to be 7,000. And 2,900 feet at Schilt. Be careful how you pronounce that on the radio. Be careful how you pronounce that. Someone somewhere decided that if a VIP or the Royal Flight is using a non-RAF aircraft, it needs a different call sign, because why not? They did. They probably got paid a ton of money to make that decision. And it could be, you know, they also had a big, you know, I don't know. General call sign nonsense, no doubt. Maram is always having fun with them. And Polyot misses living in Maram. Sure. Wow, I was able to type something faster than Polyot. I was amazed. Okay, Not Big Snow says, this is the government of the United Kingdom Airbus. Not Big Snow would like this one here. No, I didn't. What did I do? I thought I typed faster than you. Wasn't it? I typed it out. Okay, maybe I didn't. This is an A321neo, and that's a version of the A330 livery that I just downloaded. An A350 looks like it's really, really big for the airport that we're going into. That A321 is operated by Titan, and Irby wants to do some fighting or something. How's fuel? Have we got a fuel problem? That's a cool cockpit. So fuel is now back up to 3.9 tons, so we're good to go there. I'm at 480 nautical miles out. And we're 120 miles from our first fix. And we're still at Mach 0.71, so just breaking the warp factor barrier here. But as a turbo, I'm guessing it really wasn't meant to go super duper fast. Looking outside, actually, as I recall, the outside of the airplane was really pretty, really fairly detailed. I think we could drone a little bit here. Oh, look at this. So we've got a hatch here up on the roof. That's got to be a hatch there, maybe, or a rescue point. This has got to be for the stovepipe. They probably have a nice, or the APU. So there's one emergency exit right there. There's one window over there. And one window over there. Outside the propellers, there's all sorts of cool things to look at. Got another hatch on the roof here so you can crawl out. A very big refueling probe, which I'm sure we can get into some nice refueling jokes. A really big pod underneath for the landing gear. I mean, a really big landing gear pod there. Oh, this is not the refueling probe. This is for jousting with other airplanes. So that's for jousting. There is a permit for not big snow. For YouTube, stick them in Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, if it's YouTube's, I've been, now that I'm on YouTube, I've stopped watching videos just in case. Isn't jousting why the Brits drive on the left? I've actually never heard why you drive on the left. If these are spy aircraft, then you can plot the hatches. Oh, you can hatch all sorts of plots. But you could plot the hatches too. Never knew how driving on the right or driving on the left. It's an old thing going back to before you were a country because you held your sword in your right hand. See, I knew there would be a cutting edge reason why. Another cutting edge joke. I mean, they're just all over the place. And fuel is still good, so no problems with fuel. And performance, no problems there. 345 miles to top of descent. Something about spilling tea in a harbor or something like that. Nikkei Fitz. Yeah, the jokes here are sometimes really bad like that. We should have a disclaimer. Thoughtscider has 2 imported Japanese domestic cars and you always get strange looks driving on the other side. Really? Nothing wrong in here. There is an ECAM, and the ECAM is way down here. And this airplane does have checklists. It's just so ridiculously inconvenient in a sim to use the checklist. So you're punching buttons down here on the center console, but you're looking up in here to do the checklists. There was an SR-71, I believe, over in... There was an SR-71 in X-Plane. Nobody has made a U-2 that I know of. And I kind of looked at that for a while. Yeah, this is the military Airbus. Let's see. Nothing to worry about there. It's going to basically be an RNAV approach, so we don't have to set up anything other than minimums. Oh my gosh, we're coming up on the halfway point. Polyot says that they're moving the manufacture of these out of Spain, perhaps. Or maybe adding another factory because people like this. Yeah, I do like using a full cockpit view on these airplanes. I think they're really cool like this. This one also looks really good at night. This looks really good at night. Mikey wants the U2 because of Bono. Lots of other countries are starting to order this airplane. Well, you know, you can carry a heavy military load in it. It's probably Maybe not 100% STOL, but it's probably really good, you know, as far as landing and takeoff performance. So, you know, this is going to be a good airplane, you know, for that. Mikey said that was a joke. Bacon flavored bleach says it's between the C-130, the C-17, and they can do LZ ops too. Let's see. Last time you liked the Tornado. I'm guessing that was at a museum where there's really cool airplanes. Solotographer, you can't believe this. So the airplane has been here for 10 years already. I know, you really, yeah, Mikey, no kidding. The A380 is now 20 years old. Believe that? I still can't. I feel it's like, what, 10 years old? No, 20. It's not a museum. Last time the Polyet lived on Marham, they had a tornado. Well, we're pushed the airplane right up to the speed envelope on this one, so. And coming up here, $60 miles to our first big waypoint. The Swing Wing multi-role aircraft. It's one of the aircraft that pioneered the true multi-role. Bacon-flavored bleach says that ramp surfing on the A400 is more fun than the C-17. Irby says we're going to talk to 118.5 soon. Okay, well, we ought to be ready for that. Uh-oh. So let's see. 118.5. Uh-oh. I can't dial it in. I can't dial it in. Press clear. Hey, there we go. Thank you. Thanks, Irby. 118.500. 118.5. I think we've got it. Okay, so that's working. Let's see who these people are. FNAN Center. This is Luanda. This is Luanda Control. Okay, Luanda Control. Luanda Control, good afternoon from Sierra Papa Yankee 441 and Airbus A400 Mike at flight level 310, squawking 0007.
Sierra Papa Yankee 441, Luanda Control, good evening. Report your time estimate, DMX waypoint 12 south, 010 west.
The one to control, hello again from Sierra Papa Yankee 441. Estimating our next waypoint, 14508 west at 1834 Zulu.
Just confirm, I believe you might be off for a Zulu time a bit. Just double check you're in real time.
It's going to get really, really dark, folks. It got really, really dark. The one to control, yep, we've got a new updated time for you. Looks like we're going to be getting in at 2221 Zulu to our next waypoint.
Sierra Papa Yankee 441, thanks. Report overhead 14 south and 008 west.
Reporting overhead 14 south 08 west when we get there from Sierra Papa Yankee 441. Yeah, I had to go back to live time.
The one to control, FedEx 177, requesting 5 minutes out of cockpit. I've still got approximately 22 minutes, 22 minutes until Sierra 14 West, double away.
FedEx 177, that's approved, report back.
Yeah, we'll report back, FedEx 177.
Now we're going to try and turn some of these levels down here because the lighting gets a little bit bright. There's integrated lighting a little bit better. And then we have lights over here. Okay, that's good. And then we'll do these. And that should be good. We can dim this one down a little bit too, not too much. And now they're not blazing quite as bad. Boeing Baga is back in chat. Welcome back, Baga. Good to see you. The joys of oceanic control. We are. Knudden says no to adjusted time. Well, it doesn't matter unless you're like over water like we are, and we have to give people accurate times about where we're going to be someplace because there's no radar out here. And if there's no radar, that becomes the problem. Polyod says this is a C-130 with a test A400 engine strapped to it. When they were developing it at Cambridge Airport in the UK. This was not far from your house, so you can clearly see they've got a different engine. So this was them testing this engine on a real airplane. Make sure it worked in the sky, right? Oh my gosh, that's great. Definitely looks, does not fit in with that airplane. Old cow, yeah, I guess they would just, and they did that with the Boeings with new engines too. They would have to go and they would, they would go and have to put other big jet engines on. I remember they put one of the 777 jet engines on. They put one of the 777 jet engines on the city of Everett, the 747, the original test bed, and that's how they were testing those original Pratt & Whitney engines for the 777. Okay, anything else that we can do to make it a little more easy on the eyes here? Because these things really do blaze a little bit. And that's the keyboards. That's going to be okay, I guess. I think there's a big dial. There's dials under here to turn these down. There we go. That looks a little bit easier too. Gusty Aviation. We're going to be doing Memphis to Cleveland. It's Friday night ops tonight in the 777. Old Crow Express worked on the B-52Gs when you were active duty. You saw a YouTube video of them re-engineering them with turbofans to take them back. Yeah, they've re-engineered that airplane a lot of times, haven't they? Old Crow. I mean, totally rebuilt them. It's pretty amazing what they've done. Poliat said that the Marshall Aerospace is a huge government and civilian contractor, one of the main C-130 service providers, and they designed the nose for the Concorde. They did conversions on the old TriStars too. Hi Chris, welcome aboard. Now there's another one. Cambridge Airport is also where British Airways takes the Embraers to practice doing steep approaches. Cambridge has a variable glide slope, so they can move. So Cambridge, they will go and set stuff up so that the pilots can practice a steep approach for coming into London City Airport. Gotta do that. Gotta have that for London City Airport. So now we've got the airplane up at night. Okay, we're going to go ahead and continue the flight and check out the landing. And thank you for coming in. Take care, not Big Snow. We'll see you tomorrow. So if that's the case, I'm going to go and...
All stations, unfortunately, I do need to go ahead and close, so continue Unicode 128. Enjoy St. Helena, bye-bye.
122.8. I know, real world stuff. Imagine that. Okay, 122.8. Let's also, because flying at night sucks, I'm going to go back to custom and let's rock this clock back a little bit because nobody wants to fly at night. Apology, speech, and tears. Nothing to worry about. Good luck with the real world. Good luck with the real world. And now we're going to need to turn these up a little bit. And then we turned these down just a bit too, didn't we? And then the radios needed to go up a bit. There we go. Okay, so that takes care of all those. Now we're back to daytime ops. Pauliot says that we're not lagging behind because Irvy's on the flight too. Not that bad. Not that bad on this flight. Not Big Snow is going to use ChatGTP to cook up something. Just don't try to submit it to a judge. Hydrospace is hydrate. And thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Yeah, all of a sudden, well, I think it's it's pollen season here at Spy HQ. It's pollen season. You can't really see it that bad outside. But the plants are starting to spew it out there just a little bit. So 'tis the season for gravelly voices. Okay, so the new time on the airplane, it is 1830 Zulu. The airplane estimates landing at 1925. There's a special AI detector now. They have AI detectors. I guess they probably do need to have something like an AI detector. Can you imagine, some kid, didn't feel like doing, a paper on, I don't know, Marcus Aurelius, and they had ChatGPT write it instead, and the teacher says, "Wow, Billy, you're really good at this." And Billy said, "Yeah, I am." So, Moritz, thank you for coming in. We'll see you tomorrow. 1900 Zulu is tomorrow. Our first flight is this flight, only there'll be a lot of ATC, and we'll be expected to do a good job because it's going to be the Elite Wings event tomorrow. So we'll see you then, Moritz. Melvin is here. Welcome aboard, Melvin. We are flying the cargo liner right now, the Airbus military transport, doing a practice run for Elite Wings. ChatGTP adds hidden characters, special spaces that you can't see to help teachers detect it. Really? No kidding. Amagarosa, you use it to help write grievances? Okay, so all of this looks really good. Now then, if I remember, we can get a METAR. Nope. Maybe let's just refresh and see if it'll give us one. Well, it was trying to give us METARs for both of them, and it never got them. It never got the METARs, so we'll have to figure out something else. Polyot says that the AI directors are good at detecting AI. Oh, it's the beer. That's why Irvy's not going so fast. Polyot says that for Judicial College, they use AI detector programs. Nobody's been caught using it. I would think that that's probably pretty serious. You don't want, you don't want to do an AI type of a thing if you're writing a final judgment or something like that. Because you're dealing with some pretty serious things. After we get to fix 2, we'll go direct to Antip. I believe that is our first waypoint for the arrival. And it's 2,900 feet for the descent. I wonder what would happen if we check the real world St. Helen. FHSH. FHSH. St. Helena Airport. Amagarosa will review your document for consistency and logical reasoning. It would be harder to prove that it was AI. If you're caught cheating in your exams to become a judge, then not only are you not upholding the standards of the court, you're also at risk of losing your position as a barrister. Because that's not upholding the position of the bar. And I hear that if that happens, people are going to be awfully judgmental. Well, we don't have any weather. I don't have any weather for this this area at all. Okay. Well, we're out of luck there. I would imagine that, yeah, if you were caught doing that in your judge classes, that would affect probably your career. And say, you know, you if you're going to do that, you can't be a judge, and we're probably not going to let you be a lawyer anymore either. I wonder if SimBrief did anything. Let's see if SimBrief did anything. It would have checked something. So departure, let's look at the arrival airport here. And no valid METAR found. No valid METAR found. Weather report generated. Click here to view current weather instead. Nope, no weather at all. So I guess there's no weather. So we're not going to be able to use that. Some of the AI-based tools that you have in the law firm are pretty good, though. If I were a paralegal, I would be concerned for my future. The new tools can do the job of a paralegal and more. The only problem with that is I'm sure that short term, somebody's going to take a look at that and say, oh, wow, look at this. We don't need a paralegal anymore. Cha-ching. We don't. The problem is my guess is paralegals are your training ground for real legals. So, I don't know. You know, sort of like, you know, a little bit of the logic about, hey, boy, wouldn't it be great if we could go to a one-person cockpit? I mean, think of all the money we're going to save. But the thing is, that right seat over there, that's the training ground for the new pilots. So if you're whining about, yeah, you can't hire any new pilots or anything like that, you know, you can't do that. Well, gee, you got rid of the co-pilot position, so you don't have a training ground anymore. So, you know, that's the stair step there. A lot of paralegals do go on to be lawyers. Although we have a paralegal who's done her entire career and has no interest in being a lawyer. Kiri is in chat. Welcome aboard. Well, it's probably not for everybody in that business. You know, I mean, I spent 30 years working in TV news. I never really wanted to be a news director. Yeah, excessively salty. Same way with developers. People are saying AI will replace junior developers, but where did the senior? Yes. Where? What happens when all the old senior developers are gone? Hi, Hawk Driver. Welcome aboard, Hawk Driver. Happy, finally Friday. Having a real hard time. It is Friday. It just doesn't feel like it for some strange reason. Something's weird today. So, you know, I guess they're going to have to kind of figure that part of it out. The nearest METAR is FNLU. Only 1,138 miles away. No problem. The weather's probably so similar, not even worth it. AI won't replace the junior versus senior roles. Anyone saying that doesn't understand AI. It will eradicate positions entirely, though. Ghost Rubaduber. Did I say you're right? Welcome, Goobst Rubaduber. Did I say that even close to right? Welcome on in. We are flying, this is the Airbus A400M It's a military cargo transport. So you can see we got 4 big propellers there and a big door in the back, and it's a military transport. It's a default airplane, so this is a free airplane. You get it when you're flying, if you're going to be flying, if you buy Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let's go ahead and roll the clock back a little bit more. I don't want to fly at night. There, that's better. Right overhead. Polyat rarely needs paralegals between your associates and the different tools. You got everything you need. But yeah, this is a pretty cool airplane. And it's really well done, I think, also for, I think it's really well done for a default airplane, too. It's got a couple of holes in it, but not many. Okay, all of this looks good. I'm going to go and bring these levels up a couple more clicks because I made it about noon here. It's going to be a long time before AI can do junior development work, no matter how much the YouTubers say. Okay, we'll turn up some integrated lighting too, just because we're going to come in around noon. Ryan, good to see you. So we loaded it in. We got it working. We flew Berlin to Frankfurt and Frankfurt Friday, and we did not embarrass ourselves. We did not flatten the airplane. We landed, we taxied, we made it to the gate. It was perfect. One thing to do, Ryan, is go back into Op Center, PMDG Op Center, select the airplane that you got, and look for the 3 little dots on the right side and verify your files. I had a couple of pink textures in my 777, and you can verify your files in Op Center now, and that'll make sure it's all perfect. So be sure and do that. We're taking the 777 from Memphis to Cleveland next. AI is useful. It helps excessively salty when you're stuck or you need ideas. And Brandon uses Gemini all the time. AI is useful, and considering how far it's come, just a handful of years, it's getting quicker and scary how well it is. Yeah, well, AI's never going to be able to slam an airplane on the ground like I can, so no fear of AI here. AI was used in Polyat's. Was it AI? I thought it was robotics. I thought that there was a robotics thing there. So, but it was also AI, maybe? Really? The AI wasn't named Hal, was it? Gemini is good. Oh, they use both. Okay. Brandon uses AI for weather. Okay, so far so good. People get confused, so AI and machine learning. The robotic suite uses AI to inform surgeons on what to do next, where to cut, what not to cut, what they are seeing, and what's happening. That's a little hilarious to me. The AI says, okay, doctor, don't cut this thing over here. No, that's the wrong arm. No, we're not doing knee replacement today. It's an elbow replacement. And you really know you're in trouble when you're laying on the operating table, the surgeon comes in and the AI says, "Look, Dave, I can see you're really upset about this. Why don't you sit down calmly, take a stress pill, and think things over?" An extra set of intelligent eyes is helpful. Yes, stay away from the windpipe. This is a tow operation. Yeah, I would imagine that maybe, you're able to do that. That's right, Dr. ChatGTP's taking control at this point. That's right. At this point in time, Polyot, absolutely. AI and robotic surgery saved Polyot's life. So we're not complaining here, but it is entertaining to make fun of it a bit. A little bit entertaining until AI starts listening to live streams, and then we know we're totally screwed because I'm sure that AI never forgets. Wait a minute. 20 years from now when I have to go in for a surgery or something, didn't you say back in 2025, weren't you making wisecracks about AI? Well, guess what? This AI is going to bill you double.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
AKA Trunkerbucky has followed the channel. Welcome back in. Good to see you. Irby did a bio break, came back to your room. RGB stripes are like a disco. You hit a button when you got up. Uh-oh. It does look like fish to me, Atlas Systems, and I've almost called it that a few times. Dom T Gaming, 777 from Memphis to Cleveland. Hallucinations of AI comes from the model or the training data? No idea on that one, Martel. It's poorly constructed prompts. All right, so arriving at 1608 Zulu, it's 1528. Actually, it seems like we got a little bit of time back on this. I thought it was 1630. So that's good news. OpenAI came and did a 2-day training course on how to use AI. More than just write a sentence and let it go. It was interesting. I was writing a cover letter for a job opening. I'll every now and then just, throw out a resume and cover letter and stuff for what I used to do at a station that might be interesting. And I'm using LibreOffice or something. Something said after I was done with the cover letter, and it gave me the option to run it through AI. And I said, okay, I made a copy of what I wrote. And then I said, okay, AI, tell me what, and I don't know who it was that was doing it, which one, but the letter that came back, what came back from it was sort of like, I would never say it that way. Now, I'm also, unemployed, obviously, so there you go. But still, I would never send a letter like this, so... maybe that's my problem. This is the anatomy of a prompt. I want to list the best medium length hikes within 2 hours of San Francisco. Each hike should be, that's the return format. Okay. When you have a subscription and use it a lot, it learns how you write and gets good in doing. It wasn't just the tone of voice. What it came back with, I don't know how much time you spend on. There's this one social media website. I'm sure you know it. Yeah, for business. It's LinkedIn. And some of the things that people write in LinkedIn, it's full of all this business lingo and jargon and things that I would just never say. And that's what it came back. It was like this is from LinkedIn. Oh my gosh, you're kidding. It was from LinkedIn. I saved this. I wanted to look at it. It's from LinkedIn. And it was that, cringy. It was that cringy LinkedIn, I don't know. And I just said, maybe what I should do is is use that letter next time and see what happens. Oh my gosh, really? What did they say before they stabbed him in Godfather 3? He said, I'm sorry. Martel, so you can also ask it questions like that too? I think I'm going to stay away from that. I could probably just get in some real trouble. If you're using the free version, it's an early version, and that's kind of a messed up version. Okay, so we decided we're getting ready to come on in here. And we decided we needed to be at 2,900 feet. Polyot was able to upload a screenshot of blood tests, and it broke that blood test down for you and told you what it meant. That's pretty amazing. Okay, so 2,900 feet. We'll just go ahead and pop that in now since it's us. So 2,900 feet. Cool. Darren Vox is back in chat. Welcome aboard. It's better than WebMD telling you that everything... Yeah, I've heard that WebMD really depresses some people. I hear that it really can be scary. Okay, let's do a direct to. And we're going to go and do a direct to Antip. So direct to Antip. And insert. And that probably increased our top of descent, but not by much. James the Catcher, welcome on in. What it meant, what they were looking for, and what the next course of action would be. That's pretty incredible. Darren got a diagnosis of diabetes. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that if I were to do anything like that, it would probably, put the ChatGTP into a meltdown of some sort. Check destination data. We've got no destination data. I mean, there just isn't anything here. I don't think that we can use it. It's not going to be in this. No METAR reports, no TAF, no ATIS, IVAO, Pilot Edge, VATSIM, real. So info. XLT is off to Orlando today. Volanta may have something. Well, there is no ATIS here. I mean, they don't have any weather at all, but would Volanta have something? Loviz used Volanta and found some weather information. Really? I don't think I've ever used that here. Welcome back, Loviz. 3D models, satellites. Oh wow, it's got my flight plan and everything. Hey, do we have anything here? look to your left and the airport. Okay, we'll look over there. So look over on the left side here. RAF Ascension Island. FHSH. St. Helena Airport. There are warnings everywhere in California, even at the grocery stores for Disneyland. Well, we'll just stick with the standard altimeter and no wind and kind of go from there. No bueno on this one. We'll figure it out. Okay, so let's go to performance. Performance.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard,
Calvin
agent.
just did a
Station.
follow. Hi, Calvin. Welcome aboard. So let's see. Let's just go ahead and make it all zero it out. So 0 at 0. So wind is nothing at nothing. Outside air temperature. Don't store passwords in Google. I've heard you're not supposed to do that. Okay. Outside air temperature. I don't know. How about 15 degrees? We're just making it up. QNH. Oh, it's 10:13. And the barrow, we do have a barrow for this. Minimums are 1,540 feet. Okay, that's about as good as I think we're going to get. 32 miles to top of descent. No weather at all. Well, it's middle of the night here. They probably close the airport down at night. You know, my guess is St. Helena Towers 118.2. They probably aren't on, you know. So we should be fine with that. I don't think it's blowing up a gale or anything like that. So no fear or no sense. You decide. Yeah, there's no, this is not a diversion airport, is it? It's a rare, they rarely have any flights at all here. It's mostly closed. So most, you know, most people that live here go to take a boat or maybe don't live here. It's a long way from anything. They probably don't have very good internet here. I'm going to guess that, you know, pizza is probably kind of hard to come by here. I mean, maybe they get a Red Baron or something like that. Irvy is descending from flight level 410. I think we're going to be in a much more interesting place than this. It's a British overseas territory, so they have fiber. So at least, you know, worst comes to worst, you're going to be able to get, you know, all brand. We are transporting, oh, that's part of our job, is to transport pizza in. Sandy Plankton said a boat was called a butt in Finding Nemo. This is what Loviz says it was like when Loviz came in. Loviz took the, this wasn't the BAE 146, it was the RJ. So this was the one that has RNAV capability. Okay, it's on a cliff. It's on a big cliff. Chris says the sounds in the new 777 sound good. It's an offset and you land on an incline. So I'm coming in on runway 19. We're coming in from the north. We decided to go with runway 19 because there's no back taxi. So as we're kind of coming in like this, it looks like that's the same runway you did too. And it was offset, I believe, like by about 5 degrees. So the inbound course is 199 degrees. And this is 195. So it's about 5 degrees. They usually land from the north. Thanks, Calvin. Just checked, and the RAF has indeed taken A330s into St. Helena a few times. So if we want to take an A330 in tomorrow, we can. Okay, well, I did download the, those liveries. So we'll go put those in Ortho and Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, Community, Select, Extract. And so we've got those liveries for the A330 for tomorrow. This is just too slow. Right now, Atlas, we are flying an A400. It is a military cargo airplane. Loviz says that Titan flies A320s here. Okay, so Microsoft Aircraft A330 RAF. There's the RAF pack. Okay, we got all that. Okay, so we can fly that tomorrow. Let's see. Polyot says, Loviz, that was only for a COVID vaccine flight. Airplane. We passed top of descent. Are we going to descend? Yep, we're going to descend. And down we go. Let's see. Marlon mentioned Titan as an option. And Not Bixno says that one flight was, yes, indeed, to develop vaccine. Titan operates the UK government A320neo. Titan does the neo, but the RAF does the A330. Calvin did the A400 today for the first time. It is actually pretty cool. This airplane is actually pretty functional. I think the only reason that I was thinking about taking something else is it's slow. It's just slower than I think the other airplanes. I mean, this was probably what, a 2 hour and 20 minute gate to gate flight. So, you know, would rather probably move just a little bit faster. I mean, there's only so many jokes that you can do. They're selling them to penguins. Okay, we got constraints up. Bringing the map click. Is this an island with penguins? I mean, we're kind of close to Antarctica in a way.
Subscriber confirmed.
Yeah, we're a lot.
Top
I don't
clearance
know.
granted,
Penguins probably don't
Royalty
come up there.
noted.
Hi, Cream Cheese. Welcome aboard. Loviz is going to take the RJ. It was perfect for this approach. Oh, it was African penguins. Yeah, we got a ways to go before penguin country. Well, I could take the F-28, but I'd much rather take something that I know I could do holds and stuff in case we're doing holds. Although there's not that many holds out here. Not a lot of waypoints, so probably they're just going to have you turn 30 degrees to the right or do a 360. Mikey says that South African penguins came to school for an assembly. They were named after Jack Sparrow. Really? That's cool. Polyot says they're holding on to the Falklands because of the penguins that are there. Not for the gigantic untapped gas and oil reserves. Oh, it would never have anything to do with gas and oil. I mean, you know, unless it's the kind of gas from having too much garlic or something like that, but... Okay, let's do seatbelts. Seatbelts are on. $22,000 feet. And there is a little green dot here, so we're right on our descent path too. Not so bad. You can reverse the props in this thing, so there are reversers, so we can, you know, prop reverse and stuff like that. If it were just a little bit faster. Chin strap penguins are the favorite penguins. It's a localizer DME or a RNAV. I loaded in the RNAV. Polyot says, check out these penguins. These are the cool penguins. Oh yeah, look at that. Looks like they got a big old smile. It looks like they have a big old smile and they're happy penguins. The chin strap gives them, hi. Very cool. We could take the XB70 out. That would be a good fast one. Well, they say that we could take the A330 and that A330s have actually landed here. And I've got a livery so we can fly it as an Ascot airplane. Okay, so far so good. Let's see. Ground spoilers are now armed. Ground spoilers are armed. Auto brakes are medium. So we got to do that. Approach mode is basically going to be 119 for flaps, for full flaps. Did you see that out of nowhere, Antarctica actually expanded its ice sheet for the first time in decades? No, I didn't see that. And that is absolutely awesome news. Really? as opposed to it constantly shrinking. That is actually really good news. Here's the story. Antarctica's ice sheet grows for the first time in decades. No sheet. So they had a little bit of a gain. That is really cool. Oh, the story even made it onto the. It's not just in scientific journals. Okay, we're doing pretty good there, and pretty good up here. Okay, everybody's seated. Everything's secured for landing. Next flight is Memphis to Cleveland. I just wanted to come over to VATSIM radar and see what's going on. Memphis, 18 right, 18 center. Cleveland doesn't have any information yet. Let's see. Old Lenny is doing an ultra long haul NCAA to KIAH. Warning, after such a long haul, the double taxiway names: Alpha Zulu, Alpha November, November Zulu, November. I don't know what it is, but I flying into Houston on VATSIM, there just isn't enough RAM for me to keep all that together. I understand why it's November Zulu, November Alpha, and then Sierra. It's north and south, and I understand why they have them designated like that, but that is just too big of a test of my RAM for short-term memory. Not quite like they do it in Houston. I don't know. I know I clearly have a little bit of attitude about it, but still. Yeah, I could really use a RAM upgrade. I don't know that, I'm going to trust anybody to do a RAM upgrade here, but it would really be nice to have a USB 3 or something, just to have a USB drive or something. And landing lights. And taxi light. And we're going to reduce our speed just a little bit here. Do I have a flaps placard by any chance? Probably not. Nope. Okay. We'll get the guidance from the speed tape. Ah, okay, there's flat. They have hash marks. Of course they do, just like a real Airbus. Just like a real Airbus. Flaps 1. Irvi says there is the crosswinds are a killer on this one. That's what Lovis was saying, that it's going to be really, really windy and breezy and stuff. Okay, well, good luck to us. We'll be back in the 777 for our next flight, Memphis to Cleveland. And 210. All right, let's go ahead. I've got one last altitude here. I'm going to let it go to 1,300 and let it manage it for me. And by that time, we should see the runway and we could take over. And that's good. Tim Dog says Stu is doing Indy Center. Stu does ATC and also does some live streaming on Twitch. So if you're new to this flight sim stuff and hearing us do all this, you know, talk to ATC, you can go and see what it looks like from the ATC standpoint, which is kind of interesting, especially if you want to like dive in and learn more about all this stuff. There are cliffs, I know. It's a little bit like Castlerejo that has cliffs at either end of the runway. It's worked out well for the Memphis event, so timing is good. We're not too late. It did put quite a strain on my reservoir of really bad jokes, though. Afraid it did that just a bit, so sorry. And let's go back to 180 for the turn. Those just seem to be the really good speeds. Any chance we can see an island? Oh my gosh, we have an island out there. Land ho! Flaps 2. Actually, I think we could go to flaps 3. Well, we're below the hash mark, but...
St. Helena ground, FedEx 177 is fully landed, all safe, backtracking runway 01 to exit.
St. Helen traffic, there is a military transport 30 miles to the north of the island, setting up for the RNAV approach for runway 19, St. Helen. Oh, there's the gear handle. There's the gear handle. Very conveniently located in between the pilots. Feel like the pilot in other Airbuses has to really has to reach across the cockpit. And we've got wheels. It sure got noisy.
St. Helena ground, FedEx 177 is clear of runway 01, taxiing to the nearest cooler to put this beer and pizza in St. Helena.
Yeah, I know. After a long flight like this, it's sort of like, Take me to the coolest food place ever, right? JSB, having wheels usually a good thing unless you're landing on water or snow. Maybe if we pool our resources, Mikey, we could understand. Get it? Pool, Liverpool. Okay. I told you, they've been kind of strained a little bit today. The jokes, I mean. Polyat says it's not Liverpool. It's a northeast accent, Irby says. Thank you. Next flaps. Oh, there is our offset localizer. Very offset localizer. Tim Dog says get ready for ATC. Gear down, 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. Corey wants to know if we ever go down to Destin, Florida. We've done a couple of flights down the Florida Keys. Is that far south for you? We usually go to Key West and stuff. And do some things like that, Corey. But if you'd like us to go to that town sometime. It's in the Panhandle. Oh, okay. Usually at the Panhandle, there's another airport that we go to, and I don't know why my brain power has failed me. We got a really nice airport, and we go there a lot. Pensacola, thank you. Pepsi-Cola, yes. We go to that one because we have a nice scenery. This was not good. Well, look at that windsock. I don't know that it actually went in reverse, and something really shoved me off to the side. Star Lugo, I think so. Yellow cards on that landing. St. Helena traffic, the military transport is clear of the runway. Taxi to parking. See you here tomorrow for the big event. St. Helena. There's the FedEx that flew with us.
Kia Beta in the cooler, Mr. Spyflight.
Okay, now then, parking brakes on. And then what we do is we go and the props go to a feather position. So that feathers them, but we haven't actually shut them down yet. Let's also do strobes off. And the taxi light off. So we've got those there. And we're just waiting for the APU. So now it's actually, like I said, it's... Uh-oh, my speed brakes are still out. And the flaps, I think, were out too. There go the flaps. Okay. And now we could probably do the outer engines off. And we still need one to provide power to the airplane. Until the APU. The RAF will not be happy. Terrible cleanup. I know, very bad. Advising anyone planning to go to Expo to stay in Boston and take the train to Providence rather than paying a ton for Providence hotels. I think that that piece of advice is rather providential. APU generator is online. APU bleed is online. And now these props go off too. Yeah, very, very bad cleanup coming in. Like I said, I'm probably taking something I know just a little bit more than this. I like it. This is fun. It's definitely been cleaned up just a little bit too since the last time that I took this one out, and it's in the new flight sim, so I think that's really great. So I'd say we made it. Let's go and get our 777. And main menu and main menu. Last flight for Irvy. Irvy, thank you for doing the flight with me today. Absolutely. You got to chill? Chilling is good. Understand. That was a long one too. But I'm glad we did this one because, again, it's going to be a big event tomorrow. We want to do a good job, so it was great. Poliet is a Providence hotel, not that expensive. Only about $2,000 for a week. Yeah, I'll sleep in my car. Jeez. Let's see. Oh, look at all the ATC. Okay, we are going to KCLE Cleveland. KCLE. Let's look at Digital ATIS. The event hotel is $300. The expo rate was at $199. Okay, KCLE Cleveland. Cleveland. Arrivals. ILS 6 left. So 06 left is our arrival ATIS. Down in good old Memphis. But there's a lot of 777s down here today. Memphis. 18 right and left. I'm going to guess they'll give us 18 right for departure because it's closer to the terminal. Because it's closer over there, right? Okay. Let's come on over here and get a flight simulator. 777 time. Okay, everything's good to go there. Is Conti doing this flight today, JBS? Really? We will keep an ear out. All right, we need to go and get rid of this. And let's do a flight plan. All right, so new flight. Oh, Continental. I thought Conti, the ATC, the flight simmer. All right, United Airlines, flight 441, KMEM. We are going to KCLE, Cleveland Hopkins. I'm going to take a 777-200, B7, an ER, and we're going to take the United. And all this looks good. So 18 right and 06 left. Hey, it gave us the right runways. How about that? I am going to board. I'm going to board 30 minutes of extra fuel just cuz. Just cuz. Shh, original Dark Wind. We don't want to say that out loud. We want to fly the 777. And we want to be in the VATSIM event. And we don't have a cargo plane yet, so don't blow the cover. Kidding. Kidding, of course. Okay, here we go. All right. Get us a PDF, even though we don't need it because it's going to be in the electronic flight bag. Current plan, and that's good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file on VATSIM. They fixed the OC3 so you can install the liveries. I'm not flying anything except Continental. I don't know that they've got a Continental yet. You could get, I don't know if they've got a meatball for you yet or not. There's a Continental on flightsim.to. Okay. All right, and we're filed on VATSIM. Now then, I'm going to go and impress the socks off of Polyot with my title setting prowess and my flight plan linking ability. And let's go over there. And we got them both done. Cool. And we're going to get rid of the web browser. Oh, don't worry. There are so many other things. Like I said, I don't know what's going on lately. Maybe it's because I'm finally, after literally years, I'm sleeping just a little bit better than I used to. I don't know, but there are a lot of little details that absolutely are escaping me. So, no, never going to be out of a virtual job. I would be lost. JBS, fact, there's a few Continental at flightsim.to. There's an issue with OC3. Oh, really? I know that you could import them. Meanwhile, UA840, replicating your flight you did last year down to the registration. RJTT to KIAD. Holy moly, JBS, that was a long flight. It's been noticeable in yeah, I think that's helping out a lot. It's been helping out a lot. Let's go get our 777. Oh. We need a Boeing hat. Hang on. I knocked it off the table. Boeing 777. There we go. And we have to configure it. There we go. Somebody needs to break out the blimp someday. Okay, configure. Okay, now this is going to be Pratt & Whitney's. And we need a livery. And we've got the United Airlines Battleship Gray livery. Save and go back. Swoosh. And that looks good. Save and go back. Now then, we need to go and find an open gate. So KMEM, Memphis. Zolesk is a virtual jump seater today. Welcome in and thanks for coming in today. We're taking the new 777 out for a spin. That's not providing me with enough guidance, and I don't want to spawn upon anybody, so... Well, that didn't work. Typing is hard. Taxi. Now then. That says gate 80. There's no way there's a gate 80 there. Here is Alpha 1. Nope, that's not even Alpha 1. There's a terminal over there. Okay, what are these? What are these gates? These are larger gates. I think that Continental is here. These are all medium gates. All right, do I think that's over here? Oh, there's a way to look at traffic. Aha. Okay, I see where that airplane is. I'll bet we could do... Well, they disappeared. What I'm doing is I'm looking over here. I just don't want to spawn on anybody. And there's nothing really big enough for this. So I'm trying to find something a little bit better. Nobody's in here. How about we try 15? How about unlucky 13? I want United to do the Saul Bass liveries for United and Continental. Those were really iconic liveries. And I've kind of got the feeling that maybe they're getting away from doing things like that anymore. Which is too bad.
You're all going to die down here.
Oh my gosh, it's Hermione. But yeah, I feel like the real world airlines have decided to get away from those, you know, those liveries, which is too bad. There's a few that are still... Oh, yep, that wasn't Hermione. That's the Red Queen. Oh, yeah. Haven't heard her for a long time. Yeah, this thing is so big it's taking up like 3 extra gates. Well, you know, one of our favorites is the Salmon 37. Love the Salmon 37. And that old livery looks great. The 1960s livery and Continental 1940s liveries. Well, sadly, they're painting over the Friendship livery on the Airbus. was kind of hoping that maybe they'd move it over to like one of their Boeing 737s, because that would be more appropriate for the Friendship livery. But yeah, they need to do a meatball on one of the airplanes too, Mikey. That would be a good one to do. Okay. Salmon 37 is what they make it. It's the Salmon 37. Okay, let's see if we're going to be lucky on this. This is a special flight. I believe that they call it. I think that's what Alaska calls their Salmon 37. Yeah, that one right there. Okay, let's see if we can connect. And this is a Boeing 772. And connect. Got a clearance, Clarence. All right. Not waffle. What's my favorite livery of all time? There's so many. I think if I had to choose of all the liveries I've ever seen, I don't know. It's really hard. It's a toss-up for me. The Lufthansa has a livery on an A319, and it's got the children's flying program. It's got this goofy bird on the side that I really like. So that's really nice. Aegean used to have Athena for an ad for the Acropolis on one of their A320s. They've painted over that now. I've always liked United's Blue Tulip livery. That's a really nice one too, but you know, as far as trying to pick it, and I like the font on that Air Berlin had, so I do like that one. The Friendship isn't going anywhere. They took it into the pay. Oh, they just touched it up. I thought they were going to get rid of it. I'm glad that I'm glad that they're keeping it. You touch the side windows to bring the EFB higher. Oh, really? So if you move that up here, that'll bring it there. See, I set my view up there for it to just be down there. JBS likes the Peter Max NYC Continental livery. The FedEx Panda. Yeah, I mean, how can you go wrong with a goofy panda bear? I mean, you know, a goofy little panda bear on the side. That's another one. So let's go to ground ops. I'm going to request my jetway. Probably going to go to the L1 here, but I have noticed that they're going to the L2 in some cases. These were okay, and I like this one on this air. Oh, it is going to the L2. Doors. This when I did my one and only ride on a 777. This was the livery that it was in. So Atlas System got to fly on the Salmon 37, the world's largest flying fish. I think that's as far as it's going to go. Okay, so the passengers are going to have to jump a little bit here. I'm going to open up the L2 now. And we can do the cargo doors. Yeah, a little bit of parkour for them. Okay, battery goes on. Let's come on down here and go to ground connections. We'd like to request a ground power unit. And primary. Okay, lights are good. Let's get the ADARUs going. Emergency exit lights are armed and guarded. Windshield heaters are going on. And that's going to be good for now. No smoking is on. And that's good for the moment. And all that looks good. So now that we got the power on the airplane, up we'll also do IFE and cabin utilities. We need coffee or something warm. All right, so now let's bail here. Electronic flight bag, data from SimBrief. There's our flight plan. How about that? Mikey can't wait for PMDG to charge us 7472. Oh, I get it. Mikey wants a 747. Here's our flight plan. All of our data is right there. So cool. Really like having all that information in there too. But I am going to go, because this is a VATSIM event, I am going to go and just copy the flight plan out of the packet and just put it in my notes and check the altitude. And then really that's about all I need for that. And then we can come over here and start cleaning some stuff up. It'll be $74.78. Okay, we are done with the Berlin flight data. So we can clean that up. And when you start to do a big VATSIM event and stuff, clean these things out is a really good thing to do. And then we're going to bump this up here. That looks good, and then I ignore the middle data there. Okay, so all that looks great. Okay, so all that looks good, and with all of that, it's almost time to go. But let's grab some charts first. Let's do some charts first. Memphis, we need an airport chart. Parking gates and coordinates. I believe we are at gate R7. We are 1, 2, 3 from the end. So 1, 2, 3 from the end. We're at gate 5. No, we're all the way. There's the bend. So 1, 2, 3 from the bend. R8, R7, we're at R6. It's good to know what your gate is. R06. Cool. Tim Dog says wrong. We're at gate 13. So these numbers are wrong. Tim Dog says this is gate 13. All right, I'm going to trust Tim Dog on that. It's gate 13. Tim Dog knows these things. Okay. And let's come on over here. And there is our map. Now, SIDS. We got the Carson 7 departure. Carson 7. You're looking on the wrong side. Oh, you're kidding. I'm looking at the wrong side. That's embarrassing. Terribly embarrassing. Okay. 5,000 feet is our initial climb clearance. Best to note these things early. I'm looking at the wrong side, really. This is going to be embarrassing as hell. You know what? Tim Dog's right. I'm at gate 13. I'm not on that bend. I'm here. I'm at gate 13. Ah, the humiliation. It never goes away. It never goes away. Okay, we got all that. I know, Atlas System, I definitely need the Sim Caesar face plant. Arrivals coming into Cleveland. It's going to be... Oh, the Rockin' 3 arrival. Look at this. They've got Browns rockin' and rollin'. The rockin' and rollin' arrival. So we're going to be rocking on in here at Durga. after Durga, depending upon the runway that we get. All right, so did we get Rockin'? No, we got to go and get Rockin' 3. And then the approach sim brief said 6 left. So 06 left. What do you say we get 6 right just for giggles? Because they might kick us over to the other side. But SimBrief and their ATIS says we're coming in on 6 left. Jim, hey, welcome aboard. Alligators 2 and Charles Yerkes in the middle of that. Yeah, Charles Yerkes would have at least found the right gate. Okay. Queenie and Grohl should be the arrival on Rockin'. What do we have here? It's always good to look at this stuff now before you start plugging it into your flight plan. Okay, at Devo for Cleveland runways transition, come over here. At Devo, it's Kings, and then Queenie and Rush. So there's Queenie, and it's a direct connection on in with the runway. So we're good for that. And on the approaches, we've got both the runways. And on the arrival, we need to get airport info. And there we go. And then we're going to get parking gates. And there's parking gates. Cool. All right, now come over to pinned. And airports, it's going to be both airports. We have 1 SID, we have 1 star, and we have 2 runways. All that looks great. Outstanding. Let's come on down here and do the FMC fun stuff. FMC. Okay, so navigation data is groovy. We'll do position init. We know that we are at Memphis, KMEM. And your pilot has finally purchased a clue thanks to a little help from Tim Dog, and we know we are at Gate Lucky 13. It's not in the database, so that's okay. We're going to go and get the GPS position and plug that in, and that's good. Hi, Captain Chris. Welcome aboard. We've got our big old 777 here. Looking really nice. You know, it would be kind of cool if United would also, I think, just as a live streamer doing this flight sim stuff as long as I have, when it comes to United liveries, this is the most popular United livery that people talk about. They like the Battleship Gray. Not that United's going to listen to a bunch of flight simmers or anything, but this would be another good one to do a, legacy livery. This would be good for another good one. Atlas System says there's a problem at Houston. Okay, so all that looks good. Let's do our route, and we're going to route request. And we're going to get the SimBrief route. And take a second to just let it load. And let's set the payload. Plane's loaded. Set the fuel. Fuel's loaded. Clear those 2. Select the route and click it once. And give it a second to breathe because it takes a little bit of time. Because at Houston we've got a problem because it's Apollo 13. Okay, this is all looking good. Clear, clear, and clear. Now we have to load it. And it's now loading. Jim, so I'm only flying in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 right now because I have to go and roll back some NVIDIA drivers to get my Flight Sim 2020 working. So this is the only PMDG that I really had access to. Plus, this was kind of the one that I was wanting because of all the 777s, this is the closest one that I've ever that I've been in. So that's why I got it, you know, for me personally, and I live stream. That being said, if you have the PMDG 777-300s, they're going to come over to Flight Sim 2024, and that's going to be free. So if you don't want to spend the money and you've got patience, you can either fly in 2020 or wait for the 777-300s to come over to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 for free. You could do that. The 737s are coming over, but we're going to have to pay an upgrade fee. Other than that, I will tell you that right out of the box, I think that PMDG hit a home run with this airplane. The airplane looks really good. I'm pretty happy with it. You know, this is an older livery, which, you know, I'm going to like. Let's go ahead and get myself set up. I usually book seat 10A. So, not that I would ever be in first class like this. But let's go ahead and get our wing view. Look out the window and get a wing view here. And we'll use that at my seat. I think they did a nice job. Okay, this is looking good. So now this is in. Let's activate it and execute it. Cool. Now we can go and do performance. Let's also look at the clearance and see what we got. Probably ought to do that. Memphis to Carson, Hums, Tings, Durga, Rockin' 3 to Cleveland. Flight level 350, squawks groovy. Cleared, blah, blah, blah. Maintain 5,000, 350, 10 after departure. Departure frequency is contact CD for push. Cool. So I really appreciate that. They say, you know, call us for push and start. Really nice of them. Okay, so all of this looks good. We are technically loaded, so I'm going to come over here and flip on the APU. Jim, so it depends on the livery that you get. So right now I'm flying an old United, so this is Pratt & Whitney's. Depending upon the airline, you may get Rolls-Royce or GEs. We flew in Frankfurt Friday. I flew an Austrian 777, and it had GE engines. And I would imagine that if you fly British Airways, you'll have Rolls-Royce engines. And I came up with a snarky comment about another airline, and I'm not going to say it because it was snarky and I shouldn't be that way. Zero fuel weight is now set. All the rest of our numbers are good. Cruise altitude is flight level 350. The snarky comment about one of the other airlines was going to basically be, you know, and this other airline, they use a big rubber band. Oh, that was mean. I shouldn't be so mean all the time. Cost index is 15. Everything else is looking good. And all of that's great too. So we don't have to really worry about any of those. We can do departure and arrival. My guess is we're going to probably take off. Is anybody taking off over here? I'm guessing it's going to be 18 right. Because they're probably going to put FedEx over on the far runways. No, sad to say, I was not thinking about them. I was thinking about low-cost carriers. I'm going to roll the dice and go with 18 right. It comes with all those engine variants. That's correct. Carson 7. And we exit at Hums and in. That's right. The livery determines your engines. And the other cool thing that they've set up kind of in Microsoft Flight Simulator is the livery also will determine the way the airplane cockpit is configured and everything else. The ATIS does say so. Sometimes they flip you to another runway. 6 left is what we're coming in on. And doing the Rockin' 3 arrival via Durga and via Queen and insert. All right, so all of this is looking good. Legs. And that's great news. Cool. Okay. I want to go to thrust limit next. Let's come over here and do the departure numbers. Performance tool. We are expecting runway 18, right? Import the weight. Import the weather, and calculate. So let's see, we're going to do a takeoff -2. We're going to save all sorts of fuel and wear and tear on our big old engines. We're going to select the temperature to 38 degrees. And takeoff. We're going to do flaps 5, which seems to be the optimum flap. The center of gravity is 24.28. And if you just click it, it'll give you the number. So 24.3. And then speeds for takeoff are 126, 130, and 135. 126, 130, 135. Let's do 135 up here. That looks good. Let's go to our charts. And EFB and charts and airport. And all of these are going to be the same, so we can just go over here and it's going to be 180 is our heading on departure. So 180. And we know we're going to be cleared to 5,000 feet. And that's all set up and nice. Do we have an APU? We should. That all is looking good. I think all that's great. Ground operations, door management. Did I never get my cargoes open? I never got them open. Well, let's close the 1L and passengers are aboard. Close the 1L door. And let's get our squawk frequency in here. So for squawkage today, it's 7623. 7632. I had that a little bit backwards. And by the way, your transponder is on Terra when you first turn it on. So I need to go and reset that so it's off. Arm all doors for departure. Doors are armed for departure. Ground services. Let's go ahead and release our jetway. For our parkour people, get rid of them. Uh-oh, that Spirit's kind of blocked in by my really big wing. Okay, so that looks good. We do have the APU is on. APU is running. So I'm going to disconnect ground power. Let's go ahead and get our hydraulics going. Fuel pumps can go on too. I'm going to remove the ground power unit. Contact ground. 125.2. 125.2. There we go. 125.2.
Count 44, Memphis delivery you to accept the Elvis 4 North 4 departure.
Now I'm going to go ahead and go to...
Let me look at the chart first. That's for Elvis 4, Common 44 Heavy.
And let's go and get pushback helper ready to go. Oh, it said contact. It said CTCCD for push. Up, we don't have a parking brake on. So push your toe brakes in, pull the parking brake lever, and now we can remove the chocks. And all of these are clear. We'll request a tug.
Interesting departure. Yeah, I think I can accept it. And I assume this is going to be, I'm going to have vectors to go out, Common 44 Heavy.
Call 44 from ABS, you will get a vector to join the transitional radial from departure, and then you'll be
CD
on route
is clearance
after
delivery, and that is an
4
ATC abbreviation. Thanks, Tim Dog. Okay, I think all of this looks good. Now then.
Yeah, I can accept this. Sure. I can accept the Elvis 4 departure.
Let's do... We got a special button over here called checklist. Oxygen is good. Flight instruments, heading and altimeter. Up, I haven't set my altimeters yet. Memphis ATIS altimeter 2986. 2986.
Cleared to Indianapolis, the Elvis 4 departure.
2986. This is why we use a checklist with a new airplane. So, pre-flight, oxygen, parking brakes, fuel controls, that thing is good. Next checklist, flight deck door is closed. Passengers are aboard, seat belts are going on. Seat belts are on. Mode control panel, I said V2, heading track and altitude. Takeoff speeds, 126, 130, and 135. The CDU pre-flight is completed. Trim has not been set. It's 6.5.
North 4 transition, then direct to Papa X-ray, expect 3000, Papa Cobra Heavy.
Correct contact ground 121.9 for continuing your taxi.
All right, we'll contact 121.9.
There's 6.5. Trim is now set. Taxi and takeoff briefing has been totally blown off. I'm going to go beacon. Memphis delivery. Hello there from United 441. We're the big old 777's taking up a couple of your gates at gate 13. Information X-rays aboard. Requesting startup and pushback.
441 good evening. Contact ground on 121.9 for start.
0.9 for push and start for United 441. Thanks. Have a really good weekend.
Thank you.
121.9.
Memphis delivery, Delta 29.
There we go. Ryan, with those V speeds, we're not going far. 126, 130, and 135. I don't have a ton of fuel. This isn't a long flight for this airplane, Ryan, so my guess is that's why they're so low. Love is going to pass on the FNO tonight. Well, you know what, Love is? You did a long flight earlier today, and, you know, you got a busy day tomorrow, plus you had nachos, so I figure you need time. How do you see the cockpit after the flight? I feel like an old nerd asking to see the cockpit of an IRL plane. Mighty Morph, never feel like a nerd. You're with airplane nerds. You're with the cool kids. You're absolutely with the cool kids. So there is our cockpit. How does that look? What a nice cockpit this is, too.
Ground, good afternoon, Bayflight 20 information, X-ray, ready to taxi.
We'll look around the whole airplane when we get up in the air. Mighty Morph, so not a problem at all.
Bayflight 20, where are you located?
On the south terminal.
United Flight 20, contact west ground.
Oh, you mean how do you ask to see the cockpit after the flight? You feel, oh, you're talking about IRL. Oh, you know what?
Memphis ground, Comet 44 Heavy is holding at Papa before 18 left.
I think, you know, just as you're walking by, you know, if the pilot's standing there, if they look like they're being friendly, or ask the flight attendant, something like that, that might be it. Yeah, Lovis actually got to, I think, start a real APU.
Comet 44 Heavy.
United 2150, contact west ground on 121.65.
Ground 12165, United 2150, good evening.
Memphis ground high from United 441, the big old 777 at gate 13, requesting startup and pushback with X-ray.
United 441, contact clearance for pushback on 25.2.
We just talked to clearance and they told us to talk to you.
Perfect. Then in that case, pushback at your discretion, advise when ready for taxi.
We'll give you a call when taxi, United 441. Shall we go? I think we're ready. Beacon is on. Parking brake is off. Out we go.
United 1612, pushback onto Juliet, approved face south.
Yeah, that's true. Dom T Gaming, there are a lot. Oh, I don't know. I would suggest perhaps not mentioning anything about flight simming. I always figure if they hear, oh yes, I've got 6,000 hours in Microsoft Flight Simulator, they'd probably have me arrested. So, you know, call me a chicken on that one.
5334, pushback at your discretion, advise when ready for taxi.
Always have my discretion and advise.
Memphis ground, good evening, Delta 23.
Parking brakes.
Cross 718 center line echo.
And there we go.
Delta 2302, welcome to Memphis, where would you like to park?
Starting engine number 2. 1.
Delta 2302.
Lovis got to have a conversation with the first officer on the Copa Max, who also flies Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Terminal where Juliet and Tango, Delta 2302.
And looks like we got a good start here on engine number 1.
Pushback approved. Advise when ready for taxi.
We'll wait until
Memphis ground, Malicious 1, exit is 18 left at Romeo, going to do the taxi to the military ramp.
Malicious 1, taxi to the military ramp via Yankee Papa.
Malicious 1.
Yankee Papa, thanks for ATC, Malicious 1.
And starting engine number 2. Sometimes Malicious 1 flies with Kinney Monster flying with Agent Bravo 7. Engine number 2 starts.
18 center via Lima, Charlie 7, report to 2949.
It's absolutely amazing to me just how big these airplanes are. There is a series, and I mention this every now and then, over on YouTube about Boeing and them building the 777. And it's a kind of a cool series. It's called 21st Century Jet. It's free. It's like 20 years old. It was done by the PBS stations in Seattle, I think. And they did a pretty good job on it. So there goes the N1. Okay, all of that looks really good. Done with the APU. APU is off. Let's see. We're going to do flaps 5. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes RTO. Okay, anti-ice not needed. Cancel recall. Cancel recall.
United 2781. Sorry about
Nothing
that.
in there. So
Contact
recall is clear.
tower on 119.
Flight controls, ground gear, and before taxi checklist is complete. I think we're ready to go. Loviz says, who's calling it a night? Wig Bill. No, it's Polyot calling it a night. Good night, Polyot. Congratulations on passing test number 4. 2 more to go. 2 more tests to go.
12165.
See you on Discord. Have a great evening. I will, of course, keep the sheep off the runway. And the jokes, of course, will be really, really good. Memphis ground, hello again from United 441. Pushed and started from gate 13, requesting taxi.
United 441 Heavy, runway 18 center, taxi via Papa 1 Tango, Charlie 7.
United 441, we're going to go to runway 18 center, Papa 1 Tango Charlie, and Charlie 7 for United 441. Shall we go?
Memphis ground, you're 16.
All right. So, coming out here, Papa 1 Tango, Charlie, and we're kind of coming up this way.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we also need to redo our departure here. So it's going to be 18 center. So 18 center, Carson, Hums, and there's an airplane in front of me, so nobody's standing behind me, so that's good. So all of that looks good. In it ref, we're going to have to redo our speeds real fast.
United 1126, runway 18 right.
So performance tool, 18 center. I think it's a little bit longer. That's about the only reason. Okay, 5. Takeoff to 38. 5, takeoff to 126, 130, 135. 126, 130, 135. 135 up there. That looks good. Parking brakes are off. Taxi light is going on. And all this looks good. And LNAV, VNAV, we got the correct departure. And let's go. Have a great evening. Thank you for being here. Okay, did this will tell me. Papa 1, right up front here. That'll get us out. Cool. And let's come back over here, and we're good. And out we go. Stopping at Tango for United 441.
Memphis ground, Southwest 322, returning right here on Charlie, going to gate 5.
Letting the little baby jets go over to the other to the other terminal.
It's on the west side of the airport.
Southwest 322, are you able to go on to Juliet, or are you locked on Charlie?
Yes, I can't. I'm already on Charlie for Southwest 322.
Alrighty. Southwest 322, taxi via Charlie, Tango, hold short of November.
Charlie, Tango, hold short of November, Southwest 322.
I have to tighten the...
United 1126, contact west ground on...
Nose wheel tiller every now and then the screws are loose. Joe flies Airbus. Boeings are different.
United 1612, contact west ground on 121.65, good day.
And there's Tango. So I'm just kind of inching up to Tango right now.
Delta 2949, contact tower on 119.7 today.
And that's probably about as close as we're going to be able to hold short on Tango. Captain Chris, thank you for reminding me to do Volanta. Okay, we're all good there. Are you talking about the notepad? This notepad over here? This is for taking notes. This is what I use to write down taxi instructions and have all the information that I need in one little place, just for the airplane. This is an older classic livery when United first started flying the triples. Giving way to the southwest, then we'll continue taxi United 441. And that's probably southwest right there. So
American 1400 checking in on Papa, holding short of Juliet.
this is really a short flight, although they do some short flights for 777s, Original Dark Wind.
American
They really do.
1400, we're looking for gate 20.
American 1400 taxi to gate
I
0.
believe it is Original Dark Wind.
Juliet 20, American 1400.
Okay, continue the taxi. But yeah, Human Games, this is an older livery. It's been around for a while. They don't fly it anymore, but usually when... usually for United liveries, this is the one everybody really, really likes. That's right. The after Sim Update 2, then we should get the iFly Max.
Southwest 320.
Definitely looking forward to that. Okay, Tango and Charlie is our next taxiway. So Charlie is the second one.
Southwest 322, go ahead and contact west ground on 121.65 today. 21.65, good day, Southwest 322.
There's a little prop liner right in front of us. You know, that one looks like it's crossing a runway. I think I'm going to stop. Waiting here for the airplane coming straight at us, United 441. It's coming right at us!
5334, request push and stop. Sorry, request...
Tim Dog's going to 18 center. Yeah, I think that they're putting the heavies over on the bigger plane. My tech review. Go, before you fly, go back into Operations Center, PMDG Ops Center, click on your airplane, and then look for the little 3 dots on the right side, and just verify your files before you hop in.
341, taxi via Charlie Tango, hold short of November.
Charlie Tango, hold short November, Flagship 341.
To 5334, request taxi.
There they go.
Yeah,
Tim Dog is departing even as we speak.
Runway 18 right. Taxi via Papa 2 Tango. Hold short of November.
There goes Tim Dog, I think.
18 right via Papa 2 Tango, hold short of November, United 5334.
And sorry about that, United 441, heavy continue taxi.
United 441, continue taxi.
FlexJet 341 full position.
Hold position, FlexJet 341.
Sounds on the airplane, I think, are really pretty good. Okay, my tech review, you should be set. There goes a big FedEx. Happy
New
landing,
recruit
FedEx.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Hey, Simplum. Did I say your name right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Okay, looking good. Passengers are happy. Well, the ones in first class.
Contact west ground on 121.65. Good day.
2165, have a good day. United 23, faithful.
FlexJet 341, contact west ground on 121.65. Good day.
Ground point 65, FlexJet 341.
Memphis ground, American 1400, closing flight plan. Good night.
Good night, American 1400.
Minimum takeoff fuel is 14.4. I am at 37. Okay. That's weird. Really? I'm at no, that can't be right. Total fuel, 37. This thing boarded a lot more fuel. 119 arrivals into Memphis. Yeah, I suspect it's going to be more people coming in here. And we're supposed to go to Charlie 7. Charlie 7.
American 978, contact
That's Charlie 5.
on 121.65. Good day.
Really nice to have this one. Not too terribly windy today. That's really nice. So Charlie 7's all the way at the end. Hey, Mustache, bonsoir. Thanks for coming in today. Quick stretch is a good idea. Thanks for coming in. We got the new 777 here. Oh, and Loviz says we need to look at the pen. They said Loviz says the pen's different. Memphis Ground United 441 is holding short of 18 center.
United 441, contact Memphis Tower on 119.7 today.
119.7 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Oh, we got a nice picture from Tim Dog. Hang on. 119.7. And departures 12415. Somebody's got a baby in the cockpit. Nice departure picture for Tim Dog. Hi, Maloney. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Memphis Tower, hello there from United 441, holding short of 18 center, fully ready.
United 441, heavy, Memphis Tower, hello, runway 18 center, line up and wait, we've got traffic crossing the outfield.
Line up and wait, 18 center, United 441, strobes.
Walker 1311, Memphis Tower, welcome aboard, wind 250 at 6, so runway 18 left, clear to land.
We've got some sort of squawkage going on.
United 441, wind still 2506. RNF to ribs, runway 18 center, cleared for takeoff.
18 center, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we are RNAV ribs, United 441. A Humans Games, you want to do this one day? What, for real or the sim? You thinking about this as a career? Okay, nicely lined up. Maloney, there is a little bit of music going on, not much. Okay, landing lights, 1, 2, 3. And here we go. Throttle's going up. Engines are set. Elapsed timer. Auto throttle. Actually, it's a D rate, I'm afraid, not toga. 80 knots. Hands off throttles, flying, and rotate. Positive climb gear.
United 441, contact departure 124.15. Have a good flight. We'll see you next time.
124.15 for United 441. Thanks. Have a great weekend. Departure, hello there from United 441. We are direct ribs at 3,000 going to 5.
United 441, Memphis departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 7,000.
Continue 7,000 for United 441. Okay, looking good. Autopilot's engaged. Flaps, 1. And flaps up. Flaps are up. Passengers getting kind of a nice view outside tonight. A human either, but simming is probably going to come first. Learning to fly is expensive. You know it is. But here's the cool part, A Human Games. We're flying real world weather, real time, and the kinds of airplanes that you're going to start learning to fly in are right here in this sim, and you can start learning about them right now because it's the same thing. So it would be really good if you know you want to learn to fly, start playing in Flight Simulator because we're playing in the real world. Obviously, there's differences. There's huge differences. But this is going to get you started, and you're going to have fun with it, too. Martel's calling it a night. Good night, Martel. Thank you, as always, for being here. Have a really great evening. We'll see you next time. Yeah, Original Darkwind's right. It's an incredible head start for flying. Taxi lights are off. And passing 5,000 feet. And we're going to 7. And there's 7,000 feet. And it should stop for us because we're in LNAV and VNAV. Airplane is being really good. Memphis, and one of the other cool things about this is Human Games. What you're looking at outside the cabin, it's all satellite photography. So this, if you're departing out of Memphis right now, on this departure, which is probably what they're doing, this is what it looks like outside. Obviously, there's some parts of it that are a little gamey, but that's what it looks like outside. And this is, PMDG.
Climb and maintain 16,000.
16,000 now for United 441.
United 5334, climb and maintain 16,000.
16,000, American 53 favor.
Checklist is complete. After takeoff, checklist is complete. I'm going to go back over to engines here. And it's a Boeing. We need to keep our heading bug straight up so that we are always remembering our direction of flight in case the autopilot fails. Osmac is back in chat.
5334, contact center 135.3.
35.3, American 53, United 53 faithful, zip.
135.
United 441, contact center 133.65, bye-bye.
133.65 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Likewise, bye-bye.
133.65. There we go. And by the way, so Humane Games, we're flying right now on a network where there are real people flying their flight simulator just like I am in the same world. And there are real people, instead of with an airplane in front of them like with an airplane, they have got a radar scope, and they are doing simulated air traffic control. All of the voices you hear are real. This isn't computer generated or something. So we're playing by a lot of the same rules that the real world does. Memphis Center, hello there from United 441, passing 12,000 for 16.
United 441, Memphis Center, good evening. Climb and maintain flight level 230.
Flight level 230 for United 441. Up and away. Okay, so Humane Games, you know all about VATSIM. So you're already some steps ahead here. But the thing about all of this is these airplanes that we've got in the flight simulator are getting more and more complex every day. More and more like the real thing. And so the thing that you're going to find is the learning curve is bigger and bigger and bigger than ever before. So like a normal computer game, you'd spend about 10 minutes learning how to play the game and you play the game, right? The learning for these airplanes and stuff like that takes a lot longer. But this game lasts a lot longer than most computer games.
Delta 1149, Memphis Center, roger. Memphis Delta
Chris, so get out of the sim,
2987, 1149.
reload, load up PMDG Ops Center, and select the airplane, the 777-200 that we just got. Select it, and then look when it shows the next page. Look on the right side, about halfway up. You're going to see 3 dots.
Okay, perfect.
Click those 3 dots and verify your files. Re-verify your files. Chances are you're going to need to get some new ones, and that will fix them for you automatically. Tim J says most of the advanced games nowadays take an hour to get the basics. And altimeters, standard.
Delta 2939, contact Memphis approach 125.8.
125.8, Delta 2939.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Olivance just did a follow. Hey, Olivance, thank you for the follow. So nice departure here. Here's one of our first class seats. You can see seatbelts are on. And we've got a seat back here on the other side, way back in steerage. And we got some fairly nice, well, not really nice. Firebird, yeah, it's really cool. I think that right now in the world, the Sims are growing. this is a fun game. It's a consistently good game that people have. There's a lot of really cool learning. We've got new airplanes. I think there's more interest. Passing 22,000 feet.
Last aircraft calling to say the numbers again.
Oz, not really. I haven't had any good ones. This was a good release.
Delta 1232.
It took
Memphis,
forever to download it last night, but that's just because their servers got slammed. But I have to say that they really did a great job. They really did a great job simplifying the purchasing process. 3 cheers. That was nowhere near how brain damaging it could be.
694, Memphis Center, Roger, Memphis altimeter 2987.
But that being said, now that we got it downloaded, the file verification's great too. We got a really good airplane, so I'm real happy with it right now.
Delta 1149, maintain 300 knots. Contact Memphis approach 125.
Cephio.
25.8 and 300.
That's hard if I had to pick one. If I had to pick one,
to 270 knots or less.
I'm gonna probably go with my sporty little Airbus A319 from Phoenix. I can take that into any VATSIM event and fly like I know what I'm doing.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Not really, but there you go.
Loyalty noted.
Loviz can't remember a day that PMDG releases when it wasn't ready. Yeah, I think it's pretty much been that good. And AH
441, I'll have higher for you in a minute. I'm waiting for the next sector to take you.
That did 441, not a problem, thanks. AH Mike, thanks for the resub. 17 months, thank you for great support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for helping me to keep my lights on. Okay, and bring this out here. And there is the map a little bit bigger. Tim Dog says we've got a nice tailwind today.
Approaching y'all.
American 1764, I don't know how that happened, but contact Nashville approach 119.35.
Is X-Plane running weird? We got a couple of people that are really like
Memphis, good evening, got a 2230, 26, 3 to 7.
Ashley and Sunjammer flight.
441, contact Memphis Center 124.27.
124.27 now for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. 124.27.
That was 350 contact Memphis, 133.65, good day.
123.65, good day, South 350.
Center Delta 124, requesting further descent.
Delta 124 descent via these four rebels.
Do I have the wrong frequency, original dark wind?
Yeah, sorry about that, on a four
Memphis Center high from United 441. Level of flight level 230. Uh-oh.
Circuit 1641, contact Memphis on 133.65.
133.65, American 60.1.
Delta 901, stand to the blues, 5 arrival, Memphis landing south.
India Blues 5, landing south, Delta 91.
Yeah, the 2-5. Memphis, hello from United 441, direct hums, and level of flight level 230. It needed to be 27. One, 2, 4.
Delta 901, I'm sorry, did you get the December Blues 1 arrival? Memphis landing south.
Yes, sir, December Blues arrival.
Tim Dog says, nope, we're in the right place. They're just ignoring us.
Sir, good evening, American 2574, flight level 340.
Delta 2705, Memphis Center now 133.65. Delta 2705, Memphis Center 133.65.
Thank you, bye-bye.
FedEx 621, Memphis Center now, 133.65.
13365,
FedEx 1, contact Memphis Center, 133.
Original Darkwind, so
13365, FedEx 1.
like any number with a 2 or a 7, you add a 5 to it in the radio.
I'm sorry, who was calling?
American 2574.
American 2574, Roger, 70 Blues 5, Memphis Landing North, or south.
70 Blues 5, Memphis Landing south.
You're not old, so you always just add an extra 5.
Tango contact Indy on, sorry about that, it's going to be Indy on 128.22. Upjet 44 Atlanta Center now on 132.97. Good night.
13297, Upjet 44, thank you.
Next checklist is descent. We don't need to worry with that right now.
American 1642.
Well, we could just sit back here and enjoy our first class seat. There's our Pratt & Whitney logo. Very long wing.
Delta 8905 would like to begin our descent.
So let's see. This would actually be the view from our first class seat.
12365, have a good day, Delta 991.
Comet 44 Indy Center now 128.22.
Probably sitting like that.
I'm sorry.
So, yep, this would be our seat.
1282,
He has not responded. Hasn't responded yet. So we got a nice remote here.
And United 2781, contact Atlanta on 132.97.
I'm going to go seatbelts off.
Contact Atlanta 132.97. American 978, my apologies if you checked in, climate change level 336.
I think he's just busy.
American 1642, Memphis Center now 133.65.
I think he's just busy. I'm not going to bug him. We're okay. I boarded a ton. It boarded a lot more fuel than I thought. Yeah, this guy's busy as hell.
I'm sorry, who was calling top of the sim?
And I believe it's also, yeah. If it's 220, it wouldn't be 220, it'd be 225, I believe.
Delta 8905, top of descent as well.
Delta 8905. Did I give you the reroute to Mona?
Negative.
Alright, just...
We've still got plenty of fuel, so we're wasting a ton of fuel and stuff like this.
5, Delta 8905.
But I'm still going to have almost 20,000 pounds of fuel when we land in Cleveland. So if we stay here, we'll stay here.
Blues 5, Memphis Landing South.
Stand by to Blues 5, FedEx formation.
American 978, Memphis Center, hello, climb maintain level 330. Delta 124, contact Memphis on 133.65.
133.65 for Delta 124, thanks for the OK check.
I thought I checked my route discontinuities, but apparently I had one. Yeah, I don't think it's good either, but...
Was that FedEx 148 checking in?
FedEx 5217.
FedEx 5217, 70 to Blues 5, arrival, Memphis Landing South.
I mean, this guy's spending a lot of time on arrivals, so... Memphis, good evening from United 441. Direct Tings at flight level 230.
American 2574, contact Memphis on 133.65.
I must have swallowed the JSG droid invisibility pills.
You too. Who did I miss checking in? Sorry.
KLM 652.
Yeah.
KLM 662, that's my fault.
United 441's also checking in at flight level 230.
Yeah, 441, 600, hello, time machine, flight level 350.
350 for United 441. Oz, I'm getting ignored harder.
148, Memphis Center, low climate team.
After you. Well, yeah, this one's probably not for the same reasons. And Tim Dog is talking to Indy 128.25. That's the next thing I was expecting too. So we'll continue our climb.
All right, Delta 20 or Delta 8905. Turn left heading 180.
We are 439 miles out of Cleveland.
Left heading 180, Delta 8905.
Is Stu doing Indy?
Delta 8905. I still have you on the blues, correct? I'm sorry.
So we've got a couple of nice jump seats here.
Okay. So the plan of action is I should have gave you Mona, and that's my bad. So I'm just going to turn you just to the south a little bit, and I'll bring you back up, and you'll get direct speaker here shortly.
Delta 8905, roger.
The crew rest area.
And Center, we're being told to contact Kansas City.
I don't think the crew rest area is modeled here. I don't think it's modeled.
Yeah, United 1612.
Like over in the 300.
I'll go contact them, make sure you see.
And we got a nice galley. So this is the first class galley. And they modeled the
1292 Memphis Center now.
so it's just there for looks, but you can see this. And then I think when you do seat belts, it closes the curtains. And so we got a nice first class area. And I think there's actually another one here from the mid galley here too.
Delta 8905, turn left heading 090.
Left 090, Delta 8905.
So another galley and the L2 doors and a little bit more first class.
Walker 4011, did you check it?
And then I think we've got a small area of, I guess, United, this would be premium economy or maybe a biz class or something. And then back to steerage.
ABEX 106, send me the Blues 5 arrival, Memphis landing south.
Send me a Blues 5 arrival, Memphis landing south for ABEX 106.
Pretty good looking airplane. Nice touch that whoever painted this scenery, this livery, put the tulips in the cabin.
Departure, just cross at or below flight 230.
And back here,
at or below flight level 230, we'll join the Blues.
no smoking or vaping, and open the door slowly. Probably a good idea. And a nice galley back here. This is a really big one.
Delta 8905, what's your Mach number?
Mach number.
0.79.
First class, last class, primo, and cattle.
What's your Mach number?
Well, they called it steerage back in the Titanic days, so.
ABEX 106, reduce the Mach 76 for me, please. I'm going to need some space in here.
Reduce to Mach 76 for ABEX 106.
Memphis Center, Walker 4011 with you.
3x4x3. Total cattle class. That's where the naughty happens. Yes. Also known as the Mile High Club. Nope, can't open those. Oh, look at that. They did the row numbers.
Okay, we'll maintain flight level 290.
The row numbers are working.
Southwest 311, Memphis Center, hello, Beta Blues 5 Bravo, Memphis landing south.
And as I recall, these doors are a little bit wider, so you could actually board 2 people. They're a little bit wider. Maybe it's a little bit wider in the 300, but you can board 2 people instead of 1 at the same time
Left turn directly
through the jetway.
905. We're making an immediate left.
JMB Gator did JFK to LAX. Yeah, they did a good job with this airplane. Really impressed with what they've done.
6 miles southbound out of flight level 290, Boeing 737.
And a nice job there. So let's see, we've got all sorts of cool stuff.
We're clear the traffic now, 8905.
So spare bulbs. Looks like yellow vests, smoke hoods.
Yeah, 441, Indy Center now 132, or 128.22.
128.22 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Indy. Client a level of flight level 350 at Tings.
2731 Indy Center, welcome aboard.
Yep, that's Stu. Indy Center, hi there from United 441. Level at flight level 350. We are at Tings. Driven Memphis delivery just said, which FedEx was that? There's too many of you.
Alright, Skybox 702, contact Indy Center 119.55.
119.55.
And Comet 44, contact in... Actually, stay as free.
Roger, Comet 44.
Indy, hello from United 441, level at flight level 350.
United 441, Indy Center, welcome aboard.
Cool. Now we just chill and act like we know what we're doing, right? Let's see. Let's go to the comm page here.
538.
Comm page. And what we're going to do is let's go to...
let's go to
let's see. Flight info. 8 is request. There's Tim Dog on the radio. All right, we're going to Cleveland. KCLE. KCLE. Cleveland. Put that up there. I'm going to ask for VATSIM data. I'd like auto updates and send it. I could divert to Burke's Field. Do they have better pizza there?
And FedEx 538, contact Indy Center 119.5.
Okay, and now we'll get ATIS updates, which will be nice. So that's really nice. Flight information. So nothing's new there. Nothing here. They're not using CPDLC. And we'll just wait until we get an ATIS that comes in. They have nice soft water at the end of the runway to land on. Mayday, mayday, we need to divert for pizza. Well, they would know that for the spy flight for sure. They would definitely expect that for the spy flight. And we're doing pretty good. Mach 0.76, yeah, that's not so bad. Got a pretty good ground speed with a 64 knot tailwind. We're going to have all sorts of fuel when we land. And now we got a new message. And here's Cleveland ATIS information Oscar. 19 degrees, winds are nothing at nothing, 298, runway 6 left approach in use, that's the one we're expecting. Departing runway is 6 right. So all of that looks really good. Information Oscar is now aboard. That is incredibly cool to have. And if we were flying like across the pond or something to Frankfurt, we could go and start to dial that in, and every time they update the ATIS, it would come in to the cockpit like that. And that's just like, wow, great information to have. Original Darkwind says that Berks is a nice airport in the Cleveland waterfront. Smaller GA airplanes. And if it's at the Cleveland waterfront, there's probably great places to go for burgers and food. You know, great place to meet friends and stuff.
It's his responsibility.
Checking in at 40. We would like to request,
Charged up the mug for tomorrow morning.
Delta 2.
First flight tomorrow is our first event. Is Ascension Island. I'm going to try and take an A330, I think, maybe. Although that still seems pretty big. Don't think I'm going to do the prop cargo again. That won't be fun.
Welcome aboard,
and after that tomorrow, we've got Santa Ana to Vegas. Oh, it's Cal Scream. We're probably going to need to take a smaller plane for Cal Scream. And then we've got Atlanta to Orlando in the 777. Sunday is Orlando to Cancun, Havana to Orlando, and Jacksonville to Atlanta.
Contact Memphis Center 124.27.
Monday, we're departing an hour early. It's 1800 Zulu on Monday, Dusseldorf to Copenhagen. And then we've got Tokyo to Seoul and Halifax to Montreal. So we've got some nice flights for the to round out this week.
Let me know when you're back.
Let's see. Loviz is doing touch and goes at Fish right now. Ascension, you haven't thought about Ascension since your military days. Yeah, it's going to be a big VATSIM event that should be a good time. Cal Scream will be the last flight. The Cal Scream times are PDT.
November 49er, fly heading 110 vector sequence into Memphis.
So we're going to flip-flop the Cal Scream flights and make that last.
Southwest 2147, clear direct
Easy enough to do, Loviz. Thank you for saying so.
Direct Wisma for Southwest 2147.
And SkyWest 5304, clear direct Wisna.
Direct Wisna, SkyWest 5304.
Added 2731. If I give you free speed, you gonna go faster or slower?
I was going to go faster, man. 2731.
2731, speed your
Yeah,
discretion.
we're a big jet. We're going to go faster.
Aircraft 5594, contact Memphis Center 124.27.
Every now and then you have to clean these earbuds, but they're so much nicer than a big old headset.
Finish 148, Indy Center, welcome aboard.
We are 210 miles from top of descent. Cleveland is 334 miles away. We'll be landing at 128. Really? Is it that far? Man, that's like... I would have thought it wouldn't have been that far.
Welcome back.
And I have had the wrong chat window in front of me. So if you've been saying things over on YouTube and I didn't say anything, I had the wrong... I've got two of them right now and I'm still trying to figure out something better. So thanks. Oh, Loviz said the pens are different. What did they do with the pens? So we've got a PMDG pen here. We can still click it. So we can still click the pens. Hey, look at that.
2147,
That's a nice pen. I wonder if you can, you know, if they'll ever sell them on their website.
340, Southwest 21.
AIG model matching has been downloading for 2 hours. There's an awful lot to those, Manaphy. But it sucks when that
Okay, with the
happens, right?
718 flight level 360 now for traffic, Southwest 2146.
It does suck when it takes so long. It's different than the other 777. Useful for writing down the the phone numbers. Yes, United 441. That was a crappy landing. We've got a phone number for you to call.
And Southwest 2147, contact Memphis Center 124.27.
Right in the middle.
4427, Southwest 2147.
So let's see. We don't need the parking gates at Memphis anymore, so we can just clear those out. We don't need the SID. So now all we should have is the rocket arrival, the 2 runways, and all of those are good. So we'll put the rocket arrival in here. And that looks good. JSG Droid, long day of jury duty. Oh my gosh, JSG Droid, I am sorry that you have got jury duty. I tell you what, we were speculating earlier today. I tried to check in like 4 or 5 times with the last center and they just were not answering. I figured somebody had slipped a JSG Droid pill in my coffee or something this morning. But welcome back in. Oh, I did that myself. It's just draining. But welcome back. I hope that you're going to get kicked out sooner rather than later. But yeah, the 777's out. Really nice. We even have some cool liveries. So got the Battleship Gray on this one, and it's good. Looks really good.
Southwest 1786, cross the road at and maintain up level 230.
JSG Droid is temporarily handed off the cloaking device until jury duty's over. Got it. Got it. But welcome in. I hope you're doing great. We've had some good days of flying here. We've got Elite Wings tomorrow. And we've got Cal Scream tomorrow from your neighborhood.
Delta 271 flighting 150, Jacobs into Memphis.
Tried them. I never.
231, fly heading 150.
I'm generally mostly into the Phoenix Airbuses and the Any builds.
FedEx 1015.
So that's generally what I'm going to fly. The Horizon's okay, but you can do better. You really can.
Airwings 827, cross forks at and maintain level 230.
Cross forks at and maintain level 230.
Our ground speed is 500. I didn't realize that Memphis and Cleveland were so far away. I figured we'd be there in no time. Now we're also only doing Mach 0.76, but still. Okay, so we'll probably get another one of these. I'll go back to the engine page. Yeah, that's true. Once you go with the Phoenix airplanes or a PMDG airplane, you're generally going to be kind of... you know, you're generally going to be not so interested in the other ones. Now, I will tell you, I was hugely surprised and impressed with the iFly 737 MAX. And Loviz put some pictures over on Discord today, and it's really, really nice. So I think when Sim Update 2 comes out, the iFly is going to be available for us, and that's great. Tim Dog's 3 hours south of Cleveland. The drive to Memphis would be about 12 hours. Do custom views or do you have to set them? Brandon, I've set my own views. I usually do my own views anyway. I don't know anything else. In fact, Loviz says they're flying the iFly Maxes in Flight Sim 2024 in Sim Update 2 Beta. Tim Dog, we've got RNAV ribs departing Memphis. We did. Made me really hungry for ribs tonight. Really hungry for ribs, but I think I'm doing spaghetti and meatballs. Think spaghetti and meatballs tonight. I got a really good, one of my favorite marinara sauces is the Newman's Own marinara sauce. I don't get it very often, but it's always really good. Original Darkwind has fish and chips tonight. Are they authentic?
Number 49er maintain Mach point 80 or less.
JSG Droid has heated up some ribs tonight. No kidding. And the thing is JSG Droid makes incredible ribs. Original Darkmen, they were Wegmans, but they're really good. It's cod. It's a really good cod. So
got a 2731 for Rick Wisman.
Irby had chicken Caesar salad earlier with tzatziki sauce. So that's that really, really good Greek sauce. Yeah, Simi gave me some really cool Greek recipes for making good tzatziki. And it, oh my gosh, if you make it the way she tells you to make it, it's really awesome. Irvy's doing rice and vegetables.
10:50, I'll have a turn direct wisdom for you here in about probably 60 seconds.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
And we're looking pretty up
Loyalty
top of
noted.
descent in about 100 miles, it looks like. Chris just gifted a sub to Manaphy Games. Hey, Chris. Hey, thank you for gifting some subs. Really super duper appreciate it. Thanks for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Wow. Thanks for being nice to me. Thanks for being nice to Manaphy Games. Loviz had Philly cheesesteaks. Driving. You're waiting for your PDC. It takes a while. Thanks, Chris, for being nice to Manaphy. Thanks for being nice to me, too. And everything's good here. We got
Emirates 69 Tango. Contact Cleveland Center 119.87.
119.87 is probably next for me. .87 might be Cleveland. There we go. Hey, Brittany. BR Controller says that next week's Friday Night Ops is going to be in Brazil. Always excited about a big event in Brazil, Brittany. Welcome in, BR Controller. I would expect a lot of 777s that just came out in Flight Sim 2024. Manaphy Games, yes, you just got gifted a sub from Chris James. Brittany, good to see you. I hope you are having a really great week. Don't worry, we're not going to try and take our 777s into Santos Dumont. We realize it's probably a little bit big.
FedEx 10:15, turn right direct Wisman. Or Christian, right direct.
It's going to be SBGL and SBGR, not SBRJ. Ha ha. You chicken for this? Is it, chicken for not wanting to take this into Santos Dumont? I'm sorry, I have this thing about wanting to do successful landings. successful landings and butter on the runway and stuff. That's what I'm going for. Yeah. We all hate him, but I will tell you, you know, they're kind of filling in the gaps right now with the economy kind of being a little crazy. Glad that they're still there in a way, but yeah, they're annoying for a lot of folks. And so far, so good. Top of descent in 114 miles. And we're waiting for another ATIS that'll come automatically into the airplane. That's pretty awesome. Manaphy Games is downloading files for Guatemalan DHL model matching. I usually like to do flaps 25. I mean, unless it's a super short runway or some other reason, I never really like to do full flap landings because I always float too much.
Delta 231.
Captain Chris, well, we're going to probably get Across the Land event coming soon. So eventually there'll be Across the Land, but mostly I think since Cross the Pond's over, everybody's going to do some shorter flights. But I would imagine there'll be a couple longer events coming up soon. Somebody started a hype train. Thank you for doing that. It's like Config 3 for Boeing's. Manaphy, yeah. So this airplane here, we have all the way down to flaps 30 in this airplane. So an Airbus has got flaps 1 plus F, 2, 3, and 4. That's it. I generally like to go Config 3 on an Airbus, unless it's the A350. It's the A350, I'll do a full flaps landing with that. And then on this airplane, I generally like flaps 25.
And who's asking to step away?
Delta 2352, 5 minutes, please.
Tim Dog will do a yeah, I think you're, yeah. I'm talking about usually the A319, maybe the 320, but flaps 3 for sure in those, but flaps 4 in the A321. I don't usually do the A321 that much. It's a nice airplane. I like it, but it takes a long time to climb, you know. JBS 319 is descending into Dulles, and Manaphy wants a yoke in September. I have not done my landing config yet. I usually wait until I get a little bit closer in the Boeing. I do it a lot sooner in the Airbus. No, I'd love to have an A318. I bet that's even sportier than the A319.
Radar contact. 66 miles east of the Charleston VOR. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Clearing out some of my notes so that we're all good for coming on in. Driven, you gave up. Oh, because you're downloading this. Yeah, the model matching does take a while. It gets old waiting for those.
Number 49er, contact Memphis Center.
The A318's even more slippery. I really like that A319. It's just seems to be, it's being nice as hell to me. Okay, Cleveland. Cleveland Hopkins. Tolos has an A319 115 variant. Is that, did they do that for, they did that for like London City? Okay, United's got a 760.
15, contact Memphis Center 124.27.
Okay, C21. C21 is a United gate. Here is a 737-800 at C24. So it looks like the C20 gates are where United's going to park here.
At 1568, welcome back.
No, the A319-115 was a real thing used for short and high altitude runways. Aha. Okay. So that wasn't some concoction. So the C-20s, United is at the end of the Charlie concourse here. So we'll grab one of those gates. Okay, that looks good. There's the arrival. Menifee did St. Bart's and Sebas in the A318. And let's come over here and see what VATSIM looks like. And still a lot of planes in Memphis right now. Oh, they've got all sorts of airplanes there. So what's Cleveland look like? Doesn't look like there's a mess of airplanes at Cleveland. So that doesn't look too bad. Memphis is jammed. Wow. That's really... I don't know that they do brake to vacate. Maybe they do brake to vacate in the the 787s perhaps, but I don't know that. I don't think this one has a brake to vacate. I think it's a cool feature. The thing that I run into in brake to vacate is I don't have time to set it up. If we're in a VATSIM event, we're in the A350 and I'm coming on in, I don't have time to set it up. And
441 across the Taruga, add and maintain at level 2 at 900.
Druga at flight level, was that 210 for United 441?
Flight level 290.
Flight level 290 at Druga for United 441. Thanks. 290. Druga. And insert. Flight level 290. And there's our top of descent. Boy, we got that just in time. JBS, you may have time to do that. There'll still be some ATC up. That might be nice. It did. It usually does, Original Dark Wind. As soon as they say cross, descend and maintain and stuff like that, absolutely. It does take, it moves up quick. Something about Viking style. And so I've just activated just in case. And there we go. Cool, the airplane's going to put us right where we need to be.
Delta 231, descend and maintain at level 340.
Level 340, Delta 231.
We're about 700 feet too high. So I'm going to throw out a little speed brake here for just a sec. See if that doesn't put that number back to right spot on. And you can see mostly I'm looking over here at the descent deviation.
November 38 Hotel Delta.
So when we get to about 200, I'll put speed brakes away. And that should put us right on Drugga at flight level 290.
Delta 231, contact Memphis Center 124.27.
Yeah, kind of losing it just a bit. How about another little tip of the speed brakes here? It's Kev says that would be an awfully good, awfully good look. Hey, it's Kev. Welcome in. It is a little sluggish. You know, the thing is this is not going to respond like a fighter jet. It's a big old 777. It's not a fighter. So, you know, just the way it's going to be. I may need to reroute my controls for reversers. Mach number. My reversers may be off a bit.
5924 when we transition will be 885.
Looks like we're going to hit Drugga right at flight level 290.
243, maintain Mach point 80 spacing to Memphis.
I'll bet they're doing a lot of spacing into Memphis tonight. Assault on the control room. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Assault on the control room. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, this was a Christmas present for my dad. I had an Airbus hat and I needed a Boeing hat, and now we got the Boeing hat.
36605.
I know, aren't the views tonight great? I mean, the view out the window, and if we're bouncing around, you'll see
Mach number 0.787.
You'll see engine wobble, and you'll see wing flap.
Number 6605, maintain Mach point 79 or less.
Brandon says Jet Set Designs did a nice Cleveland for X-Plane. Yeah, I looked to see if I had anything from Cleveland. I don't really remember. I know I got something special for Cincinnati because, you know, Cincinnati. So I did get that for Cincinnati, but there you go. Tim Dog says there was a freeware for Cleveland. And everything's good here. Did I get... Oh, somebody never turned off his lights. Oh, bad. I thought I turned those off. Uh-oh. Well, okay. PAXIM has a payware too. Okay, dial this over here. Chris James wants a Japan Airlines. I think there's probably going to be a whole bunch of liveries that are going to come out for this airplane before too long. So don't worry, they'll be out before long. And flight level 290, just like we're supposed to be there. That's right, and they fly them on some shorter routes too, don't they?
Yeah, the 1071 Washington Center is closed. Radar
They actually you know, fly
KLM 662 contact Cleveland Center 119.87.
They fly much shorter routes. Some of the lights here are starting to pop up. It works just like them. There's a permit for you, my tech review.
090 vectors airspace.
Fly heading
But
090
yeah, it's just like all the other
airspace,
PMDGs, and it's really, really good. Really good.
Indy Center, FedEx 59 out of 11, flight level 195, 230.
Are you gonna, Captain Chris? You want to build a proper sim PC?
Oh, 300, 59.
I ended up going to, and I'm not sponsored or anything, I went to Digital Storm to build what it is that I'm using right now. It's been incredibly good. It's handling the sims pretty well. I mean, it gets a little sluggish with some other games, but it works good. My tech review landed at Andrews. Really? My tech review landed next to Andrews, Air Force One. Really? I imagine my tech review, you will have a phone call, a special phone number to call at some point. But yeah, Captain Chris, you know, finding the right PC for what you want to do is going to make it a little easier, and it's so enjoyable. It's a great chill out kind of a thing, but it's also challenging. It's just really challenging.
At 12:26, you'll be up at Atlanta in like 8 minutes.
There you go, Original Dark Wind. We are definitely a touch high now. Definitely a little bit high. I gave you a permit, Ori Darkwind. There you go. Original Darkwind has just posted a whole lot of really good links.
Delta 7583, full heading 090.
Deadhead. So we've got
And FedEx 5924, maintain Mach point to 8.
flight level 230 and 17 to heads. How far is that?
FedEx 243,
That's 20 miles away. We got to get going. We got to start worrying about a descent. We're like 6,000 feet high on the profile.
Delta 2352, contact Atlanta Center 132.907.
2297, have a good night. I go to the hospital.
Delta 1226, cross Skyway at and maintain a flight level 330. Cross Skyway at and maintain flight level 330, Delta 1226. United 441, descend and maintain at level 240.
Flight level 240 now for United 441. And let's do level change on this
Center
one.
Delta 6441 needs to partially step away. I'll still be able to hear. And I can
Patrick,
transmit to
welcome
60
in. Happy Finally Friday. I think we maybe, I don't know.
6441, roger.
I think that they're kind of busy here. Wheelchair Gamer's calling it a night. Good night, Wheelchair Gamer. Thanks for coming in. Have a great evening. Catch you tomorrow. Elite Wings is our first event. And then Loviz says we might need to think about flip-flopping Santa Ana. So we may need to do Atlanta to Orlando first and then do Cal Scream. But remember, Cal Scream, we got to keep an eye on that because that is a departure slot time that we have to hit.
Now we have something inside.
Probably going to wrap it up after this one, Human Games. What time is it? Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've been going for a while. It's time for food. Otherwise, I've been known to dry up and blow away. That would be bad. But our next flight departs at 1900 Zulu tomorrow. And that is 2 o'clock Eastern time if you're in the United States. So we're doing okay.
441, contact India Center 119.55.
119.55 now for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Papa Sierra.
Seat belts.
Second.
1 Papa Zero at 2,600, we're headed to Nashville.
1 Papa Sierra, roger. On course to cruise, maintain the bar, stay for 7,000.
On course to cruise, and we'll be going up to 4,500.
1 Papa Sierra, roger.
Indy, good evening from United 441 at flight level 250, just passing over heads at heads.
United 441, Indy Center, roger. Send maintain flight level 190.
Continue flight level 190 for United 441. Okay, so continue the descent. That looks really good. That is missed approach up there. And we're doing, yeah, could be descending a little bit faster, but no complaints. Now, I think we had a speed reduction here. Let's see, at heads it's 280 at Rockin'. We're going too fast. It should be 280. This is not. We should be a little bit faster, and let's just go ahead and
Delta 98, contact Indy Center 128.22.
manage it ourselves.
United 441, contact Cleveland Center 119.87 today.
119.87 for United 441. Thanks.
Delta 98, contact Indy Center 128.22.
119.87.
I got the full.
Tim Dog says, oh my gosh, Tim Dog's doing some cargo flying right now. Indy Center, hi there from United 441. We are descending to flight level 190.
United 441 Cleveland Center, descend via the Rockin' 3 arrival. The Cleveland altimeter 2981. We expect the ILS 6 left.
Expecting the ILS 6 left, continue down on the Rockin' arrival for United 441. Okay, Rockin' here for 6 left is 6,000 feet. I'm going to hit the VNAV button now and let it take us down. We're a little bit high. Let's go ahead and throw our speed brakes out a bit. Wow, it's slowing me to 250 now. Where are we? We're coming up on Rockin'. It's supposed to be 280. It's not handling that speed very good. XLT has got a flight set for Sunday. Didn't take the time to load Memphis because you had to do the reboot. We should probably turn on the logo light on the rudder because we've got our really nice tulip on this one. Yeah, it says add 280, so I don't know that it's doing that the way it should. Cal screen departure is 0110 Zulu. You might want to find an earlier departure. Really? Is that too late? Even if we flip-flop those flights, low vis? Okay, 18,000 feet. Hang on. Comms.
15.7 information, Victor, current at Metro.
I got a new message. Papa 2981. Let's do.
We got uniform, get Victor, play the 3 right, Delta 1327.
2981. Altimeters are checked and set. That's fine. So you had originally suggested that we flip-flop and put CalScream in as our third flight. And with our third flight in there, That would work better. Okay. The confusion level went up a bit. What? Yeah, speed brakes were out. It didn't like that. Okay, we're good to go there. All right, let's go pick our speed. It's going to be flaps 25, 131. I'm going to call it 135.
More agents joining the
Girard
spy
just came in with a nice raid. Hi, Girard. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are just coming on into Cleveland in the brand new PMDG 777. Just released yesterday and flying very nicely. Low Viz is going to do the Cal Scream event earlier after Elite Wings because you need to be done early in the day. Understand you need to do that. Yeah, G-Rod, this airplane just got released yesterday, and gotta tell you, they did a nice job on the airplane. It's working really good. We've got some nice views out the windows, back in the passenger cabin.
Contact Chicago Center 134.87.
And all sorts of ATC and simulated airplanes flying all over the simulated world.
Delta 980, contact Chicago Center 134.87.
And I don't know if you're used to all of this. G-Rob, we're on a network called VATSIM, and that means we're flying with a whole lot of people that are real. So this is the area that we're in. We're going to Cleveland. Right now, there's 1,069 pilots flying on VATSIM. And areas that have shaded areas, that's where there's ATC. And it's a global network, so there's people everywhere.
United 441 at Queen, cleared ILS runway 6 left approach.
At Queen, we're all set for the ILS 6 left approach, United 441. Okay, so we're good to go there. Minimums. I did not do minimums yet. So on the arrival, 6 left arrival, minimums are going to be
980 Cleveland.
973 feet. Well, it's not that bad. Me too. I fly the European VATSIM. USA is too strong. I don't know. There's people in the U.S. that are scared of European VATSIM. We had a great time earlier today on Frankfurt Friday, though. It was a very nice arrival in.
Voyager 121. Are you able to runway 3 right at Sierra 1, 4,300 feet remaining? 3 right at Sierra, we'll look for it.
Setting my minimums. It's a small number under the artificial horizon.
Correction, runway 3 right at Sierra 1. It's actually at Sierra 5, Sierra.
500, we got to go to 9. Yeah, Frankfurt Friday was great tonight. It was almost a little bit slow. Almost seemed a little bit slow for us tonight, but it was good. I really enjoyed that event. We took the 777, so we took the 777 on that one too.
Cleveland Center, Delta 38.
Loviz says try Asia. VATSIM around Hong Kong and Southeast Asia is very professional.
Delta 39, turn right heading 190, descend and maintain 7,000 vectors ILS 214 left.
You confirm 7,000, Delta 38 then.
Confirm 787.
Alright, right turn 190 down to 7,000, Delta 38.
Actually, Delta 39, amend your heading, fly heading 170.
Speed brakes were a little high now.
70, Delta 38 then.
The next week is going to be Elite Wings is Manila to Kai Tak. Oh yeah, you were telling me about that. We're going to 973. 973. Good night, Irby. Thank you for flying along tonight. Have a great evening. We'll see you next time.
United 2040, cross Emma at maintain.
973. There we go, 973. That's all set and looking good. Cleared for the ILS here at Queens, so 6,000 feet, that looks good too. And we're coming up on Queen here. We'd better do a checklist. How are we doing here? Okay, so recall, we'll do that in a second. Notes are good. Auto brakes. How about auto brakes 2? No, 3. I'm having trouble with my reversers. Landing data, VREF is set. Approach briefing got totally blown off. And our descent checklist is good. Altimeters is good to go there too, and that one's great. So landing checklist is next for us. Got the airport, got the runway. Looking good there too. And we're coming in nicely. And we are a touch fast right now. Loviz says we have to take the 777s into Kaitak. I think that's a great idea. That would be fun. Flaps 1. Flaps are 1. Speed's coming on down. I got a localizer. Let's grab the localizer here. Well, it's already got the approach in, but I don't have glide slope right now. Let's let it continue down to 4,000 feet. At about 800 feet per minute should do us. There's localizer again. Let's see if we can catch that. And 180. Yes, I've got speed brakes out. That's because you're going too fast, airplane. Quit bugging me. And flaps are going to be 5. Flaps are 5. Let's do gear now. We could do a little bit of drag there. Still a touch high. Come on, airplane. Catch up with that little glide slope, could you? Looking good there. All right, what do we have? We don't have anything, so no other frequencies. And more flaps. That's pretty good. Still not catching up. Okay, that's good. What do we decide for our speed? 131. Let's call it 135.
United 441 heavy, runway 6 left, clear to land.
6 left, clear to land, United 441. Okay, looking good there. 135 on the speed. And we are all nicely set. 135. Do we all have all of our lights here? None of them, actually. 1, 2, 3. Taxi. That looks really good. Finally catching up with our descent. That's going to be good. Let's grab the glide slope in just a second here. What else do we need to do? Okay, all good there. Airport info. So we're coming over here. Probably the Papa taxiway. So it's probably going to be Papa. Let's go and get this. This seems to be working really, really good for our maps. And just got to do flaps. Flaps 20. Flaps 25. I think it's time to fly the plane. Tim Dog has not seen a Southwest yet. More liveries are showing up at flightsim.to for this. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. Sorry, James, I was not able to type and I took control from the airplane. So typing is a problem right now.
Good afternoon, Cleveland Center, New England 496 clearance to Boston.
What's the call sign?
06
New
left.
England and November Echo Alpha 496.
Stand by for PTC.
Oh yes, there will be a Southwest at a Ryanair. And a Wizz Air. And a Spirit. Actually, the Air Peace already has a livery over on the PMDG. Air Peace is that, you know, pack 'em in. Loviz says it as Spirit would be extra wrong.
Voyager 121 radar contacts altitude.
Yeah, I thought Eastern went out of business before the 777s arrived.
Voyager 121.
I don't know what that one was all about. Checklist is complete. Landing time.
Delta 3089, send to maintain 3000.
Exiting right.
Delta 1327, believe speed restrictions on the horizon.
It's probably somebody at PMDG that likes them.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Landing.
At 2398, send to maintain flightable tree 30.
Auto throttles off.
100. 50. 30. 20.
Floating, going for butter.
10.
FedEx 765, contact Indianapolis Center on 128.22.
Reversers aren't working. I've got to fix that. Manual braking.
65, contact Indianapolis 128.22. Delta 3089, 4 miles from Reggie, turn left heading 070, maintain 3000 till established.
Welcome to Cincinnati.
Can you confirm the heading one more time? Heading 070.
Alright, we'll maintain 3000 until established on the localizer. Fly left heading 070, Delta 3089.
And Delta 39 cleared for the approach 4 left.
Alright, sorry. Clear for the 4 left approach, Delta 3089. As I tell you what, I didn't think you'd make it.
And here we go, cleaning up the airplane nicely.
Myers Space, New York, signing off. Radar services terminated.
Flaps going up, speed brakes are down. And here we are.
United 441 Heavy, welcome to Cleveland. Taxi to parking via Golf, Sierra, Lima, Juliet 5, Juliet, cross runway 24 left on Sierra.
United 441, we get to go to parking via Golf Sierra Lima, Juliet 5, and we can cross runway 25 left at Sierra. United 441.
Bye, Dave.
Happy finally Friday. All right, so Golf Sierra. Okay, so keep going straight, Sierra.
Delta 3089, the wind 3505.
And parking here. And then Juliet 5. And Juliet. I see how we're going to go. Let's do it this way. Okay. You could use the fly-by-wire model matching from the injector. Yeah, Loviz says there were no 777s for Eastern Airlines.
2398. New York is signing off. Radar service terminated.
Okay, I may not be able to click on that while I'm taxiing, but
Over your conference.
there you go. And auto brakes disengaged.
November, contact Indianapolis.
And out we go over there. So next flight is the Ascension Island to St. Helena. It's the VATSIM event.
Beaver 223 November, contact Indianapolis on 128.
APU's coming on up. And then we're cleared across this runway here, so that's good.
Sorry, go ahead.
Beaver 223 November, contact Indianapolis 128.22.
So yeah, let's see. I think it's food time. We know that JSG Droid is making ribs tonight. Loviz already got to have nachos tonight.
Thank you, Popper, runway 6 right, taxi via Juliet Kilo Lima.
Alright, taxi 6 right, Juliet.
And we're
Kilo
cleared
Lima,
across.
9864.
Cleveland Tower, New England, 496 Ross, right for taxi with Papa.
Charlie.
Okay, and then we can cross Sierra, Lima, and come in here at Juliet 5. So we actually make a turn here and go in that way. Cool. Very big plane. Joy Chew has 1,000 miles to go tonight. Hey, Wolfie's back. Welcome, Wolfie. I hope you've been busy and doing good things today. Having a good day. Thanks for the really nice resub. Wolfie's has been here for 46 months, and it was a tier 2 sub. Wolfie, thank you for the extra support. Wolfie, I believe, is our dispatcher next week.
Over to the dark side, appreciate it, man. We can use it. Have a good one, man. Thank you.
Oh, we do have a scenery for this. We do have a nice scenery. Okay, United is over here at Concourse C. So we're going to go ahead and grab Juliet and kind of come around here. But welcome on in. Thanks for being here, Wolfie. We had some good flights today. Tomorrow is Elite Wings, is our first flight. We're going to be flip-flopping a couple of flights so that we can do Cal Scream tomorrow, too.
Okay, hold for Juliet, give way to the 777, New England 496.
Tim Dog is flown United from Cleveland. So do we have the gates right there on this?
Delta 1327 descending at 4,000.
Out of board, Delta 1327.
Okay, so there was an airplane over there. I bet we're going to go and grab, how about some of these gates here? There was an airplane over there, and we're not going to hit them. Maybe this one will be good. One of these diagonal parking. I don't think that they normally bring 777s in here. That's the problem with the 777s and stuff. They're great airplanes, but they're really big.
Okay, runway 6 right via Juliet.
Well, this one is probably not, but we'll go a little bit beyond and see how that works.
Delta 39, welcome to Detroit. What's your gate? Delta 39. Do you want I can give you the abbreviated taxi, or you can take out the taxi.
That's probably about as good as we're going to do for this one. So nose light off. And let's come down here. Parking brakes on. We did get the APU started up. APU is running, so engine number 1 and engine number 2. And that's these over here. Engine 1 and engine 2. We'll stop squawking. get off of their radar scope. And then we go and do fuel pumps. And then we do hydraulics the opposite way we turn them on. And then seat belts can go off. That looks pretty good. I think the beacon can shut down now too. Over here we have to escape and do ground operations, chocks. We need a ground power. And we would like to call a jetway. Let's see if it's going to give us a jetway. Hey, look at that. It's even going to go over to the L2 door, which is the correct door for us there. Manaphy Games is going to do a Memphis to Denver flight. Yeah, there's plenty of room to park a 777 in Denver. So we got a good thing there. So now we can go to door management. Got to disarm our doors first, open the L2. We'll also get our cargo doors open. And the 777 made it. How about that? And it really does look good. And I got to say, whoever painted the livery, I mean, I don't think I ever saw the battleship gray just looking as shiny and nice as this one. It really is good. Gonna do the A320 Neo. But yeah, this is really good. Now there's a way to unload these, and you can unload these even if you don't have GSX or anything like that. But you can unload this airplane and do a continuing service flight. We do that all the time. Mighty Morph is over eastern Montana, Alaska, flight 500. Our first flight tomorrow is going to be the flight we practiced today. I think I'm going to try and squeeze the A330 into this one. Polyot says that they've flown them there. So that's our first flight for tomorrow. And that one should be really nice. We practiced it. I don't think that the landing's going to be bad. So Ascension Island to St. Helena. And there's freeware airports for those. Then we're going to flip-flop. We'll do Atlanta to Orlando next in Flight Sim 24. And then that should set us up for Santa Ana to Vegas in the Cal Scream event. We got to keep a close eye on the time for our departure time, because that's a specific departure time and a specific slot. So all of that's good. And time for me to say a couple of thank yous, as I always do as we wrap things up here. There were some very nice gift subs, some real generous ones today. Thank you for being nice to me. Thank you for being nice to everybody else. Because not everybody can afford a sub. Also, a huge thank you if you're a secret agent, a special agent, or a 00 over on Twitch. Thank you on Patreon, I mean. Thanks for some real nice jet fuel in the flight plan, and thanks for being here. I hope you're having a good night. Yeah, you have to have a slot for Elite Wings if you want to fly it on VATSIM for both of those. Captain Chris, thanks for being here. Chris James, Dad Game Time, thank you for coming in. Wolfie, thanks for coming in. I know it was a little late for you, but thank you for being here. I will look at Flight Sim Media in a little bit. Right now, it is time for an immediate trip over to what we all like to refer to as the Blue Juice Saloon, and be ready for that. So looking forward to checking that out. Let's see here. Who have we got that is live streaming at the moment? I see. Well, Moose is flying right now. Who's Moose? What's Moose flying? No, Moose is in the MD-11. Why don't we go and say hi to Mustafa? So thank you for coming in today. I really appreciate you being in here. I hope you are having a great, finally, Friday, and your weekend is off to a good start. If you've been flying along with me over on YouTube, thank you for joining me also on YouTube and being here. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. This airplane is fun. The VATSIM events are going to be a really good time too, so can't wait for all of those. In the meantime, have a really great evening. I hope whatever's on your dinner table tonight is tasty and festive for a Friday, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. Thanks for being such great Flight Sim friends. As always, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. 1900 Zulu. Cheers.
Roger, all 280, thank you. Just hold at 7,000 for me, please.
Hey, there's the spy flight. Good timing, we're just coming into Memphis.
Video conferences. You're not very productive. You got
Man of the Games, yep, spy raid.
The internet is a completely different culture, isn't it?
You said it. Kevin coming in with a prime sub, 71 months.
Sarcastic comments and nasty responses.
Final 120.902, good night.
We're finally where we belong.
Taking to that frequency.